Yeah, it's chill.
Conservation of momentum, that when you presented this whole bit to me, it was supposed to have something to do with the Coriolis effect. But like I
Who's this honky?
Jeez, how'd that get on?
Who's playing the soundboard?
Are you a flat earther? Lemon Puffs?
I don't know. To be honest, like I don't really take any stock.
As in,
I
like, you
like
don't
to
really,
learn.
you don't have an opinion?
Coward.
Yeah, I am a coward. I don't have any strong feelings, to be honest. But that's my thing, you know.
What, apathy?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, hey, man, at least you're real about it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean,
Absolute
like, I don't.
bollocks.
I'm
What's
not gonna be
what's
rude
the?
about what you guys believe. I'm not gonna be rude about what other people believe. I don't give a fuck, to be honest.
Well, only one side has beliefs. First of all. Second of all, what's the most compelling evidence in favor of the globe to you?
I don't know. It's just like
Just
I've
come
been
over.
told.
Is it like just the idea of overcoming the massive consensus or whatever? Like the massive majority of people think that. So is that why?
Yeah, it
Okay,
is.
gotcha. That makes sense. I get it.
Yeah, I don't really have any, strong takes on this.
Yeah. It takes. Yeah, I mean, it takes certain level of either courage or just not giving a fuck to, you know, to just fully just be, like publicly or like openly.
100% certain
Like,
on your stance, is what you're saying?
well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, when you become open about being a flat earther, which I don't even really like, the reason I don't like that term is, are you a flat earther? Is because technically we all are because we live here. So, like, it's really a stupid question. But, um, yeah, I mean, to like be open about it, like, it comes with a lot of ridicule and a lot of, you know what I mean? Like, I have to like tell my homies that no, like when we're in public, like, don't introduce me as a flat earther, because then what it does is to everyone else, it makes them discredit everything else I say, like from the jump.
That'd be a little bit weird for your friends to go up to someone and be like, "Hey, this is my friend here. Do you know that he's a flat earther?"
Well, it's because, back in the day, I was running around yelling about all this shit, like trying to convince everybody of like what I'd figured all this out, and like it took me a while to realize like that's not the way. So like there was a time, so like for instance, like I was hanging out at my buddy's buddy works at this little bar taco place restaurant thing or whatever, and like but he's like his little cantina thing, and he's the bartender, and so like I was in there chilling, just having lunch or whatever and having a drink, and I'm in I get into kind of a passionate conversation with the person next to me, and he comes over and he's like, "You're not talking about flat Earth, are you?" And I'm like, "You asshole, what the fuck, dude? Like, we literally were not." And then the dude on the other side of me goes, "Wait, who's the flat earther?" Like they were just like waiting to like try to dogpile me, and I'm like, and then I'd say that same thing. Technically, we're all flat earthers. He's like, "Oh, okay, so it's you," and I'm like, "What, bro? I'm not doing it." because it's just too. It's like talking politics at the bar, man. Like it's annoying, you know.
Yeah, it's hostile.
Yeah, it's like they get so like aggressive about it and shit. Like they get so butthurt, and he's like, no, 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 man, come on, like tell me, I want to know, I want to know what you believe, and I'm like, dude, it's not. First of all, I don't believe shit. Second of all, you're not ready for it, dude. I can just tell just by the way you're approaching me. Like you're not ready. You're just gonna do that thing where you ask a question and then don't even listen to the answer, and like, so just kind of like it's very rare that you can, that you get some little baby minded person, especially this day and age, because they're all like genetically modified. You know what I mean? Like their minds aren't even their own anymore on like the
Oh,
average person. But yeah, pretty much I kind of wait for somebody to kind of like get into my circle of trust before I even disclose it to them at this point, because it's just, yeah, I mean, it's draining whenever you got like five people coming up to you. Like you're just trying to hang out and have a good time and like chill out for a minute, and you've got like five people coming up trying to ask you questions, and like I'm just like, dude, like not, this is not the time. This is not the time. What's your email? I can send you some shit if you actually care. Because like no one has ever convinced anyone else that Earth is flat. Like you can only do that for yourself. Very personal thing.
happening, fellas?
Moment's silence for the globe.
One of those. How's things? You alright?
Yeah, all good, mate. Getting
Good.
ready to go to bed. Ready for another week of fun and excitement.
Yeah, brutal. I've got a 3-hour drive coming up, so I'm hoping some globies come in.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys use the phone with Discord. It always plays up and does weird things, and the phone will ring and it locks me out and then locks the speaker on and crazy stuff. So, yep, nah, leave it alone.
Yeah, I rarely get on it on the PC these days, so. You had any globies in recently?
Yeah,
See
just our
Fakes
usual.
is in the chat.
Renee was in here earlier. Who else was there? You must be a ball believer.
Sup, Jesus was black. Come to chat about the Earth.
Hey, Jesus Cristo. Wait, no, it's Jesus Negro. Right. Negro Cristo. Like Jesus.
The Globies are quiet today. They must all be at church.
Praying for curvature. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to
Praying.
bail out. You all have yourselves a great day.
Likewise,
Yeah,
bro.
peace, Matrix. Have a good one.
Peace, guys. See yous.
Come on, Jesus was black. Give us some globe news. What news from the globe? Says he's been playing Stellaris for 12 hours. Do you know he's convinced?
What is still
No, I just like to listen, and I left my PC on all night, so
I'm only joking, bro. How's it going?
fine.
Right. You come to discuss the Earth? You
No,
interested in
I
it?
just listen to random talks.
Alright. Have you ever listened to Flat Earth before?
Yeah, a million times.
A million times, so you're already a Flat Earther.
No.
What? How could you still be a Glober if you're listening to Flat Earth chat?
still in the closet?
Haven't you heard that there's no curvature?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay. So how can it be a globe with no curvature?
I
How does
play
that work?
ignorancy, that's why.
You what?
I play ignorancy, that's why.
You play ignorant. Why'd you play ignorant?
I would prefer to put my rational thinking elsewhere.
You prefer not to know things?
Yeah, sometimes.
Why? Genuinely curious.
Just like I'd rather focus my attention, stress, or anything onto things that I think matter more.
Yeah, but if something was true, wouldn't you want to know it?
No, not always. No.
Oh. I mean, don't they say knowledge is power?
They do say that. Do I want power?
But,
No,
but you want
not
to be
really.
powerless.
You can still have power, and lack
In
knowledge in
ignorance?
areas. Of course you could. Well, for
I don't know what
example,
power you get from
certain
ignorance.
millionaires probably are globers, but they're still powerful, right?
Yeah, but they have knowledge in other areas which
That's what
help
I
them
mean.
to be powerful.
Yeah. So I'll learn about other things first.
Other things first. So what do you plan to learn about first?
Well, I joined the Royal Air Force, so probably everything to do with my job.
Oh, nice. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So what are you going to be doing in the Royal Air Force?
Oh, well, airspace operations specialist.
Airspace Operations Specialist. Wow, that's some title. So what does that involve?
There's three types. There's weapon systems ops. There's air traffic control. You can just manage airlines, scramble, enemy aircraft.
Okay. So really, knowing about the Earth would be quite useful to your job then, considering you're going to be dealing with systems that
Knowing the
operate
curvature
and
or not
practically
would
use
not
the Earth.
make a difference? Well, you guys claim that when it comes to any like flight planning, it doesn't account for curvature. So why would I need to know that?
Well, when they're flying, yeah, they're not accounting for any curvature or motion of the Earth
Yeah. So why would I need to know that?
because, well, you'd want to know how they're operating the equipment and things that you're overseeing. No?
Yeah, they operate fine. As they are. Like that, there's information I'm taught, and then if it works, whether they believe the Earth is a globe, it doesn't make any difference, does it?
Well, with weapon systems in the military, of the Earth a great difference, doesn't it? They have to
Well,
understand
let's see it this way. If I'm a
all of that.
professional gamer, right, do I need to know how the game is made to play the game efficiently?
Well, if you know how the game is made, it would allow you a better understanding of the game, and a better understanding of the game could make you better at playing the game. Could it
Or do you
not?
think that those who are the best at playing the game know how the game is made?
Yes. Well, and not necessarily in terms of coding, but they understand the mechanics and the details of the game extremely well. Yes.
Yeah, I can learn the mechanics of certain systems very well without knowing how it's coded or where the information is coming from, whether it's from a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Well, yeah, I mean, for your job, I mean, you can get by as a globe believer, but if you want to be a subject matter expert in aerospace, would probably be useful to understand how they're treating the Earth.
Well, I could definitely become a subject matter expert, whether I believe in a globe Earth or not. Actually,
You could, but this
I
would give
probably
you the
won't be
edge.
classified as an expert if I was a flat
This would
Earther.
give you the edge that they're not going to teach you in the textbooks.
Well, I
Say
don't
it
know.
like
Like, can you name like one scientific field where the top experts are flat Earthers?
that. Well, I mean,
Well, if they're not, then it's not. It's a pseudoscientific field.
But
in the
he's saying like
science
if one
field
of
in
my goals
mainstream
are to become a
academia.
top expert in something, then
No, I didn't say that was your goal. I said if that was your goal,
yeah, that's what I'm
then it
saying.
would be
So if it
useful.
was my goal to become the top expert, well, it seems like I'm more likely need to be a globe earther to get that
No,
title.
well, just because you've been told that all the experts are globe earthers, or you think all the experts are globe earthers, you've got no idea about that, really. I mean, there's a huge number of pilots that have come out, military included,
Yeah, like what
saying
qualifies someone as a
isn't a bother.
top expert? Like how
Yeah, so yeah, often what's qualified is naming organizations will qualify you. Now, obviously, that's an appeal to authority. We're just talking about, do I desire the title of top expert, or do I want to have like a huge amount of knowledge over those I compete with? But it seems like, well, most people are globe earthers, so it seems like I would be fine whether I was a flat earther or not.
Yeah, dude, most
But if
people
I
are
want the
fucking
title
retarded.
qualification,
Is
then I
that the
probably
standard you want to go for?
sorry.
I said most people are fucking retarded. Is that the standard you want to go to?
I think most people in my field aren't retarded.
so.
No, I didn't say in
I
your
have a
field.
very good friend who's
General.
who's naval intelligence, and he was the first person who taught me about the reality of Earth. So just
Is he the
FYI.
top 10 naval intelligence?
I don't
How,
think he said top 10. I think he said
that's
he
such,
worked
I'm
in.
asking
that's such a weird thing to cling on to, in my opinion. Like what?
why.
Because what? Why? It's just like a really arbitrary. Like you're gonna pick some like arbitrary qualification to deny objective physical reality. It's just
Do we
seems weird
not
to me.
engage with arbitrary measures all the time? I'm pretty sure in your life you do. What is your favorite movie? What is your
Uh,
favorite music?
oh, I don't
What is the
really.
best music?
That depends on my mood, bro.
Yeah, so we do engage in arbitrary
I
things.
don't, but I know I don't claim any. I don't claim any genre music, or I don't watch movies, but I don't claim any of those to be the best. I don't like. I'm not over there sucking top 10 movie dick or anything. Like, so it's just. I just feel like it's weird.
So if I made
You
a
love IMDb,
video
don't lie.
on top 10 movies, right? And I put something like, I don't know, the Roblox movie, right? And there's
The
nothing
what?
wrong with someone debating me or like us having a conversation as to why I'm like full of shit.
Right, but
Also,
you're
like, what?
saying you won't have the conversation about the Earth. So
I've had the
that's it.
conversation about the Earth. So
Once.
it's very
How many
interesting.
times? It's not a,
Multiple times,
it's a
like
continuous discussion, isn't
30
it?
times.
And
So
you
what's
vowed never to discuss it again.
No, it's just like until it piques my interest again, I'll probably talk about it again. But it really
all right?
hasn't.
So Jesus Cristo. What? Wait, no, it's Jesus. I can't do it. Jesus Negro. What is the most compelling evidence for curvature or global globe for you? That was a terribly malformed question, but you get it.
Talking to me.
Yeah.
Video. Could video be fake? Sure, but I'm not really going to delve into if the video is fake.
So potentially fake videos is the best evidence for you.
Oh yeah, sure.
Huh.
Any video can be fake.
What's
So
your
how's that
fa-
good? So how's that
what's
good
your
evidence then if they can be fake?
what is your top
The sufficiency doesn't require absolute certainty.
what is your
No, I
top
mean it's not even almost certain when if you say the videos can be fake.
But
It means nothing.
any video can be
Yeah,
fake. So there's a level of
yeah. So it's
certainty. There's 100%
terrible
certainty
evidence.
where it could not be otherwise. But I don't need that to believe in something.
No, you
Most
don't. I
people
mean, you
don't
can
use that.
believe in whatever you want, but it's not good evidence, is it? If it can be fake,
Well,
then you
good.
wouldn't be able to tell.
Well, our qualifications for good don't require 100% certainty, actually.
Well, we're not putting 100% certainty on it. I'm just saying that's shit evidence to say these videos that could be fake are the best evidence. I mean, that's just
Well,
true on its
that's
face.
evidence for me to
Right?
be convinced because I would think it's more likely to be true that the videos are real than not, as I think most videos that look similar to each other are often the case that they're probably real. But it could still be such top quality editing where it could be fake.
Well, they are fake.
what's your favorite potentially fake video of Earth?
I don't know. I don't have like a specific like one.
Well, wait, I just want to know like the top because we're talking about like top
Yeah,
videos
I
of
don't
Earth. So
have
like
like a
what's
specific one. So any like video I've seen like when watching maybe like space launchers, and they might switch to satellite imagery from space station, things like that. I don't have a
About this one in the side chat that I've just posted. Is that some top-notch video evidence? Spaceship in space?
really. Like that's not. I'm talking about like imagery of like the Earth itself.
he's talking
That's
about like
the spaceship on the moon, right? Look at that spaceship on the moon. That's
Yeah, but
amazing.
remember my statement was like I think good evidence is like video image of the Earth.
So this spaceship on the
Not
moon
the
one,
Earth.
that's not good evidence.
Well, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth, not if we landed on the moon.
Right, but we're talking about space videos as a
Yeah.
genre, and that would
And you
fall
said
in.
what's the
This would
best
fall into
evidence
that.
for curvature of the Earth, and then you show me a video of us on the moon, potentially on the moon.
Okay, I've upped the evidence to something in your genre. Okay, so here we have the Chinese space station at around 1.3 million foot. Right, so if you have a look through this video, you'll see main cameras on the space station show a completely flat horizon from all angles in the frame. So now,
Maybe this is the real one.
How far is this space station up in the air? Is it like over
this is
25,000? Right?
its ranges between 210 and 280 miles. So it goes higher than the ISS.
Classic China. We've always got to one up you, right? China number one.
They didn't censor their comments section. NASA censors off their comments for everything. China didn't do that. Comment
Yeah, isn't it
sections.
funny? I'm like
Agreed.
when you censor in the comment section. I mean, that's a dead giveaway. I mean, when I see any video that has comments turned off, I'm like, all right, well, you're bitches. Something's
Not to
gone
men-
down.
not to mention it's a violation of First Amendment.
What is?
Turning off the comments, and NASA turning off their comments.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. We have the right to. We have the right to address it. Yes, yes,
It's
it
a
is.
private business.
Let's just
So now
address
it's
the flat
private business.
horizon.
YouTube is a
It's not a
private
government,
platform.
or are you saying NASA is not a government organization?
Wait, no, we're not saying that a public entity like NASA, right? But when you operate on a private business platform, you are not obligated to make it a public Discord conversation. Where did you get that from?
I didn't hear what you just said there.
So
Because it's
a public
government
business, if they
agency.
operate,
What they're doing, the spirit of what they're doing is denying the people their right to address their grievances with a government organization.
wait, you can address grievances just on a different platform.
Oh, so you can only do it the way they tell you to, right? So you
Hold
can't.
on, Jesus, your mic is going. Hold on, Jesus, your mic's going a little bit low. Can you turn it up or go closer to it? Just so we can hear it properly.
It's to do with the suppression, and I don't know how to fix it. I wish I knew. I actually don't. I've tried so many times.
Hearing perfectly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe it's just me.
What do you
Apologies.
think about? Hold on a second. What do you think about the flat horizon in the Chinese space station footage? I just want to hear your opinion about that, because your evidence was being able to see the curvature from the ISS, right? So when we show you this, completely contradicts what you're seeing from NASA.
Yeah, I could do the lensing. It could be the case that actually they are filming a flat Earth. Yeah.
Or it's completely fake.
So how do we know?
complete
So can you send me like information on like NASA saying they use fisheye lenses?
Okay, so would you agree that you can't have a lens, right? Just say there was a curved horizon like what NASA shows you.
Mhm.
Okay, there isn't a type of lens that can straighten out curved line from all angles within the frame, right? Have the opposite effect of that, the wide angle lens. You can't have a reverse wide angle lens, right? Right, so you can look at the horizon in this footage when the horizon's at the top of the frame or the bottom of the frame, the center of the frame. It's pretty much a perfectly flat horizon, right? Every single shot. And you see a drastic curvature from the NASA footage, right? So you can't have both, right? One of them either has to be using a fisheye lens, one of them has to be fake. You know, do you see the contradiction?
What about whenever
Images?
the horizon is convex?
Yeah, like I'm fine, like with this type of evidence. Yeah, like I said, I play ignorant, so yeah, I think this is good evidence towards like if it's true that they're at this height, this is a real video, which it looks real to me. Maybe there are other scientific explanations for why it looks like that. Because I'm reading the comment section for those if they are scientific nabby in the comments. Because a lot of flat earthers and a lot arguing with each other. But yeah, like from this view, it looks pretty flat.
I mean, why would NASA's footage show the drastic curvature?
I know some people are saying angles.
Angles.
Angle.
But I don't know nothing. I don't know if that's true or not.
It's the space angle,
If I have
bro.
a straight kitchen bench like in kitchen, right, and I'm filming it, it doesn't matter what angle I film, any straight line on it remains straight. Unless you're using a wide angle lens or a fisheye lens or something that's going to distort straight lines.
Angles is such a globy answer.
You just don't understand space angles, man.
Space
I just have
angles.
to, like, I don't want to waste your time. Like, I'm not saying like you guys don't have like
No, Jesus, it's cool. You're not wasting our time. We're just chatting.
No, I'm saying I'm not saying you guys don't have like rational arguments or anything like that. I just don't like care enough to be convinced, which is a part rational, irrational.
That's cool. You don't have to be convinced of anything. We don't care what you're convinced of, what you believe. We're just chatting about the Earth.
Okay.
We just find it interesting that they lied about the Earth being a globe.
I don't know, like when I listen to you guys, it sounds like consistent and stuff like that. But then I listen to people like, which everybody knows. Oh wait, Blitz, I think it is.
Who?
Blitz, something like that. That PhD guy on fucking TikTok.
I don't know him.
Dr. Blitz.
What does he say?
Oh,
Yeah,
he's a
what's he saying?
PhD physicist. Well, he obviously believes the Earth is a globe.
So what evidence does he present?
None.
None.
He just goes
Oh.
into I don't know what it's called, and it's it's similar
Theoretical
to
math?
Bob the Science Guy or something.
Bob the
That guy.
science guy.
Thing
Well,
with the
what?
science. It's like
Is
a,
Bob the
What
science
evidence?
guy? Is he
What
a
evidence
top
did they
expert?
present?
he goes on about like to find curvature and the distance of like horizons. They use like some sort of like lasers. I don't know, like.
He's using lasers. Nah, we're the ones using lasers. They don't measure any curves.
Wait, so are Bob the science guy and Blitz, are they top experts in your opinion?
Well, like top 10. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know many top 10 Globers, but
How come like
they're experts. Yeah, I'd say so.
how come like NASA scientists and Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff aren't the ones coming out and proving this online? And it's
'Cause
like random
I don't think like
TikTok guys.
are they like experts in figuring out the curvature of the Earth?
Well, they're supposed to be, right? Because if they're
Wait,
orbiting the Earth, they have to know its exact size. They claim they're traveling around it, taking pictures of it, all this kind of stuff. So they should be the experts, right?
What is Neil deGrasse Tyson's specific role in science?
What's he, an
he's
astrophysicist?
supposed to be the top astrophysicist, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he
Yeah.
hangs about with astronauts and stuff. Apparently,
Yeah.
he's like hanging out with them,
Yeah.
so he could know, right?
I mean,
He could have like
he's on TV. He should be an expert, right?
he's the TV guy. We're
Oh,
supposed
yeah.
to listen
I'm
to the
not
TV.
denying his class as an expert.
Hey, Black Jesus, did you know that he are you aware? Do you know who Eric Dubay is?
No.
Okay. So Eric Dubay, he wrote the first flat Earth book, and I
That's
don't
not
know.
true. Don't say that.
Okay.
He didn't.
No. But, hey, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish. He published. I don't know. It's something like in the last 40 or 60 years or something like that. And then
Yeah.
and so Joe Rogan put on his website and on his calendar, scheduled the debate, announced it on his show multiple times that Neil deGrasse Tyson, it was the most requested show of all time, that Neil deGrasse Tyson was going to come debate Eric Dubay. They announced it, they put it on the calendar, and then Tyson just disappeared, and wouldn't even address it.
Hilarious.
And the entire internet was like on the edge of their seats, just, yeah, I mean, bro,
If China shows video of this, why do you think they educate the population that the Earth is globe?
How do you know that they do?
No, they don't. Yeah, why are they educating all the kids that it's a globe? Because they want them to think that they live on a globe.
Oh, yeah, and then why don't you think they put the effort in changing the image or using a fisheye lens?
Say that again?
So why would it be the case that NASA are quote-unquote using fisheye lenses or editing images to make it look curved, but when it comes to the Chinese, they just don't do anything?
Oh, they could be a number of reasons. They could just assume that they're going to fucking believe it anyway because they're believing any shit we put out. Or they're just trolling people.
Also, like, the Chinese people are only subjected to propaganda their entire lives, so they know it's propaganda, but they're
Hey, one thing we can confirm 100% about China is they suck at faking things, right?
But they're not.
Everything they make that's faked
does anybody have their
has a lot of flaws.
most recent moon
But
landing
there's
footage?
zero attempts of any change, right? Would you say like there's any evidence of like a video you sent me they made any changes?
You went quiet again.
I said like in the
My
video you sent me, is there any evidence of them changing anything, even though it's a shit change?
To me,
Changing
it
what?
looks.
What do you mean?
Honestly, I don't know how anyone in their right mind can think that footage looks legitimate. That's my opinion.
Oh
You
wait,
look at that and
you
you
don't even
think, oh,
think they
that looks legit. Yeah, those clouds look like they're moving legitimately. Oh yeah, it looks really realistic. I just don't get how someone can have that.
Because most people
It's
are
so stupid.
dishonest with themselves at their core.
Oh wait, you don't even think they can go to space?
No.
Outer
Just a bit.
space violates natural law.
Yeah, space cannot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't even
It's
think
mechanically
image-
impossible.
Yeah. Space doesn't work. Which then leaves the question: where are we then?
You see the little demonstration in the chat. Jesus, Black Jesus.
Yeah, look. What?
You see it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
demonstrable in terms of bending warpy space-time, keeping gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without it filling the lower pressure space, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be making this argument. I mean, we're all very curious, you know?
Well, yeah. So like, then it like that's the issue. Like, if we do carry on this conversation, it's gonna just have to be on theoretics, like not like we if we assert something to be true, could it be true? And then obviously you go down like evidence of reasoning, but I don't have the evidence because I just don't know much.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not expecting you to have the answers for these questions, because this is the whole point. I mean, there are no answers to these questions. The globe can't provide them. That's why we talk about them, because these are the things that end the globe. And obviously you've not like looked into it to see and look for these demonstrations that would evidence them. I would advise you at some point, if you do ever care, to go through that exercise to try and figure it out for yourself. But yeah, I don't need you to, I'm not asking you to provide demonstrations to the contrary. I mean, we've already looked. We're kind of satisfied that they don't exist. But if you did want to try and say, no, look, here they are, they do exist, then feel free. But if you don't want to, that's up to you.
It's because there's like so many other like things that I think that affect me more, or at least seem more important to me. Like, I feel like the world operates pretty well with the understanding like they think the Earth is a globe.
Well, it depends what you mean by operate, right? So when people use the Earth practically, like when we're navigating the Earth, traveling the Earth, all this kind of stuff, it is treated as flat and motionless. So yeah, nothing really changes, because practically people are already disregarding the globe when it comes to utilizing the Earth and thinking about the Earth. Right? Even when you're just talking about the sun.
But the thing is, what you operate knowledge is like, okay, I believe the Earth is a globe. I can go into work and then use these systems, whether they're based on flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have any practical application to your life, the globe. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's fine. It's fine if it's not there.
If everything's like it's the Earth is flat, then yeah, obviously it wouldn't change.
Well, it doesn't change anyway, because you already experience directly the Earth to be flat and motionless. This is part of the globe story. They say the globe is such a size and moving at such a speed that it seems totally flat and motionless. That's part of the globe story. So we already have that experience. So nothing changes when you realize it's not a globe. You still experience the flat, motionless Earth. I guess the only difference is you start to understand that, oh, that is actually representative of reality. And I don't have to remind myself to imagine something different when I'm trying to actually understand this environment that I live in. See what I mean?
But yeah, sure. Like I think like other topics like intrigue me more, and that we all have different peak interests, so that's why I haven't like.
Of course. But I mean, this one's so broad. I mean, if you're into science, engineering, technology, any of those kind of fields, this is a very good subject to get into, because there's a lot of science and engineering and technology discussed. But obviously, it runs the gambit. I mean, it goes through politics, education, media, all kinds of things, philosophy, religion. I mean, it's about the Earth, right? The nature of the Earth. So almost naturally, it encompasses everything on the Earth. So it is pretty broad. So I would say, even if you don't realize it yet, I'm sure a bunch of the things that you're interested in, we could somehow relate to being involved with the nature of the Earth, its physicality, how it is and how it behaves. I mean, maybe not, but maybe you're like just into like coding or something like that. I don't know, but even then, we could get into the coding of the environment, the coding of the universe as they've claimed. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I probably the thing that I like. The reason why I stay into it is because like there's certain conversations like if I am not at least somewhat educated on it, then there's no point of me trying to have a discussion to prove.
No, I would disagree there. I would say that's exactly where it's useful for you to have a discussion, because then it's easy for you to learn things because you don't know about it, right? Like if you talk to a surgeon about surgery, he'd be able to tell you a bunch of things in 10 minutes that you had no idea about. So
For
those
me
can
to
be the
have
best
like
conversations you have.
but for me to understand a full understanding of like gravity and like what it's claimed to be and like warping the space of time, like I feel like I have to read about it.
Yeah,
Or at
but
least
that's the gradual thing. You don't need to have all that. You don't need to have all that to have this discussion. This is the thing. I mean, I think part of the globe education is that they give you this idea that you need to be on a certain education level to even discuss it. But even that, I would say, is propaganda. You don't need it, right? You're obviously an intelligent guy. You can work out these concepts. I mean, you might not know the details. You might have to go and do some research into the names and what experiments are claimed to have been done and all this kind of stuff. But in general, you can have the conversation based on principles that you understand, the nature of water, things like that, the nature of gas. You can have the conversation sufficiently up to a decent point without getting into the details of what's claimed on the globe side. And it gives you an opportunity. It's actually better that you're not super indoctrinated into the global lore, because then you can listen to some of the counter arguments and say, okay, that makes sense, or it doesn't make sense, without having an inbuilt predisposition or bias towards the existing claim on the globe side, which you will have inevitably rammed down your throat in the near future if you go and question it.
But the only thing is, like, if you're gonna have a globe discussion, you're gonna at least like if we talk about, well, I think the like the general consensus through like globies is like a lot of things are distorted or viewed differently because of optics, right? Like if we may experience the world being just flat and stationary, um, through just like general observation. So that's why I think there has to be like a better understanding of like the globe argument, which requires you to understand well the basic meaning of gravity, what is mass, things like that.
I don't know. I mean, you can look at. I mean, you can go to the beach and observe a horizon, observe a boat, observe a landmark over in the distance. You don't need to understand the details of the theory of gravity to understand that. You don't need to understand the minute details of optics. I mean, yeah, you do want to have a basic understanding of optics and perspective and things, but you can generally understand things like long distance observations, the physical nature of water finding its own level at rest in a container. You can understand these things without being a astrophysicist or a PhD or even
Well, yeah, I'm
having
not saying
taken
I have
high
to be like
school.
a physicist. Like, for example, like abortion discussions. Like, you don't need to necessarily know like how a baby is formed, right?
Yeah.
But it's good to know like, okay, pro-lifers saying life starts at conception. Then I understand why like they believe life starts at conception.
Okay, so in that respect, then, if you're just talking about understanding what both sides say, then you can even have the conversation just asking, well, what do you guys think about this? On the globe side, they say this. What's your thoughts on it? That's a good way to learn and ask questions about the other side, because this is the side, right? This is the censored side, right? Whether you believe in the globe or not, you can very easily access all the globe claims. It's not very easy to track down and speak to people who actually have researched the other side of this topic and understand it to a decent degree and could point you to resources that can maybe, show you the other side of the coin. So you can take advantage of that just by asking questions. I mean, you don't have to debate. You don't have to argue for the globe. You can just be like, well, what do you guys think this is about? How do you think this works? Because that's fair. It's reasonable.
Yeah, it's fine. That's why I don't dismiss like flat earthers like flat out flat, but I'd rather be in the right mindset to actually be convinced. Otherwise, it seems like a fruitless
Well, not even
discussion.
necessarily to be convinced, right? But if you want to understand a subject, you have to be, and it has two sides or more sides, you have to try and understand both sides or more, however many sides there are. If you want to conclude a reasonable opinion, you want to have all of the claims, all of the facts from both sides of the argument. And that's why this is like a very strange way that they're handling flat Earth. Is like you could speak to a flat earther and you could hear that they're not a crazy person or a science denier, as they might get called on the media. So you could be asking, well, why are they not, having live debate
between Neil
You
deGrasse
like
Tyson or the tall passing thing. These should just be. Yeah, I'm maybe going through a bad spot. The satellites are down. Yeah, they would just like host debates and try and educate people, expose it under the cold light of scrutiny, and intellectually break it down rather than just censor it or mock it or demonize it or ostracize it. Right?
well,
So
eventually I'm going to be working with like potential satellites, so maybe I can I'll have that discussion.
yeah, you can bring us the inside scoop. Good man. I wouldn't be surprised if you come across some people in your time, if you're in the Air Force, over the years. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there's a bunch of them in there who already know about this. Obviously, they don't speak about it because pilots have lost their jobs coming out and talking about it. That's documented.
Yeah, I'd rather keep my job than argue about flat Earth, to be honest. I don't blame them.
Yeah,
But
yeah. You just want to be very careful about, who you're talking to about this kind of thing and all that. But that doesn't mean you can't, keep your ears and eyes open and your mind open. Like, you can totally get through your job knowing that the Earth isn't a globe, but just like going along with it and then keeping your eye out and saying, right, is that in line with what we're told? How does that work? Or not, either way. But yeah, it's not a risk just to know. Anyway, thank you for being chill. Usually people are spazzing out all over the place, but you're chill.
yeah, like maybe like those who spaz out at least be like educated on. Well, know what you're talking. I think a lot of I've heard a lot of people in here who literally don't know what they're talking about. For this, like on the globe side,
Say that again, sorry, you've heard a lot of people in here.
like spaz out.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's because it's really threatening to a lot of people. Like, some people, it's a big part of their identity, feeling like they know where they are, which is understandable, right? You want to think that you have a good handle on your reality and, like, what your situation is, where you are, why you might be here. And if you threaten to take that away from someone, if they're not, like, emotionally strong or psychologically strong in themselves, yeah, they are going to spaz out. Because it's like you're pulling the rug out from under them, like in a big way. Like you're telling them, you don't know what the Earth is, you don't know what the sun and the moon are, you don't know what's beyond the sky, you basically don't know shit. And some people are really scared of that idea. And it's understandable, to be fair, but, doesn't mean you can be rude. Yep, it's a crazy world. But yeah, you've kept it together pretty well, so props to you.
But to be fair, I think like another thing is like why I was discouraged often is because most conversations between this is like always arguments most of the time. But that's the fault.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing that I maybe differ slightly on from some of the other people in the flat Earth space. Like, I don't really see it as a left versus right, globe versus flat. I mean, I think it's actually unhelpful to be too stuck in that mindset because at the end of the day, we're all on the same Earth. We're all in the same situation. And to me, it behooves all of us to understand where we are. So it should be like a joint pursuit of the truth rather than just a debate for a debate's sake, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, it does get crazy. Because yeah, like you said, I mean, there's a lot of smart people, very smart people, that believe that the Earth is a globe. But I mean, I would say it's just a belief they have, and likely most of them haven't really interrogated the claim that thoroughly. But in my mind, I would rather that they were asking these questions too and trying to come to honest conclusions than just, arguing about it.
It's probably the death of their scientific career, though, if they were to do research on it being flat.
Oh yeah.
That's the
I
problem.
mean, if you're in academia or you're like a scientist, your job would be threatened 100% if you were coming out talking like this.
So many
So I
peer
understand
reviews
that.
coming your way. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, really get peer reviewed out the ass. But I dare say there will be some brave souls who try it in the years to come. And that's why I think there's probably a lot of people who understand that the Earth is not a globe that just aren't saying it. Right? They're in the closet, like I said earlier.
Probably.
What percentage of Americans believe the Earth is flat? Do you know?
What was that?
I don't know if there's a study for it.
Oh no, there's been a few polls of folk who like how many people are questioning the globe, and the statistics are pretty shocking. Like especially for young, I think it was like 18 to 25 or 30. It was like a significant percentage. It was like 20 to 25% are at least questioning the globe. That's in like the generation coming up. So it's definitely having an impact.
It's 10% right now.
Say that again?
10%. It's
Well,
10% right now.
10%.
But in 2014, it was zero. It was zero in 2014, and now it's 10%.
That's big game. 1% a year. I'll take that.
Yep.
We've only got
more young people than older people too. Yeah.
Yeah, so that shows the trend. I mean, I remember years ago a poll coming out saying that there were 11 million in Brazil alone. It's quite crazy.
I ran into these kids in the milk bar, right? And they were mucking around. I said, "Hey, you kids, stop mucking around in here." You know, I was just joking around.
Yeah.
And I go, "You know it's flat, right?" And they go, "Yeah."
Okay.
They just straight up like, "Yeah, we know."
Yeah, but are you in country?
That was cool.
Are you in the country, mate?
I'm in the city, mate.
Oh, really? I thought city kids were smarter, to be honest.
Yeah.
What part of Australia are you from?
Melbourne.
Melbourne? Me too.
Sleepy old Melbourne.
Oh, it was pretty nice today, I have to say, though. The weather was looking good, especially for flat Earth, if I might say.
Yep.
Yeah. Are you
I was going
northern
to say something
suburbs
else, I forgot
south?
though.
Sorry, mate?
I was going to say something else about it, but I forgot about that other
Are
guy.
you northern suburbs or southeastern?
Eastern.
Eastern. Like Burwood East?
No, like Hawthorne.
Oh, really? Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Yep. QE, Hawthorne-y.
Are you near like the Victoria Gardens? I go there a lot for the IKEA.
Victoria Gardens.
Yeah, in Hawthorne. I think it's in
IKEA
Hawthorne.
there, yeah.
They've got a good
There's one in
IKEA there, I
Richmond.
have to say.
Yeah, IKEA's good for meeting women. So you go into IKEA and you just look at the most expensive stuff, like the really expensive beds and stuff, and you just look at it. And then when an attractive woman comes around, you go, what do you think of this?
Oh yeah, that's not
They
bad.
go, oh yeah, that's pretty nice, yeah.
It would have to be at
the
it'd have to be at the one in Hawthorne though. It'd have to be the one in Hawthorne because in Springvale it's all just Chinese people.
Well, it's a different thing, I guess. Chinese are very blunt. Like, they don't give you second chances, right?
No, they don't.
Like Western girls will give you a second chance. Chinese girls, they don't. They just go, I have no time for you anymore.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
That's
But
it.
like,
They don't. There's no second chance.
they're good immigrants,
And
though. They're good immigrants. They're better than the blacks. Like the Sudanese just cause trouble.
Whoa! Come on, guys.
we're starting to get a bit. Yeah. So you came
No,
in
it's
like saying
factual.
ridiculing flat Earth. Did you have some globe evidence? Like, why do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Are you talking to me?
Like a ball. Mm. Are you a flat
Because
earther or a globe earther?
because science says so.
Oh, what science?
I don't know, the drop over distance. You can see ships go over the horizon. That's a science. The orbits of planets. That's a science.
Science? What kind of science is it?
Mathematics.
Science?
So watching a boat go over the curve in your mind is mathematics.
In a sense, yes.
Isn't it an observation?
Everything is functions. For example, projectile motion. If I throw a pen across the room, it's a form of projectile motion, which can be displayed in mathematics, which is a form of science.
So everything is math, therefore everything is science.
Yep, this was one of the first things I learned, that everything, in a sense, is a function.
So if I pour myself a cup of water, that's science.
100%. The rate at which the cup is filling up can be displayed using a function. You know, I throw the laws of aerodynamics at you. I can have a look at the way that air bends over a wing, or I could have a look at the way that the water pours into your glass. Everything is described as mathematical functions.
And therefore science.
Maths.
In a sense,
That's
yes.
not science, though.
Yeah, what definition of science are you using?
Sorry?
What definition of science are you using? Like, what do you think that word means?
Science. It's the study of the real world, in my opinion.
Okay.
That's what I
Is it
see
using
science
the
as.
scientific? Is it the scientific method?
100%.
Right. So, do you know what the scientific method is?
Behind what?
Well,
in general, sorry. In general, I thought you were talking about the glass. Yeah, you have an independent, a dependent, and a controlled variable.
Okay, yeah. So you've got your observation of a phenomena happening, and then you set an experiment to test what the potential causes of that effect.
Yeah, and you flat earthers don't seem to use that. I've got to be honest with you.
Okay.
Sorry? Hello? It's all gone quiet on me all of a sudden.
So we don't have any scientific evidence of the globe Earth. There's no evidence of curvature, rotation, gravity, or gas pressure without containment. No scientific evidence of any of that.
Sorry, did you
If you
just say we
have some-
can't have pressure? We have to have pressure can only exist within containment.
That's natural law. You can't demonstrate otherwise.
I can, and what you're saying is false. In a sense, it's natural law. It's naturally occurring, yes. But for example, if I take a barometer and I put it behind a hairdryer and I turn on the hairdryer, the barometer is going to go everywhere. There's going to be an increase in pressure. That's not necessarily a closed system. Pressure can exist in closed system. Our Earth is a semi-closed system. I don't disagree entirely with what you're saying, but you're being factually disingenuous, in my opinion. If you want to contest that, you're welcome to.
Yeah, that's like a hairdryer. It doesn't disprove natural law of the gas requires containment. So you need to show gas pressure without a containment.
I just said the gas pressure is already there, right? In the first place. So to have the gas pressure that you're blowing with the hairdryer, right? Need containment.
So I got a phone call again. Man, are they on hair dryers again for gas pressure without a container?
bro.
Really? But come on. Well, what I was going to say to Kanye was that those things you described before, like the motion of the luminaries and the observation of a boat, that doesn't fall under the scientific method, like you described.
Well, if it's an experiment, it can fall under the scientific method.
But it's an observation, though. You're not manipulating an independent variable and testing a cause and effect. Yeah, so it's not technically science.
Not technically, yep. I'm speaking more from a colloquial standpoint, but the scientific method can be applied to anything. Let's go back to your example of crawling a drink into a glass. If I lean my hand at a different angle, that's my independent variable, what is the rate of flow of the water in the glass? You see, the scientific method can be applied to everything in a sense. And I can apply that to the observation I make of drop over distance.
Okay, so when you tilt the glass and the water just keeps its level, that's science as well.
Sorry?
So when you tilt the glass, the water still maintains its level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a part of observable reality that we can understand.
Yeah.
You could say that's
Yeah,
science.
and water also bends, you know?
Definition of, well, no, it's not bending, it's level in the cup.
Who's that guy? There's always this guy who sends a photo of like a I don't know, it's called a level meter, and he always sends it in chat. Can he send that GIF again? Like, I don't know, he always sends it. Can
I don't know which one you're talking about. But the water's level though, it's not curved in that glass.
Sick. Yeah, it's level within the glass, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
we can apply
water level. So the water's level. We scale that up to a bathtub, it's level, swimming pool level, lake level. So,
ocean
level. Sea level.
So therefore it's flat.
Well, that's level, yeah.
Why don't you say it's flat then? If water looks flat, why don't you just say it's flat? Why do you have to say level?
Well,
because that's what it's called. It's sea level.
Yeah, you can call that.
So why did you go straight to the point?
We call it sea level.
That's okay.
But
okay, it's the same thing, right? You look in a dictionary for what level means. A flat surface, horizontal.
Yeah, but I have to say, the ocean surface, it does seem level, but not truly level it is. Instead, it has subtle, yet significant changes of several factors to make it into the globe shape that it is. So it may look level from our observation, but if we use this idea of drop over distance, we can show that it's not necessarily level in the colloquial sense.
An idea. If we use an idea.
An idea. Oh.
Yeah.
So we just have to think about it being curved, and therefore it is curved.
I never said that. You're just picking apart my language.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
saying that we can observe boats going over the horizon using a scientific
how do you know that's a curve? How do you know that's a curve, though?
Because bottom-up disappearance does not occur from refraction.
Refraction.
Which is the bending of light. So, what we can say to ourselves is it shows that the Earth is curved, because that is the only factor that's affecting it significantly.
That's the only possible that's the only possible explanation.
I'm sure that the Earth is quite big, you can do a lot of experiments, but it seems to be consistent over all the experiments we do.
Kanye, I have to call you out quickly because we went over this. 1 second, Cyclone. Sorry, I just have to call this guy out quickly on his bullshit because we literally went over this yesterday with him. He conceded that there is sinking refraction, right? Even he got sent the link and he read it all out, and it's a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. So even in your own globe paradigm, you can still have that effect, and you know this.
Ooh, Kanye, did you forget?
Sorry?
Did you forget about yesterday then?
Oh no, it was 2 days ago. I haven't been here in a while.
Oh, you forgot from 2 days ago.
Yeah.
This is a phenomenon of
I'm
refraction.
still learning about this flat Earth. It's pretty new to me.
Okay, so if there's sinking refraction, then you can't say it has to be curved to make that effect.
Sorry?
So if there's sinking refraction that could cause bottom-up obstruction, then you can't say bottom-up obstruction can only be from curves.
Sorry, I was Sorry, I meant to say that when we see bottom-up disappearance, it is normally explained by the Earth's curvature because it is consistent. I use that word consistent, right?
What you mean, like consistent as to where it
Yeah.
occurs compared to the globe model?
Sorry.
What, like in terms of the distance of the horizon and where the bottom-up obstruction occurs? That's consistent with the globe model, you're saying?
No, what's consistent is the fact that ships disappear over the horizon when it goes far out.
All right, but they're not consistent with the globe model in terms of where they appear to obstruct bottom-up.
I think that's because the Earth isn't perfectly spherical.
Right. So it's not. So there isn't a model. So the bottom-up
It's an egg.
obstruction doesn't match the globe model.
Sorry, your mic is low. I turned it up to like 200.
Yeah, your mic's a disaster, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Well, someone else take over then, if you know what I'm saying.
Yo, how do tides work?
From the moon.
You get cyclone just fine.
They work from the moon's orbit.
It's so you've got two issues. You're saying the bottom-up obstruction, that was the proof of curve, but now we're saying it's not because there's other things that can cause bottom-up obstruction. And we're saying it's not consistent with the claimed globe model geometry in terms of the distance to the horizon for where this bottom-up obstruction should be starting. If it's
Dude, I can barely understand a word you're saying, dude.
Yeah. What I said, and I'll repeat it, what I said is bottom-up disappearance is constantly caused by the Earth's curvature. I didn't dismiss the fact that it can be caused.
We don't have the curvature yet. You're saying that this is the proof of it. You don't have it yet.
I think that the best proof of the Earth being like round, oblique, spherical, whatever, it is the fact of like tides and how tides work.
How would that tell you the Earth is a spinning ball?
Well, how would tides work on a flat Earth model?
Well, no, you're making the claim that they tell you the Earth is a spinning ball. I'm asking how. How would that tell you that?
There's science behind it, and we can read it to you if you'd like.
So essentially the tides don't really kind of like go up and down, whatever. It's the Earth moving around the water that is being like kind of gravitationally pulled from the moon.
Well, that's another claim, though. I'm asking you how
can't use gravity. They don't believe in gravity.
I'm asking how the tides, that you just observing the water level raising and lowering, how that tells you Earth's a spinning ball in any way.
Because it would make no sense on a flat Earth.
Well, what does that mean? How does that make sense? What are you even saying?
What?
Because the moon's gravitational pull on Earth's oceans is creating a tidal budge, which forces the tide to go up from your relative position.
Right. Well, that's
if it were flat, the water wouldn't naturally form from these predictable opposite bulges, or the tide itself.
So, well, that's a claim which you don't have evidence for, and is actually contradicted by
you can go to the beach and look at the evidence for it, dude.
You're saying the cause of the tides is the moon, which we have no evidence for. That's a claim.
I have no evidence.
That's a claim. You understand?
So how do you think that? How do you think they work then, dude?
Well. So is that what makes you think that they prove a globe? This claim that the moon is causing them. That's what makes you think it's a globe.
I mean, there's a lot of other things like the fact like a ship disappears beyond the horizon eventually. It's like there's loads of other reasons why.
All right, so that's a different claim. So now we're talking about bottom-up obstruction again,
which is not always caused by the refraction. This is what.
So how do you know that bottom-up obstruction is caused by a curve of water that just looks flat?
Sorry, bottom-up abstract. Wait, when you say abstraction, do you mean bottom-up disappearance? I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Your mic is very it's diffusing. It's like
I'm talking to the guy, the American guy, who was saying bottom up. He's moved on from the tide to bottom up apparent obstruction, let's say.
No, we've moved on from the tide because you don't believe in the moon.
What are
Oh,
And you don't believe in gravity, and we're going to have that conversation.
They don't believe in the moon. Who said they don't believe in the moon? The moon
Well,
is
you're
not a belief.
saying,
It is observed in the sky.
so you believe that something is only proven when it is observed.
That's not what I said either.
That's essentially what you're saying. I believe in the moon because
you're trying to straw
I
man me.
believe in a flat Earth because I
Have a
think it's flat.
conversation. You want to have an
Looks
actual
lovely.
conversation. Don't do the whole, I'm going to make up what I want you to have said and then say that's basically what you're saying. Don't try that bullshit, dude.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to understand where your logic comes from. And you ignored my question.
That's where it comes from.
Sorry?
Anyway, I wanted to.
Oh,
yeah, reality is where it comes from. Who was the other guy
Okay.
who was just talking? The American guy. Did he dip? Guy who just said the boat disappeared bottom up. Tells him where's the ball.
Yeah, he's gone.
All right.
So why do ships disappear bottom up when they go over the horizon? Can you tell me?
Well, apparently it's because the Earth's a giant spinning ball, but they only have the claim for that, not any actual evidence. Because there's no curvature to even assert that that's a cause of that phenomenon. They don't even have the curvature to begin with. So
Because
I don't even have to
consistently
make a claim about it. I don't even have to make a claim about it. I mean, I could point out that according to the globe model, it should be bottom up obstructing at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet when it's not. And that also debunks it. But I don't need to, because it's not my claim.
Approximation. Sorry, that's an approximation. You're being disingenuous. It is,
Well,
because the Earth isn't spirally
nowhere
round.
near.
It's oblique.
We see it 10 times further than that. So it's an approximation.
All right, show me an incident where you see that 10 times further and they use the scientific method which you so praise.
No, it's not. I already explained to you an observation is not the scientific method.
So do you think observations are worth...
Don't go into this. Let's not get into
No. I think it's very important that we establish how we define our proofs.
No, I think it's important that you go back to how the hell showing any kind of obstruction bottom up tells you the Earth is a spinning ball without just declaring it again and again and again.
I'm trying to understand what you believe the cause of bottom-up obstruction if it's not the Earth spinning. We've already established it's refraction. Now I want to see the scientific method showing that it is the refraction in these instances you were speaking of. No.
To have short-term memory loss.
That's
Connie.
an argument,
We've
mate.
been over all this,
That's
dude.
the scientific method, and you're still not understanding it.
All right, I'll listen again.
You're asking a what is question.
Okay.
Or why is question, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, listen, you can get into perspective. You can investigate perspective and how that works. You can see demonstrations of people on a flat surface with a low camera angle to the ground, pulling an object away, and the object beginning to disappear from the bottom up. I mean, these things can be demonstrated. So
I got a Glock in my Rari. 17 shots, I'm like, damn, she's fine. Wonder when she'll be mine. I walk past, I press rewind. See that ass one
Stop
more
it, Zone.
time.
Stop
Got
it,
the
Zone. Stop it,
soda.
Zone. That's too much. Zone, it's no good. Stop.
I thought it seemed quite nice compared to your preaching, I'll be honest.
Just wanted to lighten the mood
Yeah,
up.
it's very good. I mean, listen.
Alright, I'm just going to throw the same ball back at you. Prove to me that the Earth is flat.
No, because it's not my burden of proof. I'm not the one claiming reality is anything other than it appears to be. You are. You're saying, hey, that flat horizon is curved. Hey, that motionless
That's a
surface
claim
is
in
spinning.
itself, but that's a claim
No,
in
that is
itself
your
saying
claim.
it's not what it is.
That is
Sorry?
your claim. You're claiming the Earth's a ball. So
I'm claiming the Earth is a ball, and you're claiming it's not a ball, so what is it if it's not a ball?
well, not a ball. I'm not making the claim. I'm not claiming escape of the ground. That would
You
be
are making
retarded.
a claim, you're claiming it's not a ball, so what is
I'm
it?
not claiming escape. I'm not claiming it's escape. It is what it is. Go outside. That's what it is.
So
I don't
because
think
I
that's a
see it
ball.
as flat, it is flat?
No, because you've got no evidence for anything else.
Okay, what evidence do you have to disprove the globe model?
There's no curvature.
Prove it.
Okay.
Okay,
measured it?
prove it.
Okay, who's measured it?
Who's measured what?
Curvature.
Who has
There you go.
measured the
Proved
curvature
it.
of the Earth?
Yeah, no one. So there you go. I proved it.
It's not that simple. It's not black and white to measure
Oh,
the
it's not that
curvature of the
simple. It's
Earth.
not black and white to
It's
measure the
not that
curvature.
simple, no,
Very
because of
difficult.
the
Is
Earth
that why no
shape.
one's
It's
done
not
it?
a perfect sphere. But there
Is that
have
why
been
no one's
methods
done it?
to do it. There have been approximate methods. I mean, in
Oh,
the 3rd
so who
century they
measured
did
it?
it. They did it in the 3rd century, so the Greeks did it.
Oh, the Greeks did it. How did?
So he didn't do the drop over distance, but he did the circumference, I think it was. Yeah, Eratosthenes. He measured the circumference.
No, Aristophanes measured Earth flat and assumed that it was a globe.
Well, Aristophanes' experiment would not have worked on a flat Earth because the
Not an
principles behind his
experiment.
experiment rely on a spherical nature of Earth.
Even
Every
Neil
time you say
deGrasse Tyson.
experiment, every time you say
Even Neil deGrasse
experiment, when
Tyson
it's not
made
an
a video,
experiment,
dude.
proves you know what you're talking about.
So if it's not an experiment, what is he doing then?
It's
He's
just an
making
observation.
assumptions, right? He's making calculations based on assumptions, as Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist PhD from your globe side, agrees. Right? He said it would work equally on a flat surface. It just so happened. Eratosthenes, assumed a globe Earth. He assumed parallel sun rays, right? And he did his calculations based on those assumptions. It's not something you could use. He didn't actually measure Earth. He made assumptions and calculations based on those assumptions.
So everything in essence is just an assumption.
If you're just making assumptions, right, and then you make calculations based on those assumptions, that's what happened, right? If he had have assumed it was a flat surface and assumed divergent rays, right, then he would have been able to work out the sphericity of the flat ground. Right?
All you're
can you see
telling
the
me is that you don't
contradiction
believe in
there?
anything because it's all assumptions unless you
Oh, that's
see
not
it.
what I'm telling you. No, that's not what I told you. I
Sorry,
mean,
I
that
got
might
a
be
phone call there. Sorry, DJ.
yeah, that's not what I told you. Bro.
I
Someone's
can't
yelling
believe
my
you're
name.
back to Eratosthenes. After all this, you're still on Eratosthenes. Sorry, DJ. Brutal. Sticks and shadows. So there you go. You asked me to prove that the Earth has no curvature. If it did, you wouldn't be right now talking about a story from a guy from the BCs with sticks and shadows in 2024. Done.
Sorry, I'm back.
It's all right. You're already done.
Hello?
It's
I have
all
to do
right.
the
You're already
dishwasher in
concluded.
10 minutes, by the way.
So
To
I already
finish the
proved
cycle, we
that
gotta load the
the
plates in.
premise that the Earth has no curve, because if it did have curvature, you wouldn't be talking about a story about a Greek guy from the BCs 2,000 years ago using sticks and shadows in 2024.
Because I want to show how primitively easy it is to prove the Earth is a curve.
What, by showing something that doesn't even measure any surface?
It measured the circumference of
200
Earth.
IQ. 200 IQ. No, he didn't.
I know. It did.
What are you talking about? Measured the circumference of Earth. You know what measured means? You fool.
I think the way you see it is someone took a measuring tape and walked all the way around
Do
Earth.
you think calculation and measurement are synonymous? Is that what you think? Then they just gave them two different words
Calculations are
for fun.
quantifiable measurements.
Calculations.
For
What was
example,
actually measured?
right-hand triangles, we use the concept of quantifiable natures. The
So he's
Germans use
measuring
right-hand
right-angle
triangles.
triangles.
That's why sine and cos functions, right?
Right.
Sine.
So he's using right-angle triangles.
No, I'm explaining to you the difference between measurement.
No. Don't talk abstractly. We're talking about this claim that you're making. What was measured according to the 2,000-year-old story that you apparently believe?
What was measured?
Yeah, what was measured?
Oh no, what was measured was the circumference around the Earth, but you don't see measurement as that.
How did
But
they
I think
measure
we're
it? What
getting.
tool did they use to measure 24,000 miles around the Earth?
Oh, it was just fucking sticks. That was it.
So they used 2 sticks or a stick.
Yeah.
How many sticks to measure 24,000 mile, 25,000 mile circumference? How many sticks did they use?
I think it was just 2.
They used 2 sticks. How long were these sticks?
I don't really know, to be honest. I don't know the specifics. I wasn't there.
Wow. Okay. So this is your globe curvature measurement, the thing that you don't understand.
No, that was not my point. I'm trying to show you how
What?
primitively easy it is to show the
You were
circumference.
asking me to prove that there's no curve, and I said, okay, show us who measured it. And you being here, not being able to do that, is the proof. There you go.
If Earth has a circumference, it has a curve. He showed that there is a
doesn't have a
circumference
curve.
to the Earth, therefore it has a curve.
What curve?
What curve? The curve
Yeah.
indicates that the Earth is a globe. For
Where was that
example,
measured?
sorry,
Where was that measured?
what was measured?
Yeah. Where was the curve measured? How was it measured?
How was the curve of the Earth measured?
Yeah.
So you're asking how do we measure curvature? Is that your question?
Ask me again if I'm asking you the very obvious question that was asked, yeah. So you're saying measurement of a curve. How to curve with a measurement. How to measure the curve, you're saying. Yes. You're saying how we get the curve with a measurement. Yes.
I'm getting bogged down in your definitions.
Oh, I
Curve
know, it's
with
very
measurement.
confusing.
What are you trying to say?
Very
Can you speak? I speak plain English to you.
Yeah, plain
I speak
English.
plain English to you.
Curvature,
Speak
measurement. I know
plain
it's very
English to
advanced.
me.
It is plain English, bro.
What about gravity? You use Newton's
What
laws. You show the
about
gravitational
gravity?
constant of Earth compared with the gravitational
What
constant
about
formula,
gravity?
and we plug those in, and we get the same radius.
So who measured curvature? Gravity.
Yeah, you can measure curvature using gravity because
Okay,
we
so
can
what would that
find.
measurement look like in reality?
All right. So you drop an apple. You see how it accelerates.
Drop an apple.
Then I
Okay.
throw Newton's laws at you. I plug
Throw
the
Newton's laws at
acceleration
me.
in. I make it equal a
Apply the
mass.
acceleration, equal the mass, and then hey
Mm.
presto, spinning ball Earth.
I get the mass.
Is that what you're saying? So
Sorry?
really, you can just drop an apple and know that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah, you can. Newton actually did that.
How do you do that? So let's say we've got an apple. Does it have to be a specific type of apple or size? The mass. What mass of apple do we need?
Oh, I'll be around 1 kilogram. 9.8 meters a
1 kilogram
second.
apple.
I don't think those
You must
exist.
have
I'm just speaking
juicy apples.
globally.
You must have some juicy apples down under.
Why don't we get into the science of this? I'm giving you the science,
Yeah,
and you're
let's
just
get into the
beating
science.
around it.
Let's get into the science of dropping the apple to prove the globes. Okay, so I've dropped the apple. Now what? How do
Now
I
what?
make the surface curved and spinning?
It's not make, it's show.
Oh, well, no, I'm just dropping the apple, you said. So now what? I've dropped it. It's on the floor. Where's my eureka moment? It's a spinning ball, of course. Guys, look at this apple. There you go. The Earth is a giant spinning ball of water and rock in a vacuum. Oh, science. The power of science compels you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I ask you. There we go, you DJ. We're just, he's telling us how dropping an apple proves the Earth is a spinning ball. But it has to be a 1 kilogram apple. You guys got some juicers down there, huh? What's happened? Mic check.
No, we can hear you, Cyclone.
Can't hear me?
I think he dropped out.
Yeah, we can hear you. I think
might have
he
dropped
just
out.
he stunned him.
I'm in the wilderness. Did you hear Did you hear the bit about the apples?
Yep.
What did he say?
He's gobsmacked. He's in silence now. He's like a stunned mullet.
Yeah, he's hiding under his dune now.
But we dropped the 1 kilogram apple.
Sorry, sorry. My mic fell under my I've got like a little table here, and it fell right into the table, so I had to retrieve it back. Can you hear me now?
Oh, we got you. So when you dropped your microphone, did that prove that the Earth?
In a sense, yeah.
Wow.
Because of gravity.
Amazing.
And the acceleration it fell by because of its mass.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do you convert them to grabbing ball?
Sorry, you broke up there.
What are the steps?
Hello?
So how do we go from dropping the microphone to ground is a spinning ball?
All right, well, let's keep the spinning part out of it before we go into that. But what I can say, since I dropped my microphone, and since we do live on a massive mass, and mass normally tends to make the shape of a ball, we can make the assumption that the Earth is a globe.
Wait. So now you're saying this idea about mass forming into balls.
Yep.
Not dropping something.
I'm saying
Now,
that since when you have a lot of gravity, you have a lot of mass. And when you have a lot of mass, it makes a sphere. Yeah.
Okay, so what have you seen that's a lot of mass form into a sphere?
So you're asking how does large amounts of mass form into spheres?
No, I said what large amount of mass have you seen form into a sphere? Like you just like.
Oh, I haven't seen that before. That's like an insane amount of mass.
Oh, so then what the hell are you claiming? That was your claim. The mass forms into balls.
I think we actually have like an experiment for that. One sec. No, I think we do. I proved gravity to you the other day. We had an experiment for gravity. You didn't like me using time as an independent variable because apparently that was folly.
I don't know. I wasn't in that conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. But
well, I proved gravity to them and they didn't like that. They got all pissed off. They're like, you can't use time as the independent variable.
If you haven't seen mass forming into balls, why are you saying that mass is forming
No, I
into
think there
balls?
was an experiment and I can show that to you.
It was a conversation with Jedi, and Jedi explained to you that
you can do
mathematics.
It with just Play-Doh. You can literally do it.
Jedi explained to you and gave you citations that a mathematical construct can't be used in the scientific method. Right?
What? So no, I'm having a look. I know. It probably thinks I'm a retard, so it's like, oh, you can show this with Play-Doh. One sec.
Mathematical
Wait, what are you talking
concept.
about Play-Doh?
Apparently, you can prove, to observe how mass can coalesce into a spherical shape when sufficient material is gathered. You can just use Play-Doh.
So what? You just lie the Play-Doh out and then it forms into a ball? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you can also do it with spheres using water. You can do it with water too.
Do you think that happens? You think if you just lie out a bunch of Play-Doh, it will all coalesce together and form a ball?
I mean, it's pretty specific how to do it. Gotta knead the Play-Doh in your hands, warm it up slightly, making it more pliable and easy to mold. Begin to roll the kneaded Play-Doh in a circular direction. Once you have formed the ball, observe its shape. You should notice that the Play-Doh naturally takes a round form as you apply pressure and roll it. Well, isn't that interesting?
Oh, wait. As you apply pressure and roll it.
I don't know, bro. It probably thinks I'm retarded. One sec. Experiment. One sec.
That's doing Play-Doh. I can't believe you're trying to pass doing Play-Doh off as science for gravity. This is a new low in the Glow Book of Loads.
I never said it did. Like, no, this is like a kid's experiment because I searched it up and it just thought I was a retard.
For where can I see gravity forming mass into balls? And it said, take some Play-Doh and press it into a ball.
No, it's an experiment. It's like analogous, apparently.
Experiment. It's an experiment to prove the globe. Fucking hell. Come on, bro.
No, I never said it proved anything. I thought it was a cute experiment.
Cute experiment. Yeah, it's not proving that mass forms into balls because of mass. It's showing a kid playing with Play-Doh.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, I found it. It's called the Asterius process. That's what it's called. It's got a lot of science behind it. Is the gradual accumulation of solid materials due to gravitational forces. Gas and dust are attracted by gravitation to form a central collection of matter that accumulates and attracts more matter and increases in mass. This matter begins as a golf ball size. Would you like me to continue reading?
No, what? Just go the demonstration. What are they observing form into a ball?
Oh, I think they're talking about Earth. So you want to see a demonstration of the Astrician process?
I want to see a demonstration of this claim that mass is forming into balls for no reason.
I think it's pretty hard to do when you need a lot of mass.
Well, what demonstration was in that thing you just read out?
I don't know. They don't have a demonstration.
Well, isn't that weird? Why would they have evidence for their claim?
We can observe this Astrician process that creates gravity. Apparently, too, with small particles like salt and shit. Salt and granules coming together, and they create.
Salt granules are not spheres.
No, they're cubes.
They're like flakes.
I think what I'm trying to prod at here, and I think what you're failing to understand, is that when you put masses together, it ends up forming a sphere.
No, what you're not understanding, and what I'm pointing out here, is that your story of mass forms into balls is bullshit. You have no clue or evidence that that's true, and we're just watching you go through that process and realize that it's bullshit. That's what's happening. And you are unaware.
Oh no, there's plenty of math behind and evidence, and I was about to finish reading. I was going to read more of it to you, but you didn't want to.
Yeah. Theoretical math doesn't make it real, my friend. There's plenty of theoretical math for Superman's top speed. Doesn't mean shit. This is why I pointed out that you've got no demonstration. Like, do I need to keep reading all the words that combined make truth? No, that's a claim. That's not evidence. That's a claim. All right. Anyway, TJ, you talk some sense into this guy, please.
I have to go unload the dishwasher now. I'm not fucking joking.
Will that
come back? Don't worry, I will come back. Don't worry, I always come back, guys. Don't worry.
Maybe when you come back, you can go over your Play-Doh experiment with us.
I never said it proved anything. I thought it was a cute experiment to show the accretion process in which gravity forms.
Yourself using space-time. Huh?
Oh man, the globe, the Play-Doh, the great Play-Doh proof of 2024. I love it.
You're making fun of me now. I just said it was a cute experiment.
I thought you were talking about Plato, and then I realized you were talking about Play-Doh.
Play-Doh.
You guys are mean. You guys are mean.
Nah, man, Google is mean. Google is trolling you, bro. You're typing in like, "Hey, help me beat these flat earthers. I need some mass forming into balls," and they're like, "Here you go, little Globy. Get some Play-Doh and form it into balls
like
of your hand."
It's like a simple experiment, the accretion process experiment using Play-Doh.
How to brainwash children using globe stories. Yeah, great science.
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, so mass isn't forming into balls. That was just a lie you were told. We were all told it. It's not true. And that's cool. Not a big deal. You never experienced it. You're not going to miss it. We can move on.
So because I don't experience something, it's not true.
Well, no, it's not true because it's not true. But that also explains why you don't experience it.
It's not true then.
Yeah, it's not true. But that's fine. You can live without it.
It's not true. Because everything points to the accretion process being true.
Everything points to it, except when I ask for one demonstration and you can't provide a single one. But apart from that, everything points to it.
The Earth, any large
piece of matter you didn't see them
goes
form
through the accretion process and creates a sphere.
Did you see those form? Did you see those form? Did you see those form into balls? Did you know? Is that what
I wasn't there. Have you looked at the moon?
You weren't there. So you don't
is the moon round? Cylon, is the moon round?
Know that.
Is the moon a sphere?
You don't know that those were formed into balls through mass. You didn't see that. So that's not an example of your claim. So when you say everything points to it, you mean literally nothing I've ever observed has ever pointed to it. That's what you
So let me ask you this, Cyclone. Before I go and unload the dishwasher, if I walk into a house as a police officer and I see a man holding a knife and a woman on the floor dead and blood's all over him, is it logical for me to say he murdered the woman? Sorry?
No, sorry, carry on. What were you saying?
Is it logical and true for me to say... No, sorry, I don't think it's true necessarily, but is it logical for me to say that the man murdered the woman?
What was your evidence?
The man's holding the knife and there's blood all over him and the woman's on the ground.
It would definitely be making you ask some questions, yes.
Yeah, but it would be pretty logical.
Well, you couldn't conclude based on that, because he might have walked in, found her dead, picked up the knife, and you walk in.
If a guy pulls a gun out on you,
But this is a
you
similar
would just stop
analogy,
and just
because your
ask him
analogy would
politely,
be...
are you going to shoot
Your
me?
analogy... Hold on a sec, because that's not a true analogy to what you were just claiming there, because in your claim about the mass forming into balls, you confirmed that you'd never had any observations. So the equivalent would be, let's say you're a detective, and you never see a woman who's been murdered on the ground with a husband standing over her with a knife. Would it be logical for you to say that woman has been murdered and there's a husband standing over her with a knife? No, it wouldn't, because you've not observed that at all. You've got no evidence for it. So why would you claim it? That would be more analogous to your detective story. Something that doesn't exist or is observed by you happening.
If he's got the math, Cyclone, he can show them some math.
If you've got the math, you've got the math of the murdered woman with the husband standing over her, then that's true. That makes it true and real.
Anyway, what have your legal issues got to do with this?
Husbands do sometimes murder their wives, so yeah. All right. Go do those dishes, bro. They're filthy. Covered in Play-Doh.
Hello?
Your last meal.
Well, okay. So what you're saying is, it's not logically correct for me to say that the man probably murdered the woman.
Now, what we're saying is you've got no evidence for mass.
No. I think it's very logical. I think it's extremely logical to believe in the process of I can't pronounce it.
The thing you just read 2 minutes ago that didn't provide any demonstration or evidence, just a word. You think that's extremely logical. Good for you, bro.
Yeah, science tells us it is.
I mean, it's not.
Science is a study of the natural world. You look at everything outside of
in
our
the natural
globe,
world, you already confirmed in the natural world you don't observe it.
And you will see large amounts of matter, such as the moon and stars, make circular shapes, not square shapes, not rectangular shapes, circular shapes.
You're changing your claim now, Kanye Pet.
I'm providing another answer. I'm pivoting my answer because you guys don't agree with me.
In the natural world, you don't observe any mass forming into balls. That's what you already agreed. So,
but we observe large amounts of mass making a ball, correct?
No, you don't. That's exactly why I just said you don't do, which you agreed you don't.
All right, let me rephrase. We observe large amounts of mass have made a ball.
No, you don't.
Or large amounts. Oh, no, let's even go further. Large amounts of mass are a ball. Do you agree?
Is a tank a ball?
It's not a large amount of mass. We're talking planet-sized masses. Are they balls?
Are you? What is the mass of that light in the sky? You don't even know. So.
Oh no, light doesn't have mass, mate. But if you look at the sun,
okay, tell me the mass of the moon, my friend. What's the mass of the moon?
Are all the planets balls? So can I ask you that? Are all the planets balls?
How did you weigh the mass of the moon? How did you do that?
We didn't weigh the mass of the moon. I think there was we use spectroscopy and we find the materials on the moon, and then we can calculate the radius of it, and then we can make calculations.
Oh, okay. So you're not measuring anything. You're just making a lot of wild.
No, we're not walking around the moon with a fucking measuring tape, mate. We're quantifying our results.
Okay. So it's just wild assumptions and claims. I get it. I understand that. You just assume you know what the moon is made of, even though you've got no idea. You just
No,
assume you know the distance of it,
before that.
even though you have no idea. You just assume all these things, what medium it's in,
You
even though
think
you
it's
have
made,
no
I don't know if it
idea.
was you. That's for the
And then you
moon
do
was
some
made of
math.
wood.
You do some math based on those baseless assumptions, and you arrive at a conclusion to fit your preconceived idea, and then you claim that as true and science.
Oh no, it
Is that
does.
right?
It does fit in with the preconceived idea.
Yes,
The
your
math
preconceived
fit in
ideas.
with it.
Wow,
The
amazing!
same math.
All of our made up maths and assumptions fit our existing beliefs. Incredible.
So the same math that calculates the projectile motion of my pen, right, which is provable and demonstratable, is the same math
Provable that
that we
yours must
use.
be a ball. Must be a ball. Must be the ground must be a
We're
ball spinning at
deviating, mate.
500 miles
We're
an hour
deviating.
in a vacuum. If your
Let's go
pen,
back to what we were
if you
thinking
can throw
about
your pen,
originally.
if you can
Have you,
calculate the trajectory of your
you
pen, how could the Earth not be a spinning, tilting, wobbling space ball in a vacuum? It must be.
Can I try something,
mate?
Cyclone? Just
Please, Chris.
isolate the variable in your equation that you used for your pen and show the curve or rotation of the Earth in that variable. Because I predict that you are using the Earth as both flat and stationary in
All right.
that proof.
If you crit, if you got in your car and you decided that I'm going to turn 360 degrees in 24 hours, would you feel it?
So yeah, that proves my point. You don't, by all practical
Well, we
purposes.
do actually account for the Earth's rotation when we're
No, you
shooting
don't.
bullets out of sniper rifles, but when I'm throwing a fucking pen across the room, crit, I don't really think I need to account for that. I'm not throwing it
Okay,
2
so you are
kilometers away.
using it as flat and stationary. So your demonstration was of a flat and stationary Earth. You don't see a
Nothing
problem
is
with that?
truly stationary. Einstein spoke about this, right? I just want to point that out. The Earth isn't stationary; it's spinning
No,
another thing.
his reason for
And I've
why it appeared this
demonstrated.
way. Yeah,
I've
you missed it.
demonstrated
You missed
why we don't
Einstein.
need to account for the rotation
Yeah,
of the Earth
you missed
because
it.
just the same
Einstein
way.
said it appears stationary because everything is relative. So you prove the flat Earth again.
Everything appears stationary relative to us. If I get a car, things don't appear stationary relative to me on Earth. What is the point you're trying to make? How did that prove anything? You don't believe in science, in my opinion.
That would
Therefore, you
be,
don't believe.
yeah, that would be a straw man. I believe, my belief system is science is going to save humanity because at some point people get tired of fighting and all conflicts will be settled via experiment. If you don't have an experiment, then you're just talking about an opinion, bro. And who cares? You better give an argument then and make it convince people that you're right without your experiment.
I'm explaining to you why
ask
we
you to
don't
explain it.
account for the Earth's rotation when I throw a pen across the room.
Which would be a
The
flat
same
Earth.
way that when you get in your car and you start turning 360 degrees over a period of 24 hours, you won't feel it. So I need to factor that into my projectile motion. For example, when I'm shooting a bullet across 2 kilometers at rapid speed, you need to account Earth's rotation in. Snipers do that. You look at a sniper handbook, one they get to do with military, they literally do that.
Then do it. Go do your
Because
experiment.
it would make
and
such a
bring that
difference.
back.
I think the Germans actually did that. They actually did that when they shot missiles and stuff.
Yeah, the Paris railgun, they supposedly accounted for the curvature of the Earth, and they missed.
Yeah, it was plainly because of that, yeah.
Yeah, what if they would have shot without accounting for it? Maybe they would have hit.
There are plenty of other examples I could have used of things that account for the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, then what you do, that's your first step. That now after that you'd form a hypothesis, then conduct an experiment, and then show the results and show how you did your experiment, and then I could repeat it. And if I get exactly the same result, then we could look for, hey, what was going on here? Was there some kind of spurious causation? Was there spin in the barrel? Was there wind? Was there some sort of manufacturer default in the projectile? There could be all kinds of things that account for just mere millimeters of deviations across thousands of meters.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Sorry, I gotta fucking do the dishwasher. It's getting pretty late. I would need to fucking go to bed. Anyways, I'll be back. Don't worry.
Yeah, no one's worried, dude. There's nothing new under the sun. When you come back, you'll break
Under the
things down.
sun. That's a pun.
Yeah, the sun is above your head, and the earth is below, and that is a fact. No matter where you go, the sun will always be above your head, and you will always be below it. There's up and down.
Oh man, she.
Look at the news for the day. It's interesting. Like one news story says, "Where has all the water gone?" Then global warming. The next story says, "Satellite imagery watch devastated Spain recover from floods." So that's where the water went.
What happened to that other dude? Did he dip?
Yeah, his dishwater was calling him.
Oh yeah, dishwater overdue. I think these people actually believe themselves when they say things like dropping my headphones proved the earth is a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically he was partially leveled up version of that. He's like, hey, I dropped my phone so many times it broke, so now I use a piece of paper to write down that. Like, okay, on that piece of paper that you wrote this equation that predicted your movement of your phone dropping, did you isolate this is what I want to see. The variable that shows curve and or rotation. And then he started to try the globe splain Einstein. Well, the reason why it appears flat and stationary is it's all relative. I'm like, okay, so relatively, your worldview is flat and stationary. And he's like, yes and no. I'm like, okay, now you contradicted on me.
Yeah. See, that's just another one of these guys who knows that all of his belief is based on NASA and appeal to authority. So he knows he's going to get shit on if he's open about that and just says, yeah, I just believe NASA. So they try and dress it up as having science and arguments. But as soon as you question them, they're reduced to literally saying, I dropped the apple and it tells me Earth's a ball. And other dumb shit like that. It's just a veneer of evidence and knowledge about experiments. Like he'll waffle on about Einstein and all that shit, but doesn't know anything about it. And really, his belief just comes from belief in NASA.
Yeah, really, it's just a belief system, and they're afraid to say it because they think that beliefs are bad, like somehow illogical, or it's like you don't have belief. Belief doesn't exist. And then he tells me that I believe because he believes that I believe that science is fake. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? I believe that science will save humanity because all conflicts will be settled via experiment. So unless you can demonstrate this experiment, you're giving your opinion, dude, not a fact. You haven't demonstrated, you haven't proved anything yet. And then they'll just throw science under the bus, like Vsauce and Jaron and all the other globalists. Science doesn't prove anything. Okay, what's the purpose of science then? If it's not to prove the cause of something, they don't know. So you're telling me inside your worldview, I don't believe in something that you don't believe in. Interesting. Quite interesting.
The guy was talking about Play-Doh forming into balls. That's hilarious. We can call this episode Play-Doh's Cave. Come on, guys, Play-Doh's Cave. Something.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And you think that society has moved on from that? Fuck no. It's exactly the same conditions. Nothing has changed. It doesn't matter how many moon missions for peace, photographs from outer space. None of that means anything at all. It's completely vacuous. This is why, if you go into that, they can just make up whatever meaning they want. They can wave their magic wand and just add attributes, take attributes away. You're fully inside the belief system of heliocentric, and everything becomes so subjective.
Just because you said magic wand, the magic wand of the magicians is always made from wood, from the holly tree, which is Hollywood. I'm just saying.
No, yeah, it's a funny way of putting it. Yeah, the Hollywood. And
Yes.
that's where you could take it. You could tell them, hey, if you walk on Hollywood Boulevard, you've got a plaque there for Apollo 11.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Things that make you go, Why does Apollo 11 have a square on Hollywood Boulevard? And sometimes the globals would be like, you're so full of shit. That's fake news. There's no Hollywood Square for the Apollo 11 program. Then you show it to them, and they're like, fuck. Because it's a crack. It's a break in their egg, like their shell. And this is why you stay at the really is level. Don't go into any speculation about the sky. You can stay right here. Let's take a walk down Hollywood Boulevard and take what do I spy with my little eye? Apollo 11 on Hollywood Boulevard. Very interesting. Things that make you go,
Yeah, all astronauts, they are fucking actors. I mean, that's just fact. that's just true.
And then what you can go next is not just the astronauts, but like Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these scientific communicators who are on these TV shows, they're all credited as actor.
On
It
all
doesn't say
Freemasons of
scientific
them.
communicator. That's a buzzword. When you cite them, like in a paper, like if you go to college and you want to cite Neil deGrasse Tyson in some sort of astrophysics, like lecture, like the dark universe, you, according to APA, you would write actor.
Then I want to say one second something religious as well, because it's perfect for the topic. Satan was cast out of God. He is the fallen angel. He is the stars in heaven. The stars in heaven are actually satanic, and all these actors, all these prominent people, all these influencers, how do we call them? We call them stars. They are the representatives of the fallen angels, of the perception.
Okay, that's an amazing speculation. Bring that back Sunday.
Okay.
Great topic for Sunday. How you can connect stars with the sky, with and then someone can ask you, how about the Dallas Stars? Or Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Or the Lone Star State, or the North Star State. And let's see, like, using your epistemology, they'll find a break in there because you speculated, and they'll be able to point out all the times where the use of this word star is in direct contradiction to what you just said.
Hey,
and then your goose is cooked. They got you. You're done. You lost. Because you went into a belief system rather than sticking with observable, measurable reality. You got off the train, and now you're in Fantasyland right with them.
But the reality is, they are in Fantasyland, you know.
And you're there
At
too.
the end,
You're
at the
right there
end,
with them. You're
at the end,
standing right in the same you went down to Disneyland, the Epcot Center, World of Tomorrow, and you're talking about all kinds of dumb shit. Standing hip by hip. What are you saying? Is Minnesota the North Star state? Are they also a representation?
yes, because they are also made by Freemasons. Exactly.
How about Texas? The Lone
Also,
Star State.
the 53 stars of American flag, the 13 stars of the
There's 50,
Europe.
not 53.
Okay, I don't know how many. The European Union flag, 13 stars. It's all the symbolism of the Freemasons. It's
You
all
get
the
bumped in the
same.
head, you see stars. Is that Satan?
Yes.
You know what you sound like? You sound like a joke, like that Saturday Night Live skit where it's Church Lady who constantly
Yeah, but
keeps saying, Satan? You're
yeah,
turning yourself into a meme, an internet gag, dude.
doesn't care for me, you know. That's true.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You've lost the debate now because you're a character on Saturday Night Live.
You know, you can argue that in the global opinion, I lost the debate, and that might be true. And you can argue that I lost credibility in real life, and that might be true. But the truth for me is, no one I know has researched so many hours than I did. So I actually think I have knowledge, and I'm arguing all day against people without knowledge. I'm arguing all day with people who have not invested a single minute in any of the topics I'm arguing against them. So obviously, in their mind, in their own knowledge mind, I lost the debate. And
No,
obviously, as
you
they
lost the
are,
debate because you went into their worldview, a complete worldview of speculation.
do you believe in? Do you believe? And just the last, do you believe in God or
Don't.
not?
It's not about belief. We're not talking about beliefs here.
Uh,
Sunday,
okay.
Sunday, speculation Sunday. Let's bring up belief.
Okay.
Monday through Saturday, let's stay at the really is level. We'll stay directly inside observable, measurable reality. Belief not required.
Sunday is a
Okay.
wonderful day. You can talk about anything.
Say that again. I didn't understand.
I said Sunday is a wonderful day. You can talk about anything.
Yeah, I know. It's my favorite day, brother. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Sunday is a lot of fun. Not fun is when it's not Sunday and some globalist clips some stupid shit that some flat earther said, and it comes in here. Hey, I heard a flat earther talk about the firmament. Jesus. And you're like, was it Sunday? No. Fuck. Okay, but they're probably speculating outside Sunday. How do you know that? And I'm like, well, I guess I don't know that. You're supposed to speculate only on Sunday. So maybe it was some faker who just pretending to be flat earth talking about some dumb shit outside of Sunday. Because all the flat earthers know Sunday is speculation Sunday. Monday through Saturday is not speculation day. So if they are speculating and it's not Sunday, they are not a flat earther.
No, you can't say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 100%.
No, you
Because
can't say that.
around here, anyway, it's a
My
complete
mind.
easy to follow
Listen.
litmus test.
My
Are
belief
they
system. My
speculating?
belief system
Yes.
doesn't
Is it
follow the.
because the globalist speculates
No, no,
Monday
no, no,
through
no.
the globalist speculates every day of the week.
I understand why
Globalists
you
are
make these rules.
always speculating. They got
Listen.
no proof. It's always a speculation.
I
How
understand why you make these rules.
It's
Everyone
what day of
understands
the
this.
week is it? Is it Monday? They're globalist. Tuesday, globalist. Wednesday, globalist. Thursday, globalist. Friday, globalist. Saturday, globalist. Sunday, it could be either a globalist or a flat earther. Because the flat earthers speculate on Sunday. The globalist speculates always. They're always speculating. A lot of times you'll hear the globalists say, just imagine. Use your imagination and let's go into fantasy land. And you can say, oh, what day of the week is it? That's a day of the week that ends in a Y. They speculate every day, sunrise to sunset, and all through the night. They're always speculating. Where a flat earther will speculate on which day. Which day do flat earthers speculate?
Bro, I want to say something. I
Okay,
understand
hold
why
on.
you make.
What day do
I
flat
understand.
earthers
No, I
speculate?
want to let me make my point. I understand why you make this
This is a
rules.
very
I
key point.
understand why you make these rules. I'm not saying I don't understand it, but my belief system doesn't follow the calendar of a Discord channel. I'm just saying.
How about this? We'll just keep you on mute, and you'll be off mute on Sunday. That way
Hey,
you can just talk every day like it's Sunday. Or you can say you just believe. Do you believe today is Sunday? Do you just believe it? Is today Sunday?
I'm not even speculating. I don't know why you're talking with me personally now.
Okay.
Because
But that's all I meant before, Alexander, when I was calling you out on those things, was we have a lot of desperate, like, globe earthers, right? They're going to latch on to any little thing you say, and then we're going to have to do the damage control. When they come in here and say, there was a flat earther in here saying this and that the other day, we'd be like, what? No flat earther would say that. And then they'll be like, yeah, I was in here, I can't remember their name, and then we'll be like, put on the spot. That's all I'm saying. You just got to be careful. Or if you are speculating, just like very, very sure to mention that you're completely speculating. This is my personal view. I don't know this for sure. Other flat earthers don't, agree with this, but this is my personal opinion. Just be sure you say something like that. When you say, oh, don't we all think that the dome was artificially made? You get shit from us when you say stuff.
but how was it made then?
How was what made?
Doesn't care, dude.
Dome. We don't claim to know what the container is. We know we have gas pressure. Right?
Yeah,
It doesn't
we know
have
we
to
have
go
a
further than
container,
that.
right?
We know how gas behaves, right? It could be beyond our comprehension, right? Beyond our knowledge. So we don't make claims about things we can't validate. What we do know is what we talk about, which is that we have gas pressure. And pointing out the problems in the globe model when it comes to that gas pressure and their reasoning behind how it works, right? Falsification is independent of replacement. Ever since you mentioned that thing about, the mother reptilian thing, you've had Fry here in the chat going on about it the whole time. Oh, you think, oh yeah, Hillary, they're all reptilians. He's taking the piss out of all of us just because of what you said.
But first, I didn't start with reptilians. I'm just saying that was Crit by himself with talking about the
Oh, I know
astronaut who
that,
said
but
it.
you were saying,
I'm just
man, I don't want
saying
to give you a hard
I
time
didn't
about it.
even
I'm just
talk about
saying that
reptilians at all.
you're on the
I'm
live
just
stream and you
saying.
said, oh, because of flat Earth that you think your mother, sometimes you think your mother mother could be a reptilian.
No,
You were
no,
kind
no. I
of
never
joking,
said
but you,
that.
you did say that.
I never said that. I said because of the flat Earth, it's not even sure that the people around me are not part of that knowledge. You
Exactly.
see?
And then right after that, you said she could be like a reptilian or something. Maybe that was
I
just
never
you
said that.
joking a bit. Well, okay. We said something like
I'm
Fry
just
started going
saying.
on. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
who gives
get
a
where you're
shit
coming from,
what
and I
people?
don't disagree with you. I get your point, but you just got to remember, we got some desperate globe earthers latch on to any little shred of rebuttal that they can, credibility.
Yeah, but who gives a shit
You,
about them?
you're all right, man. I don't mean to give you a hard.
People are too worried what globers believe, to know what they think about one. Doesn't care. They have no knowledge. Who gives a shit what people without knowledge believe? That makes no sense to care even.
Just try to keep the flat Earth argument as solid as possible, and not leave ourselves
I
open
understand,
to
dude. I understand.
like David Weiss. You know, he's a lot of great arguments, but he puts his, he throws us all under the bus when he'll make 10, 20 amazing points. He'll explain himself so well, and he'll whip out some ridiculous map and start making all sorts of crazy speculations about things.
Yeah,
like 2 artificial suns and a rotating sun, a non-rotating. Like, holy fuck.
Yep, he does.
Yeah, he does do that. He does more good than he does harm, I think, but he has some super solid arguments, some amazing demonstrations, practical demonstrations and things like that. But yeah, he throws it all away when he brings out those outlandish speculations.
Yeah, because for him it doesn't matter what people believe anymore, and he is right with that belief. You understand? You have to speculate in that kind of sense. Obviously, you can circle around 24/7 about the shape of the Earth, but that doesn't bring anyone in here further. That doesn't convince 90% of the globalists and the 90% of the flat earthers in here. They don't move on, you know what I mean? It goes nowhere because all this knowledge is already presented for all the people. They already know about the gas, they already know about the flat surface of the water, the leveling water, they know about the container, whatever. So if you don't speculate 24/7, you know what I mean? Where is the point of knowledge?
There's no problem speculating as long as you say you're speculating.
Yeah, and we say we speculate on which day?
I
Which day do we
understand.
say we're speculating?
On Tuesday, I think you said, right?
No, Monday. So you missed it.
Yeah.
And then
Another
when you're
thing,
on Monday, you missed it again. It was actually Sunday. So you're a day late and $1 short.
I even see David Weiss making. Sorry to talk over you, Crit. Anyway.
No, it's fine. It's because like
David Weiss,
Alexander,
for 1
I'm
second.
a little harsh on you because you keep doing this. Okay.
Obviously,
you're being
because
told
I'm
over and over
penetrative.
again to speculate on Sunday, but you keep coming in here speculating on days that are not Sunday.
Of course, because I want to go on. I want to understand more. I
Well,
want to
make your
gain
own
knowledge.
channel then.
But listen, I have
go
listen.
down below,
Everyone in
click,
here.
make your own
How often-
channel, and speculate till the cows come home.
I ask you now, as a moderator of a leader of this channel, right? How often in the past 5 years have you heard that there is gas and gas has to have a container? 7 million times.
You know what? Anything worth saying is worth repeating. And the best part is, you can stay to observable reality and talk about that. The globalist then has to speculate about magical forces that affect gas and don't affect gas.
Yes,
at
but it doesn't
exactly the
bring
same
you
time.
personally. How does it bring you personally further when you organize yourself after globalists? Where is your progress
Look, here's
then?
an analogy for you, Alexander. If you go to a high-end jiu-jitsu dojo, you have a whole bunch of high-level black belts. They've been doing the same routines over and over again for so many years. They've sharpened their sword to a point where they can defeat about anyone with these basic moves that they've mastered. Right? Kind of what the 24/7 server is like. It's quite a lot of people here are like high-level black belts if you compare it to jiu-jitsu, where they keep sharpening their arguments because they keep repeating it and they've taken it to a point where they have extremely solid foundations to
I understand your argument, but they are not repeating the teachings of the yellow belt. They are repeating the teachings of the black belt. They are always improving their knowledge. You understand what I mean? They are not standing on the spot. With repeating the same 10 facts over and over and over again, it feels like we stand on a spot.
The Globers do ask the same questions.
Yes, but who cares about fucking Globers, dude? Who gives a shit what they believe, dude? Why we care about what they believe? Who gives a shit? They have to go through the whole process of conspiracies, whatever, of knowledge, of understanding, of reading, of studying. They have to go through all this process, not through a Discord channel. They have to go through shock moments, through disturbance, through thoughts, through dreams, through rethinking everything. That's not happening in here. That's why 50 people in a channel stand on the spot because one idiot don't want to believe.
You're absolutely right, sir.
Thank you, man.
It's a waste of time.
I think bringing silly speculations into it isn't going to help at all either.
But Freemasonry is not an speculation, a silly speculation.
Nobody
it's
said.
fact.
Nobody was denying Freemasonry.
Okay, I'm just saying there is so many facts about.
Yeah, you don't need flat Earth to talk about. I told you that already. You don't need flat Earth to talk about Freemason. You could just go to a Globe channel and talk all about Freemasonry.
No, because it's all connected. It's the same people
It's not
controlling the perception. The Freemasons control the perception. It's all connected.
Okay, which word, flat and Earth? Which word do you hear Freemason?
Man, on this flat Earth, everything built up, everything controlled is controlled.
Okay,
by
same on the globe
public.
then. It was the same set of conditions.
That might be right.
No change. You got exactly the same thing. So why frame it as flat Earth when you can simply just frame it as Earth?
I don't know, dude.
Like Alexander, for example. Just say none of us were in here, and some people like a guy here came in, and then you had an audience, and it was just you versus him in a debate about flat Earth. I think you would get crushed. You would get walked all over. You haven't refined these fundamental arguments.
You'd be talking about Freemasonry or some random shit, and he'd be dunking on you. You'd be like dribbling the ball in the out of bounds area, and the ref just keeps blowing the whistle, and he's throwing up free throws all day long. They look at the score, they're like 100-0.
Man, are you crazy?
Got fucking dunked, dude.
I'm not gonna lie, but I have invested literally 80% of my free spare time reading for fucking conspiracies, books, interviews, podcasts.
There's a conspiracy channel. There's a channel right above this one called Conspiracy.
No one is so addicted
Just
than I
click
am. I can tell
on
you that,
the conspiracy channel. Go talk in the conspiracy channel about conspiracies. You don't
I
need
want
to
to bring in
speculate
my.
about conspiracies.
Just
and
answer
talk
my
about flat
question
Earth.
then. Just answer my question. Why 50 people in here who have heard the same arguments over and over again in the last 5 years you have this channel have to stand on the spot because one guy or one globalist or 10 globalists or 7 million globalists on this earth think they have to come in and troll? Why organize yourself after people who don't have knowledge?
I'm not. We're keeping at the really is level. Observable, measurable reality.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Maybe they have nothing else better to do.
If you want to talk, we used to have a command that would disconnect people and put them right in the conspiracy channel. It was kind of cool. It was like, but then it got moved when they changed a different bot. It was great. It was like, hey, do you think that's a conspiracy theory? They would say, yeah. And you could just do like .dc/conspiracy, and they'd find themselves locked out of this channel and inside the conspiracy channel.
You
And then they'd be like pissed. They'd be like, hey, why'd you move me to conspiracy channel? I go, well, you said you want to talk conspiracy. Here, in this channel, we talk about flat Earth.
I understand, but you are giving so much attention and so much energy to prove that the flat Earth is not a conspiracy, while everyone in this channel not only believes in the flat Earth, but is also a conspiracy theorist.
Not a belief. You've been told this too. It's if you go down that pathway of belief, you lost. The globe wins. They talk about belief every day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Every day of the week, they're talking about conspiracy theories and beliefs and sky magic and government and all kinds of crazy shit. Here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, if you're a flat earther, you're talking about the surface of the earth, how it's measured, observed, and practically used as flat. Or stationary, if you want to go down that. That's what the flat earthers do. And then on Sunday, we open it up, we let our hair down, and we go into some speculations. This is because the globalist level of comprehension is so low that they can't tell the difference between a speculation and a claim. They have nothing inside their worldview that separates belief from fact. Inside their worldview, it's exactly the same thing. They are orcs from Warhammer 40k. They just, if enough of them believe it, it becomes reality. Therefore, you don't join them in that, and you stay at the really is level where belief is not required. So then when they go into belief, they're not dragging you, kicking and screaming and dunking on your ass.
I think what Alex is asking is, why are there so-called flat earthers or whatever sitting around in a voice channel, debating, arguing, talking, having a conversation about the same 5 to 10 topics over and over and over? He's saying, where is
Sunday? What happens Sunday?
Hold on, I'm not finished with the question.
Yeah,
he's asking.
Okay,
just let me ask the question.
Sunday?
Do you mind? Do you mind asking?
Yeah, what happens on Sunday? Does that happen?
Could I ask the question and then you can respond? Is that okay?
Okay, it's easy. I got your answers already preloaded. What happens on Sunday?
Could I finish the question or no?
Just use it. Okay, here's the answer. Now ask your question on Sunday.
Sure.
Just
so he's saying
Sunday.
where.
Wait till Sunday and ask exactly the same question.
He's saying where is the gain in talking about the same topics over
So
and over?
that
just
that
wait
isn't what
Sunday.
happens. That isn't what happens in here. Right? When there's no globe earthers in here, it's pretty much silent. We all just kind of sit around like a bunch of dudes fishing, waiting for a bite. You know.
Right. So
we have conversations sometimes about things, but we're not in here saying, "Oh, how about that gas price?" And then it's not like an echo chamber. We're waiting for globe earthers to come in and ask questions. Sometimes we get people that have heard about flat Earth. They come in, they want to learn more about it, and they need to have people that can give them solid answers that aren't going to give them shit arguments about some outer lands and dome and all this bullshit that weak ass flat earthers have as their arguments because they haven't put in time to learn it properly, right? That's why we're here.
So
That's
you
why I'm
want
here
to
anyway.
spread the message of this particular topic.
No,
Yeah,
if that's what
spread
you
truth.
heard, that's the problem.
Okay, so that was a yes. Okay, fair
No.
enough.
From me.
You said yes. I'm
Mate,
asking DJ.
we don't have a hive mind.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, Crit gave you a different answer than I just did, right? Nothing wrong with that. I'm personally here to help answer people's questions when they've looked into Flat Earth a little bit, they want to learn a bit more about it, and they're going to come and ask questions, try to present their globe evidences, and I'm here to talk to them.
Oh, one sec.
I guess
Is there something wrong with that, Was?
No, of course not. You can do whatever you want. But I understand what he's asking,
Well, go
That's
talk
all.
to him then. If you think that's what you are looking for, join the Alexander channel.
I'm not looking for anything. I just spend literally like 10 minutes and then I leave every time. So
It's like you can join Alexander in some sort of channel and let's test it. Let's see whose methods and practices are time tested and who seems to have a better approach. And you could talk to Alexander and he can tell you all about his speculations every day of the week. And at some point you can say, hey, where did you come out at? Where did you find how did you find Alexander's arguments for flat earth convincing?
I'm not interested in that at all. I'm not sure why you're bringing that up.
Well, this sounds exactly what you're interested in. You'd like completely derailed the conversation to bring it up.
No. I
Let's
don't
test
care
it.
about like conspiracy or anything like that at all.
Let's give it a good old test.
Yeah.
You didn't
but
spend
science-
time refining. You didn't spend time refining these talking points. People would come in here to ask us questions about flat Earth, and our answers wouldn't be very satisfactory. Like if
Man, I'm not gonna lie,
look,
but
let's
there's
just say
hundreds of people
some
joining every
student
day.
that's studying a bunch of high-end
Anti-globalist,
subjects at school
anti-globalist.
comes. Hold on a second, Alexander. If one of those guys came in here asking questions about flat Earth, and only Alexander was here to answer his questions, he's gonna leave. He's gonna leave thinking flat Earth's stupid, right? But if he comes in and he hears from Crit or Jedi or someone like that can eloquently explain things technically and provide citations and practical demonstrations, he might go, "Oh, okay, wow, this is really interesting. I'm gonna do my own research and test what they said, and maybe go and test Earth myself." Blah blah blah.
Bro, how many people do you think you have convinced in this channel for the flat earth in the past 5 years? Every day, 10, 20 people join. What's the percentage of success do you think the arguments
Flat Earth is spreading like crazy. You wake up one person, they wake up a bunch of people. Over time, it spreads like crazy. That's why.
What do you mean it spreads
spreading
like
crazy?
God.
The truth spreads like crazy,
every
right?
Convention. Every year, the Flat Earth conventions are completely sold out. Standing room only. Where's your convention?
You
How
see,
many
that
people
is
you
a hive
convinced?
mind for sure, right there.
So the Flat Earth Dave has 20,000 followers on YouTube. The most successful YouTuber in the space of Flat Earth has 20,000 followers. What's spreading like crazy are you talking about?
You see, now your true
Complete
colors are starting to
bullshit.
come out, right? Alexander and Was, you're full of shit, Was. You come in pretending to be a flat earther, and I'm sus on you too, Alexander. And David Weiss has over 100,000 followers, right? He goes on
I have
tons and
just the
tons of
link
shows.
open. I've just googled it, dude. What the fuck? It's
Type in
Flat Earth Dave.
DITRH. Type in DITRH. He has multiple YouTube channels. He has more than 100,000 followers. He has playlists, millions of views. You don't know
When
what
did
you're
you
talking
get
about,
into Flat
Alexander.
Earth, DJ?
What's the site?
8 years ago Was.
8 years ago. Okay, that was 2 years after me then. I thought I was gonna beat you.
So the last video from him on the DITRH channel, where he has 106,000 followers, 4 days ago has 4,000 views.
How many
So
days?
from 7 billion people, the most successful and most influential person in that space, right, has 4,000 views on his last video.
In how
Who's
many
your
days?
showcase
Doesn't
for
even
your
matter though.
worldview?
Who cares? It doesn't matter.
We've got mountains, valleys, blah blah blah. But the waters, they tell us that
That's why when you put water in a glass, the top surface of the water is flat and
well, they
not
tell us
round.
the oceans make up approximately 70 something percent, whatever it is. It varies, but somewhere in the 70% range of the surface is covered in water. Do you agree with that? So how's
I
that
think
water
it's.
make? How's the water make a ball when the water lays level? That's our question.
I
Go ahead.
think the ocean makes up more than 70%.
It could be. Who knows? It could be 10%. No matter what it is, the water's not making a ball. You understand that? There's no
Yeah,
proof
but
that the water is sitting there in a ball. Go ahead.
so if the Earth was round and there was water, see, you have gravity, right? But they say that the Earth spins.
You know what
So
gravity
if
is? So
yeah,
gravity
so
is a
so
word
yeah,
that they.
can you let
It's
me
a word
finish?
they told you to say, and they acted like they proved it, and they never did. Go ahead.
So if the Earth was round and it was moving, then why is the water like if it was round, then it would just fall off the Earth, and we wouldn't have any like water left. We wouldn't have any water left if so.
Yep, if we were sitting in infinite space with a ball just sitting there in a vacuum, and the water would not stay on the ball. I agree. Go ahead. See, the problem is there's no proof that we're exist in this infinite space vacuum. I mean, to start with, there's no proof that the water's curving. So that's the number one hump that the globe believers can't get over right there. But anyway, you still here? Did you leave?
Yeah, I left.
Oh, oh well. Good luck to him in his pursuit of truth if he's really pursuing that. Speaking of things that are not true, how about this globe thing? Anybody?
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Some bitch late, man.
Late, like
Because we come in here late.
Yeah, I'm trying to rearrange my
in Hawaii.
schedule so I'm not going to bed at 2:00 in the morning and waking up at fucking 11:30 in the afternoon. So this isn't helping me.
I know. Yeah, we haven't had a morning show in a while.
Doesn't have to be in the fucking morning. Just get in here like at 7:00.
Well, I got shit to do.
Fuck that. And
Yeah, we'll
Miggy, let me give you some advice. You need to shit can that fucking night shift, all right? You need to get your ass back in here. No, fuck no, welcome to your schedule, your ass. Get your boss on the line. Let me talk to him live.
Thank you for calling in Microsoft. How may I help you?
Yeah, fuck off.
Now fuck off. Migos here. We got Ja Rule.
Where is Ja? What kind of name is that? I bet y'all drinking that wine too, ain't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
At least, Miggy, you should take your Sabbath.
What?
Let's kick this show kicked off. We got Migo and a whole bunch of people in here. Plum Bob.
I'll tell you what my favorite one is.
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Because it's a setup. Because I can set that shit up. I'm like, you know what just happened to your dumbass?
You got knocked the fuck out, man.
Too funny. Go on, CB.
Alrighty. One Big Pond says FED says it better. Soundboard. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Nothing for you.
Okay. Fuck off. That's funny. You guys passing out foot rubs? I could use one. What did I guess for homework, guys, you can submit your theme music. Now, give me my theme music.
I just want to write my own. And as a matter of fact, I already have written my own.
Yeah? You wrote your own theme music?
Yeah, it's super sweet, simple, and short.
All right.
Bueller.
Shut up, bitch.
And we are live. I'm your host, CB. And if you're new to this channel or have not done so already, be sure to follow us on Rumble, subscribe to the YouTube, and click the link in the info box below the video to Join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. Now, we are joined by AJ, Alpha Veritas, Movers, Flat Lloyd Wright, Flatsy Klein, Grisp, Heretic, Ja Rule, Matrix, Migo Wego, Oblivion, Flumbob, Quantum Eraser, Rayleigh Criterion, Reg Joe, Ripcord, Tommy, Trinity, and a whole bunch of people listening on Rumble and YouTube. So welcome one and all.
Get over here!
How was that? Working on my best Nathan Oakley intro. No one does it better. Okay. So
Not gonna fall for that shit.
Oh, it was about fun.
That's pretty professional.
Well, I did rip the. I just straight copied Homeboy, but he does it well. So, it's a nice way to just welcome the panel. So it's good to have you guys here. Ladder Theta is here as well. I saw you sneak in the back door after the introduction. So welcome everybody.
Oh my.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my.
You know, Nathan Oakley is really good at like his intros and also like his little segues to his heated moments. It's like he could swap over almost bipolar like from being really heated with somebody and then like let me thank a super chat blah blah blah, you know.
Yeah. When you turn to the audience, break the fourth wall. This idiot, we've been speaking. He's just speaking mad. I mean, I don't know, but I do know what you mean. I feel like I do that sometimes too.
Get us a cup of tea, would you, Errol?
What?
Well, sometimes it's pretty easy to hear the venom in Nathan Oakley's voice. He's got venom to his voice, man. It's something else too. But he'll swap over real quick, like just to thank you all for coming out and blah blah blah. You know, like, I'm like, what? Whiplash.
Yeah, man, I'm a fan. I like his work, and yeah, he does have that venom. But I appreciate Homeboy's passion. I really do. I love passion. I'm kind of a passionate person too. You know, I get fired up every now and again.
Me too, but I don't swap over. Like I'll carry it over if I have to go and talk to someone else. Like I would carry it over, but I wouldn't give it to them like it was their fault. I would just be like, please forgive me. I'm just gotten through talking to blah 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 and I'm exasperated or something like that, you know. I would carry it over. I'm not able to just go boom boom, you know, like just straight over to another whole ass setting.
I bet it's experience over being bipolar or something like that.
He's got street cred. He's a flurf daddy, so that's a privilege he gets.
Oh my. Yeah, Miggy's in the chat that says, "You want to see CB pissed off? Just tell him we're ants on a beach ball." Yeah, you want to see me go off on somebody? So CB, listen, let me just give you an example. Think of it this way. You know, it might be tough to think about it this way, but so you have a beach ball, right? Imagine a ball, but you know, big ball, and then you have ants. Okay, so we have one ant, and it starts traveling along the ball. Like they start talking like that. I'm like, bruh, I'm already my blood is boiling already. You better shut that down right now. The fact that you think you have to explain things like that is crazy. Who do you think you're talking to?
Yeah, you guys should really be like concerned or praying for the people that surround me because I'm an open book. If I'm going through something, you're going to know it. Like it doesn't matter who you are. You're going to know like what's wrong with Kim? She's like going through or if I don't just outright tell you, you're gonna wonder what the heck it is.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever tried saying to them that for an order it to be a giant spear, it has to be flat everywhere?
Ooh. Autumn. They barely get to that point though, Data.
I trolled them with it.
All right. Sorry, I gotta respond to something in the background there. We're still here, folks. We're still live. We are live. Fuck it, we'll do it live, guys.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live.
Love it.
I'm your huckleberry.
Oh snap!
You like
Did you
that?
get that, CB?
Yeah, that's actually from the Fresher Fit server. They had that
Did
over there.
Did Kiwi hear that? Does he have it?
We do not
He-
care.
I guess he doesn't like that one.
What? He uses it all the time. What are you talking about?
Shut up, bitch.
You. It's not. It's no use telling somebody who is shut up to shut up.
Oh, you guys need that Tucker Carlson clip. It's like, fuck you. I hate you. That one's nice.
Does he got a Welcome to Flat Earth clip yet?
I don't think I ever heard him say anything.
For the flat earthers.
Yeah, there should be some way to customize your own little snippets on that soundboard. Surely there is.
There is. I would say we're gonna do a soundboard class tomorrow, guys. I just was advertising that earlier today.
You have to add it. The Earth is such a giant sphere; it's flat everywhere. You have to add that.
That's not a sound clip, though. I mean,
you could make it one.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, man, it just takes a little bit of effort. You can grab
you
audio
could just
from
say
anything,
that.
clip it.
It's a giant sphere because it's flat everywhere.
Yeah, all right.
No, I think that the whole just when we make fun of people because they'll be like, it's so big. That's why you can't tell. Oh, so you know it's spherical just by how flat it is. Oh, okay.
Well, I like when you involve airplane, and I'm like, when you fly up an airplane, it's flat, and they go, well, it's gravity, and I so you're saying
What?
gravity makes it flat? I love it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's crazy because to me that's a buzzword earther. The person's just using buzzwords, and then they're using the words incorrectly. Gravity isn't even the right answer there.
No, but that's what the rebuttal would be. So gravity makes it look flat. Okay.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah, that is a great answer to that. Just find it funny. Like I think there's maybe you guys are familiar with, you can train a dog to you set down some buttons in front of a dog, like you hit the button, it speaks something. So maybe it'll have a button that says like food or walk or water or something like that.
Most of people that's been educated CB is that's sort of a Pavlov's dog scenario.
Mm-hmm.
The bell response.
Just FYI.
And, well, yeah, they're responding incorrectly is my point. Like they're I don't know. Like the dog pushes the button to go for a walk, but they really actually want food. It's hard to explain, but they just they're using buzzwords incorrectly. I've had a person say to prove the curvature of the earth, the Foucault's pendulum. It's like, dude, what? Huh? I would ask people if they think that the earth is moving or buildings move on the earth, with the earth. And they'll be like, yeah, gravity. What? So buzzword earthers. Shout out to the buzzword earthers out there. There's lots of them. Anyway, so what I was gonna say was, in terms of the sounds, for anyone that like has suggestions or you want to mess around with it a little bit, we're gonna do a class tomorrow on it. So join that, but also just make a server. Like if you start a new server, call it so and so's soundboard server or whatever, and send me a link. That's the quickest and easiest way to get your sounds on the soundboard. So yeah, Matrix already kind of unlocked that idea. So shout out to him. He just started a server, put a bunch of sounds in there, and sent me the link. So boom, perfect. Now I've got all his sounds as well. It was the
Well,
easiest.
Isn't that a daisy?
how long is the like the longest sound that you have on your soundboard? That
5
you
seconds is the max.
5 seconds, gotcha. But you're talking about intro music. That doesn't
Yeah,
just. It
that's
is
also
5 seconds.
5 seconds. Yeah, it rips off the soundboard. Yeah, you pick a sound
Mm,
from the soundboard.
I
Yeah.
got to think about that then.
Now the problem with this because I'm pretty sure you're going to be limited to using just the sounds that are in this server. So there's 48 sounds. We'll go over a lot more of this stuff in detail tomorrow.
Yeah, well, if you could
There's
customize mine, my intro would be 10 seconds, not 5. But see, that's pretty long, I think.
You better cut that shit down.
I don't know how to do that. Like,
For example, like there was a long song. I added one for Timbo and T-Dub and Matrix. I don't know, shit like that. It'll have to be short and sweet.
Song "Fool in the Hill."
yeah, I've,
What
kind of shit is that? I've got a little 10-second. I've got a little 10-second jig that I
Nah,
wrote.
girl, yours will be really easy. It'd be like Kim Possible. Dun, 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 dun. You know, Kim Possible. That's it. That's all you need. Do 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 do.
I'd be okay with that.
I mean,
I
that
don't have
song
to
is
write it. That's
fire.
fine.
That song was kind of fire, though. Not gonna lie.
Naked Bull Rat.
No matter what they say, like, yeah, that song was kind of hot though. Somebody in the chat said, "Do you have Test Your Might?" Shout out to Sheepdog. He gave me that
Test your might. Test your might.
one. That's a good one. So that's a Sheepdog's idea. Shout out to him.
Man, there's so many good for Mortal Kombat, though.
Yeah. I added a bunch from like the round one and like get over or shit like that.
The Get Over Here is the one I was thinking. That one's really good because you want people to join the live stream.
Yeah.
Or
There's also like the punch sound effects. They use them on Fresh and Fit all the time. When they start arguing with each other, the girls start arguing, they'll be like, they start arguing and shit. So
funny.
Flawless victory. I need to add that one actually.
Oh, babality. Because some of these global we reduced them to the babalities. Come on now.
Fatality.
Not fatality, but babality.
Flawless victory.
Flawless victory. I need to add that right now. I'll do that right now. Perfect. Yeah, we have that one already.
Perfect.
Yeah. Flawless victory.
Just a shout out to QE. There's an updated version of my book on Amazon. A little bit more easier to read in the first few chapters, but apparently some people are digging the perspective chapter.
I don't read books, dude. I need that soundboard CB with a P in front of it, so it comes by perfect. So it's in that vicinity.
Do what now?
The one you just said, flawless victory. I need P flawless victory, so it lines up with perfect.
Oh, that's what you wanted to say?
You know what I'm saying? So it'll line up close to perfect.
Okay. Is that how you have them set up, bro? They can't be.
No, I just got set up
alphabetical.
randomly, but I'd like to have a couple in the
Oh, so
fucking.
when you hit P, that they come up. I got you.
Organizational skills.
See, we'll talk about this more tomorrow in the class if you can make it. But another way to group them
That's
together
not going to
too.
fucking happen. It's going to be
Well-
73 degrees here tomorrow. It's not fucking
Oh yeah,
happening.
it's supposed to be super fucking nice here tomorrow too, actually. But okay, another way to organize them too, QE. I can help you with this as well. The emoji. That's why if you type gun, a whole bunch of them pop up, and they don't even say gun, right? I got you in my sights. That only pops up because the emoji is a gun. So if I choose, maybe we choose all the Mortal Kombat ones that can be a certain emoji. Like, let me see here. Yeah, like if you type ninja.
Final round. Fatality.
All the ones. So that's what I'll do. That's how we'll organize it.
Well, make the meeting on a rainy day and shit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think. Yeah, you're right.
For all of
But
us,
I'm probably
we'll
going to
just
do
all
it tomorrow
move out-
anyway.
For all of us, we'll just all move out to California, and we'll just fucking sit there and do soundboard day. It'll be every day raining.
I was about to say, CB, you have to pay attention to his weather.
Yeah, my weather. That's not when it's
No.
raining where you're at. When it's raining where I'm at.
Right.
Somebody get the fan leaves and just let's fan him or something.
Listen, Flatsy's starting to get it. It's about time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 61 tomorrow here. So let's see. I'll be out there enjoying that as well. But yeah, we'll probably just have a little get together tomorrow just to get people on track. But it's gonna organize stuff. But I got you, man. Keep you updated.
See, you're not so opposed to being outside and being on here also. So
True. I'll be just roaming around with my headphones on.
No, I'm not roaming around. I'm either on my computer. If I'm not on my computer, I'm not damn sure going to be on Discord.
I feel you. I don't see you fumbling around with that phone anyway, so
Fuck that phone.
yeah.
yeah, before all of this searching and flat earth and all that stuff, before I was ever even here, I never touched my phone. Like it was so rare that I would. It would just, even when people would, everybody thought that I was unreachable. People thought that I didn't even have a phone. And my husband, back when we first met, he was like, "Why do you even have a phone? You lose it all the time. You don't know where it is." So that was me before.
Nice. I used to have 3 devices. That's how I used to juggle an iPad, iPhone, MacBook. Now I'm down to just MacBook and the iPhone. But yeah, I was doing 3, man. I'll be on the go with the soundboard in one hand, damn phone in the other hand. Shit was crazy. But hey, we made it happen, man. Look, here we are now.
Man, no way. If I would even get on here, it would be on my phone. But even then, if I'm doing something outside of the house, I'm probably not going to get on here.
Mm. I feel it.
I have before, like, gotten on here just to let, somebody hear the conversations going on because they were curious. But other than that,
Yeah. I don't have a lot on the agenda today. I just saw a bunch of y'all were in here and figured I'd join in. So let me see what we got in the hopper. But go ahead, guys. Ripcord's here. A bunch of people are here, guys. Chime in. What's up? What's on your mind?
I got a question for QE, if he doesn't mind. I know he's in archery, and I've always been curious if.
Thought I was going to take a break for a while and shit. All right, go ahead.
Well, it's an archery question, man. I was curious, and I imagine most of your shots are always relatively horizontal, right? I was curious if you know approximately at what angle you have to begin to account for extreme angles, whether vertical or Lower than horizontal.
About 10 degrees.
Got it.
That's when I start to pay a little bit of attention to it. If it gets beyond 10, then you're gonna have to cut. There's a cut on the distance. So but more so for I think it's more so for downhill than uphill, but each of them are cut for distance. It's just a right angle triangle. That's all it is. People say, "Oh, it's fuck gravity." I can get into so many archery arguments over gravity. I just don't do it. I just fucking.
Huey, when they claim that it's not a triangle like in celestial navigation, I often ask them. I said, "Well, how do you get the one ratio if it isn't devised from an angle of a triangle? Like in other words, if you have one angle, it's going to be a ratio based on a 90-degree to complete a 180, right?" So I often ask them. I said, "Well, when you're invoking an angle, how do you get that ratio of degree? Where is it derived from?"
No, it's easier than that.
What do you say?
It's easier than that because an elevation angle is a right angle triangle. It's all over.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying is that I try to ask them where they get the rate, where do they get the degree from? Where does it initially come from, right? Without that initial degree or that ratio, you can't get any information. So it has to be based off of something.
Yeah, but that's too vague. You got to be hyper specific. If you just say angle, that's not going to fucking work. So it's got to be specific. It's an elevation angle in celestial navigation, but any elevation angle is a right angle triangle. It's over. So keep it simple. You always want to keep it simple. You always want to keep it concise. You don't want to go on and on and on and on and on, right? It sounds like you're making shit up. Not you, the general you. So be concise, be clear, and cut like a fucking knife. And then shut the fuck up. There's a lot of people that need to take that advice. Not you, but a lot of fucking people out there. I'm going to start bitch slapping flat earthers for pulling that shit.
Yeah, when I am in my everyday life and I just shout out some scripture just to the perfect little situation, man, it can cut to the bone, man. People are taken back.
Yeah, that's not just you, flat earth data. Let me tell you that shit now. It's starting to really grind on my last fucking nerve. Me and this one gentleman's going to have a little discussion here shortly about it. Because I'm getting fucking sick of it.
I can get them pretty good, QE.
Short, concise, then shut the fuck up and wait for the next guy to pummel himself. Then short, concise, to the point.
You know who's really good at that?
Yeah, me.
Besides you, good grief.
There's no one in the galactic vicinity.
Heretic is absolutely...
Heretic has some of those tendencies, yes.
No, he's super quick, to the point, and just cuts like a knife. You should hear.
No, I already talked to Heretic. So you need to catch up with the fucking current times.
He needs to do it in here. I mean, that's great. Shout out to Heretic. I hear all this great stuff. I don't see nothing. Where? Not here. But hey, shout out to you politics guys.
He does. Now he's got a little message in his ear about get your ass in here.
Yeah, no, I respect the hustle, man. I'm not hating. I'm just saying. I hear all this good stuff about him. I'm like, well, I want to see it too. Shit.
Yeah, he's got his shit together, but he needs to spend a little more time in here. We've already talked about it.
All right, cool. Shout out to Heretic.
Just take my fucking word for it.
Will do. We got somebody in the lobby. Kipu. Join VC.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. It's going to be a minute, but I'll get there. Some of the
Release.
arguments that I have are pretty quick and straight to the point, but I'm working on my own arguments right now.
There you go. Season 9. Yeah, we like that.
They're still rooted in things that we already have, though, so it's not like I'm super special or anything. I got to give thanks to QE, man. Even though everybody fangirls, his head's already puffed up. Listen to him.
It's not. I'm not liking grade
Why
school.
should you mention? Why would you mention puffed up head? I just got an image from Pinky the Brain.
Yeah, it's not.
Well,
It
Kiwi,
doesn't. It doesn't. I passed that in junior high school.
okay, go baby. Yeah, well, you got quite a bit of knowledge in that noggin of yours, so we're all just trying to tap into it.
Yeah. Well, firstly, be fucking concise.
I could always work on my conciseness for sure.
Yeah, that's one that I've taken from you to heart because not only have you told me that personally, but you say it all the time.
Yeah, there's people that like to hear themselves talk, and I'm about fucking sick of it. That's exactly right.
Yeah, shots fired.
No, that's exactly right because I dropped that little fucking gem to him about 3 years ago. He took it to heart. He wasn't bad with it though. There's much worse.
Who's he?
That's for me to know. And it's not just the singular he. Starting to get on my last fucking nerve. And once
you
it
give us?
breaks, you'll fucking rue the day.
Well, I'm still waiting for you to do a flat earther type vid with the blurbs, if you will. You already do a little bit with Witsit and whatnot, but as a whole.
Yeah, but I don't do. It's not an arbitrary type of thing. I mean, it has to warrant.
Okay, so what about this guy, Flat Earth Millionaire, who's saying that we can leave Earth and go to Mars and shit?
I don't know who that guy is. Sorry.
Wait, what?
So yeah, Flat Earth Millionaire was hanging out with Thompson there, and I got engaged with him, and he was telling people on his channel that yeah, you could leave Earth. Actually, the planets were much closer, and you could still go to Mars.
Bruh. Wow.
No, I don't know that dude. I never spoke to him. I think the last time I heard him I think it was that fucking level on the level or level type of horse shit about 8 months ago, something like that. Yeah, Shitsit was in there. There was a bunch of other people in there. That's the last time.
Shit.
Well, that's only the second time I ever even heard of the guy.
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't come into the debates, but he had a pretty big YouTube channel for a bit there.
Yeah, I don't know of him, so I can't comment.
Of course, because I'm writing was writing a story at the time, I had to inquire, right? So he was teaching, he was teaching flat earthers that basically he's one of those blood intent flat earthers. summarize it in a nutshell for you. I meant to say blood over intent.
Yeah,
No
I don't
one,
know nothing about
no
that.
one ruffled my feathers. I'm just speaking out loud.
You
What do you
never
think of
gonna
I?
go to Mars. Go ahead.
What do you think of IPS? Is he still around?
Oh shit! Infinite
I
Plane Society.
who's IPS?
That's Tim Osman over at Infinite Plane Radio.
No way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not that Tim Osman though. I don't think there's like two
Oh,
of them.
oh, the Timmy Clown. I know Timmy Clown for when I first come out here. He was out here. I haven't heard from him in shit. Has to be over a year.
Yeah.
Do you remember when I asked him? Do you remember when I asked him what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? He said he said that was too much of a question he couldn't answer. Do you remember that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. He goes, I can't answer that. That's too much. He said that during a live debate.
Oh yeah, he's yeah.
So those are two different people though. Flat Earth Data, right? This Timmy Clown guy.
Oh, there's Tim Osman. That's their IPS, and then there's Tim Osman with the Pontchartrain.
But yeah. That's what I thought because we've spoken to that Timmy Clown dude. He's come in here before years ago. But Tim Osman from the IPS, I've used to kind of rock with the Penguins a little bit, but just to kind of get the news and Scrabble and all that kind of stuff from them. But interesting group though. Infinite Plane.
You know he's not a flat earther, or he doesn't believe that. He believes the Earth's a sphere, right?
No, he doesn't.
I've been in many debates with the guy. When this first started, he was just doing it all for money and likes.
No, I don't know. From what I've heard, he's a flat earther. And my understanding is that they just disagree with the idea of the like a container or a dome or whatever. But I don't. I mean, I've sat and listened to a lot of their stuff and was in their Discord and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure they're
Maybe
not
he's changed
wrong
his.
about the flat Earth.
Maybe he's changed his position. But when I used to debate him or inquire, because when I first started, I had a YouTube channel where I would go live and have people come into the chat. So he'd come into the chat, and we'd engage, and then I would ask him, and then he wouldn't come out and directly say it, but he would obviously make fun of it and mock it. And then I think one of the videos he did post it between I got flagged for it. So there's an interview with Jake the Asshole and him, and I recorded it and I posted it to Rumble years ago. But it was very revealing to the point where he was just in it for just the shits and giggles of it. He didn't care either way, but he would adhere to the more of the globe model. But again, this is like 5-6 years ago, right? So a long time ago. Maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago. It's been a long journey, dude. So the time frame is exactly the year I can't remember, but
Yeah, things kind of bleed together. But I know what you mean. I don't know. I don't go over there for my flat Earth information, or I haven't been over there forever. I think their Discord. I'm not even sure if it's still up. But yeah, I would just go over there to listen to them talk about what's going on in the news, or if something happens. I'll go over there and listen to like their breakdown on it. But yeah, I don't know. From what I heard, he definitely pushed the flat Earth a lot, but it's not that big of a deal. Let's see here. I hear some of you guys breathing.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you?
Yeah, Toby Dog in the chat says Jake the Asshole slam dunking on fake football. That's how I became familiar with Jake, was his like NFL breakdowns and stuff like that. I forget. He has like songs.
I wouldn't trust that fucking guy if he told me the air pressure in his tires.
He's a kind of a weird guy. Seems like a weirdo, but I don't know that much about him.
Nah, you either
Take
been
me down to the Muff Punt City. Go ahead.
You either been freeze dried or doing hard time with Jake the Asshole. That was years ago.
In those early days, I don't really remember these characters. I do remember their names looking back. Like I can recall Jake the Asshole, Math Powerland, and stuff like that, but I didn't have any experience with them. My experience was with Oakley in his camp. So that's how I became familiar with you and
Math Powerland was
Math.
way before Jake the Asshole.
Okay. Yeah, all
Yes,
those
so-
guys kind of went past me. Dubé and all them. I missed all that.
I engaged with Math Powerland during Facebook years, which is like probably the first year of Flat Earth, 2015, 16. In between that time frame, it was quite interesting. They were definitely looking to motivate people, into the conspiracy realm, if you will. But I remember posting things about Flat Earth. And back in the day, you could go on Facebook and then obviously do a live stream. And then you'd see people joining, right? You're joining your live stream just the same as YouTube, but you would actually know who's joining in Facebook because it would tell you, right? So yeah, he definitely was an interesting character. I wrote about him in the book because he made claim to the idea that he was the first to propose flat Earth due to the fact that the photo was it a painting or a photo in one of his routines, right? His comedy routines. So he took ownership, he said, of breaking the flat Earth to the mainstream sort of thing. And then you had Mark Sargent and then Eric the Bay come up, right?
I remember that. Yeah, he was man on the street doing photo or painting, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I had him confused with another guy that was here recently.
Hey guys,
Can I
sorry, go ahead.
can I just say that we were talking about Mass Palan being the first proponent of flat Earth on social media platforms, but
On Facebook, yeah.
yeah, on Facebook and YouTube, pretty much. But in the old, I don't know how many guys you remember in the old IRC, there was loads of really clued up, intelligent flat earthers on IRC from I remember 2004 right up until the beginning of YouTube, which was about 2009.
Yeah, so Flat Earth Math mentioned that. I don't know if you know Charles, but Flat Earth Math mentioned that there was a following in around that time frame, but it really never picked up steam. For some reason, he knew that.
I think it's crazy because I've only been in here in the server for or since November 2022, and most of my acquired knowledge has come from you guys. So yeah, there we go.
There's not too many females in the the particular. I don't want to call it a movement, but how about education, if we will? What do you feel like? Is more women are being attracted to it? You find, or is it kind of still the same?
No, no, because even the ladies that come in here, I don't see that they're super engaged in the conversation too much. They're more like just support, and I am too. That's I'm not like a main stage person in here or anything like that, but I'm not afraid of speaking up because I perform live music, so I really don't have any kind of stage fright. Even if I mess up, I've got humility. I'll make fun of myself before anyone else does, so I'm not offended if you make fun of me because I mess up. I would make fun of me too.
Well, being a performer comes with risks, and that's one of them.
Oh yeah, I've messed up so many times. Like just learning how to perform in music in front of people and making mistakes and learning how to just kind of whistle past those mistakes because most of the time people don't have the acumen to even realize that you did make a mistake. So if you can just fake it, you can get past it. You're good.
You sound like you're your own worst critic, right? Is that the right way to say it?
You, yeah, of course. I'm way harder on myself than anyone else is. I guess except for QE.
What sort of music do you sing, Flatsy?
I sing folk, like folky style and classic country style music. I play guitar, so I do that like that swing style guitar with a little bit of licks here and there. Like I say licks because they're not really huge solos, but I'm only a one woe man band. So if I do a solo on guitar, in between, like you say the last chorus or and the next, then I want to do one more chorus, and then I can do a lick or like a little solo on guitar in between, and then finish the song off.
Nice.
I assume
I'll have to.
Flatsy.
I'll
Oh,
have,
sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted.
I'll have to. I'll have to send you the song I played and recorded and wrote for my daughter's wedding.
Oh yeah, you should go ahead. I'll post my YouTube in the chat.
No worries.
Flatsy, I assume you've seen the movie Coal Miner's Daughter? Have you ever seen that movie?
Coal miner's daughter.
Yeah.
Probably.
Lo-
It's probably
Ah,
been a minute, but yeah. Loretta Lynn.
yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Is it the story with Letterin or the Mamas and the Papas where she got hit over the head and all of a sudden could sing a really high note? Is that Mama and the Papas or is that Loretta Lynn? I can't remember now. Maybe it's the Mamas and Papas.
It's the Loretta Lynn story, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, it's got.
Something fell and hit her on the head, and then she couldn't sing this note, and then something hit her on the head, and then all of a sudden she could sing this really high note.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Her husband in the movie is Tommy Lee Jones.
Well, if you guys are interested, I posted my YouTube, or I posted a link to one of my songs. That's the song, the most recent song that I've written and released. Um, the day out on the live stream voice text. There you go.
I just had a look and subscribed, so I'll have a listen a little bit later when I've stopped driving.
Sounds good. I appreciate that.
And I'll chuck a link into my song so you can have a listen.
Yeah, if you'll just at me whenever you get stationary. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just searched it up. It says referring to the California Dreamin' by the Mamas and Papas, according to the legend. They stepped into a church. Was inspired by an incident where Michelle Phillips, one of the band members, slipped on some stairs, bumped her head outside a church. This event supposedly led to her singing a high note during the recording sessions shortly after.
We're still here, folks.
Lexi Klein, that's very good. Awesome job, man. I'm gonna listen to it fully, but I stopped intermittently just to compliment you.
Oh, thank you.
So, what's next on the agenda, folks?
Wanted to get your guys' opinion on Iran making claims to, or Iranian making claims to Antarctica, claiming that they have land rights there. What's with that?
I heard about that, but only briefly.
No one cares. No, I'm just kidding.
They're ready to indoctrinate their people with the space age. That
Oh, that's crazy. I wonder, do we have anybody over there? I don't think we have any. Can't think of anyone that's part of this crew that's Iranian. We could like interview.
Funny if they just go the complete opposite way. They just go balls deep and tell everyone the truth.
Your mic has never sounded like that, Major. It was kind of scratchy there.
Sounded like you're coming from the future.
Awesome. Actually, I am a million day ahead of it. Please,
it sounds like he's
Something wrong.
he sounds like he's in a freaking wind tunnel. Oh no, you couldn't drop out and come back in and sound better.
Yeah, you're gonna have to drop out.
On the moon. On the moon?
It does literally sound like he's got connection.
On the moon.
Sounds like he's on a motorcycle in the wind. Still equally fucked.
It's so bad. Go ahead, Rayleigh. You got something to say?
Yeah, I remember watching a lot of Matt Powerland's videos, and one of his funniest lines he came up with, he was talking about Newton in his book, The Principia, and he said, if you highlight the word if in that book's going to glow in the dark.
That's a good quote.
Now, if you highlight a hypothesis in the Principia or the special and general theory of relativity, you ain't going to see that shit in the dark at all.
Or where's his proof for gravity?
Oh shit. That's the dumbest idea. Maybe I'm an old seasoned flat earther and I haven't really talked or thought about gravity in so long, but this seems like the stupidest, most unnecessary idea. What do you need gravity for? Half of these goofballs think they should be launching off the surface of the earth, and that something is holding them down and preventing them from like that happening.
Not even just that, CB. They always approach it like things are always falling. Like things are just always falling from the sky. It's like that what is that cartoon movie? Uh, What is it? It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs or something. Shit's just falling all the time.
It's weird though. That I always tell them to look around and name something that's falling. I don't see shit falling. There's not shit falling.
Yeah, they need the gravity for their heliosexual sun worship.
Oh my. But then they'll say, well, something's keeping everything down, which means that translation, Globy translation, everything should be, floating or flying. Why? Why? Tell me why things should be floating. That's a weird underlying principle that you have. That's number one. And number two, you think something's preventing this floating situation from happening. That's even more ridiculous. If you take those two ideas away, what are you left with? You don't need no freaking gravity. Nothing's falling. Nothing's keeping you down on the ground because you're not trying to launch off of it. That's called flying. And nothing's preventing you from flying because you weren't born with those abilities. It's stupid for them to come in here and say, well, something's holding me back. Hold me back. No, nothing's holding you back, dude. You can't fly, period. Next question. But why don't I float in the air? Yeah, that's called flying, dude. Trust me, I've tried. All right.
Yeah, if not gravity, then why not sideways?
Yeah, Cam, you're a sharp one because they do typically say, well,
as playing as a robot. They do this thing where they go into it's a reptilian party.
Feedback.
So let's see if I can share this on Discord.
BB's girl in the background. Feedback.
So that's easy.
Easy, mate. Easy.
Oh no, my new tablet broke the other day. There was a dog bit it and it broke it, so I'll go back to my old tablet and I haven't got these apps I had on there. So
No worries, love. Easy, mate. It's all good.
is that your British impression?
I'm just messing with you, yeah.
He's I want to say geezer.
Hey, oh, don't worry about it, mate. It's gonna be good, yeah, ain't it? Yeah. I could do a way better impression, mate. Give me some time. I like the Australians better though. I think anything could happen if an Australian said what happened. It would make it funny. Be like, imagine being in the 9/11 building, right? And it's like it's coming right for us, mate. And even though the plane's coming at you, you would laugh because the accent's so funny, bro. Yeah, watch out! He goes another one, mate. You'd be like, what?
No, they would say struth. Something's happened. They go struth, mate.
Here come another one coming right for us.
Talk about Australians. When did Mel Gibson lose his Australian accent and become American?
Say it again.
Mel Gibson. Remember, he's Australian, but he don't know
Mel
Max
Gibson,
people.
yeah. Mel Gibson, Lethal Weapon 27. Mel Gibson is now a cyborg in 2035. There's no telling what Hollywood's
One of my top
gonna do
3
next,
favorite movies, the Lethal Weapon movies. I love them because it's all about Danny Glover, the black guy. He always gets fucked over in that. This brilliant.
Yeah. He's the token. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the last one with Chris Rock in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I haven't heard Chris Rock in so long. I can't do an impersonation of him. It's been too long
But
since
it's
I heard
funny,
his voice.
Chris Rock is married to Danny Glover's daughter, and he don't even know about it. And it's like, why the hell? How the hell did he get married to his daughter, and he doesn't know about it? And it's funny as fuck.
What's wrong with these crap? It's been a while since I heard his voice, so it took me a second to remember to do an impersonation of him. But yeah.
Do you reckon it was real when he got slapped by Will Smith?
You said what again?
When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith on the was it Oscars or whatever? That was
Oh
real.
yeah. When he got bitch slapped.
Mm.
What's wrong with us, man? It's like, I don't know, you got bitch slapped by him. You might want to say.
Well, because he said about Will Smith's missus at Jada Pinkett Smith that I could see her being a man beater. She looks like a violent bird.
What's the deal with? Yeah, I mean, it's like, Chris Rock is coming. Man.
He is funny, Chris Rock, the shit he comes out with in his stage shows, man. It's like, he's always like the most racist person. It's an old black man, whatever. But he's just so funny. I said it. Yeah, I said it. He's hilarious, man. But Dave Chappelle.
I mean, I could go either way. I could go either way with Dave Chappelle too, bro. I mean, I don't know if they're stills, bro. I don't know. Sometimes I get weird feelings from these people. They make me laugh, bro, but they kind of seem like shills, dude. It's like, why was Dave Chappelle like so all about it, and now all of a sudden he's kind of like a bitch, bro? You know what I'm saying?
They cloned him. They killed him off, man.
He's like some fat, weird black guy that I've never seen before. It's Dave Chappelle now.
I mean, his weight changed big time. For years, he was always so skinny, and then he went to Africa. Then when he's come back to that, he's now like buff and built up and all that shit and everything.
Yeah, kind of looking like a turtle and shit. I don't remember him looking like a turtle.
Exactly, he changed, man, and then he does all this shit about the lesbian gays and all that stuff, whatever, which was funny as fuck when he does that
It
thing
was
about.
funny, but if he's like a clone or like a NPC or something, like it's kind of lame, bro. It's like, I don't want to sit through an hour and a half of an NPC or an AI robot, telling me jokes. Not that they're not funny, but I mean, am I even like looking at a human being? Is this like a blob? And they like put some demons inside of it, and almost like listening to a demon pretending to be Dave Chappelle. I don't know anymore, bro. I'm literally at the point of like they're almost putting us in like psychosis because they got so much propaganda. We don't know if people are clones or aliens or Mexican rotting little skeleton people. We don't know what's going on, baby. Talk to me. I'm all ears.
Aliens, man, that's obviously bullshit. But did you hear about the thing like they said in Peru where that village attacked by these aliens, and then they said it was some private mercenaries that were basically going on jetpacks, scaring people. Like, yeah, that fuck it was
on jetpacks.
Holy
hell!
Yeah, the village in Peru that was getting attacked by They said it was aliens.
My god! Goddamn jetpacks! You did it, you bastard! You burned it down.
Well, I bet you never see about that village in Brazil that was claiming they were getting attacked by werewolves.
What?
Yeah, the village in Brazil was claiming they've been attacked by werewolves, or what you call a dog man, for months. And
a dog man. What the?
You don't know what the dog man is? The cryptid.
Oh my god, bro! I think we're getting into money. I think May, I love you to death. I think this might be. We might have to DM each other about this type of dog man stuff. We can't be talking about it on Flat Earth, bro. I feel you. I hear you, and I'm down. But we gotta DM each other, bro. Like, we can't be talking about dog people on the Flat Earth Discord, bro. I love where your mind's at, though.
Well, keep it going, I think a lot of this is all connected, but anyway, with the Flat Earth, man. So, like, what's the best evidence you've seen of the Flat Earth, like, on YouTube or anything? Have you seen anything that you could verify? I mean, I've seen the things with the pilots.
Yeah.
Speaking about it and showing how.
Check this out, brother. Check this out. The default position, right? You walk outside, you look at the horizon, it's stationary, you don't feel like you're moving, you don't have to deny your senses, you don't have to go through trauma based mind control to look at the science and the math and tell yourself that even though I don't feel like I'm moving, I'm tilting, wobbling, spinning, I'm shooting 4 different directions while I'm turning, which is acceleration through space, next to a vacuum, but there's no container, but don't worry about that because gravity is in effect. It's not a container, but don't worry about that because trust me, and it's all good.
You're right about that. It's like when you try to say this gravity is holding us down, but yet, butterflies could just fly about and they don't go sucking up into the sky.
It makes absolutely no sense. How can there be all this weight of water being held down? Butterflies are flying, and then up above that, the clouds aren't being pulled down. I mean, talk about a conundrum.
Yeah, it don't make sense yet. So many people believe it, and I try to talk to people about it. They're just like, "Oh, you're just crazy." But I'll say to them, "Look, it doesn't make sense. Whatever science
It
tells
doesn't
you
make
doesn't
sense,
make
bro.
sense." And
Exactly.
they just say to you, "Well, look at the science
Yes,
for it." And I'm
yes,
like,
mate.
"This
And
science
listen,
is
they want you to throw your logic out the window, brother.
yeah." Because they'll ask me about like, how do I explain it? I say, "Well, I'm not a scientist. I can't explain how it works, but I just don't trust it. I don't. I believe this fact. It's not a
Easy. Yes, exactly. It's a religion. It's a belief. I understand. We've all been there, brother. Welcome to Flat Earth. T-shirts in the back. Snacks are on the way, brother.
So I'll see one video that I was arguing with one guy a few weeks ago about it, and I said to him, "Have you seen any actual like proper footage of something going from the ground into the sky past the Earth's atmosphere? Well, not past the Earth's atmosphere, but like above this alleged spherical."
Don't need it, brother. We can do all our measurements from the ground,
Yeah,
brother.
but this guy showed me a video of they had a balloon, a high altitude balloon with a camera on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, every time it went up into the sky, as soon as it was passing like the shape of the Earth, you could see it changing from I don't know what how to call it, convex, whatever the shape of the Earth. Then it goes flat.
How high?
Straight down,
How
then
high?
bend
How
again.
high? How high?
I can't remember the altitude, but it was like it
You
kept
don't know the
bending like,
altitude?
from being circular to
It
straight
kept
line, then
bending.
bending
That's
out.
a fisheye lens, brother. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
We sent hot air balloons up 128,000 feet. There is no curve. The horizon is flat at 128,000 feet. Even astrophysicists on the globe side have said when you're at that height, you're about 1 millimeter above the globe. You will not see the curve. Listen. I just argued a guy yesterday that he was telling me that you can see the curve from the ground. It's just impossible, brother.
It is exactly because that's what this guy said to me. I said to him, look, the camera they used was a fisheye lens, which is developed to cause a curvature. That I posted him like the actual statement from the people who created the fisheye lens. I said, it showed him saying it's designed to create a
Yeah,
curvature.
you're right.
That's what happened with it. He's like, well, no,
You're
not
correct.
really. I said, look, every time it passes up and down, it bends to form different shapes. I said to him like, if that camera was to go over a ball or any other something that's circular, sphere, it don't change, the curvature because it's actually a sphere. But when it goes past the Earth, it bends because it's not a sphere. It's changing the angle to adjust to it to make it look like that. And he did try to argue, and then he went press back to me.
Yeah, it's all an optical illusion, brother.
Yeah, because the fisheye lens was actually designed to be used underwater to create some shape in it.
I have a lens where you could go about 10 feet above the Earth and see a curve that would still be exaggerated if you were where the ISS was. So it's all a joke. It's all an illusion in a game, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Drace, what's up, baby? The globular model is your Lord and Savior. Yes, sir. Gravity
You see about,
and refraction are your
you see
priests.
when they've done the Virgin Galactic flight that's taken about 20 years to actually be done, but they've done the Virgin Galactic flight, and it was like some old guy, his daughter and her daughter, and All you see is footage of them inside the capsule, whatever, or the shuttle, whatever, and that's it. You see a few seconds of outside, and that's it. And the guy's going to tweet, "Oh, if it was really flat, then they would have showed the image, the video footage." I was like, "No, they wouldn't show you that." But all we ever see of that launch is inside the fucking craft. You don't see nothing outside, no full footage or anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of cuts. There's like 20 cuts.
Yeah. I said to him, like, why would you not have a
Why would you need to cut? Why can't you give me a complete live stream? There's a problem there.
Yeah. And like cameras outside of it showing the whole launch going above the earth, whatever, and that. So there's nothing showing that happening. They're like,
It's BS, brother.
Yeah. But I said to him, like, why is it an old man and his fucking
That's
daughter
your
and
tax dollars going to good service, brother. It's some garbage CGI and some trash live video, bro.
Yeah, because I remember like
$60 million a day. There's like children starving all around the world, and we're trying to see if we can make tomatoes on the ISS, dude. It's sick. These people are demented, dude.
It is.
Yeah,
We don't
they
stop.
have mental problems,
stop
bro.
on Earth, but yeah, it's like with the shit with NASA, like, oh, we could tell what another planet's made up of, and all this, that, the gases, all this, that bullshit, whatever. And like, I was like, how did we actually know all this stuff? You know, oh, because they sent these probes into space and that, and they could figure out all this and that shit about other planets. I was like, so we got that much advanced technology, but yet we've only mapped 5% of this ocean. We have, you know, all these probes going on Earth, but yet we spend all this money going to space for these alleged results. Do they know all this information about other planets and this and that shit, galaxies? We've got the alleged Hubble telescope in space, doing all this and that shit. But there's
Hey,
no.
bro. Do you want to know how you live on a globe?
I like. I don't do that.
Sticks and shadows, bro.
Huh?
Sticks and shadows. Aristophanes. Oh, you never heard of Aristophanes?
Aristotle?
No, Aristophanes.
No.
CB, take it away. CB, take it away.
How do I spell that word?
Creation Bear, you want to take it or me? Okay, I'll take it.
Goes on in this show by now. I don't even know what to tell you.
Okay, bro. You don't know about Aristophanes. Okay, that's cool, bro.
You just tell him again so I could Google it and see what that means.
So it's some douchebag that like took some sticks and made some shadows and said that he's got the curve, the circumference, the radius of Earth. It's really a clown show, bro. You should look into it.
I have a new voice, the smooth tones of Wheel to Gas Bison. Funny how all of this was covered in my last show.
There my dog goes with the soundboard. Dre's killing it, baby. The globular model is the truth, and gravity refraction is your Lord and Savior.
That's the grass Tyson reminds me of. That what's his name? Baxter, whatever his name from fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The Tyler Perry played him.
Hey, somebody's shuffling a lot.
Oh, sorry, I just getting my bag looking for my earbuds.
Are you digging through your documents, brother, to figure out if the Chinese are attacking you?
I think Chinese are half alien anyway, the way they look.
Are you an interdimensional, fourth dimension Chinese communist from the future? sent back to the past to attack me. Is what Alex Jones would ask you.
Yeah, but that guy, oh my god, he just
I don't always like to do his voice because it really hurts my throat to do the whole well, it hurts my throat, bro. It's way easier to do a Trump because you can just go like this and you go up and down. It's real easy. It's good.
Oh yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Gravity is your Lord and Savior, refraction its son. Be blessed, my children.
Killed it. This nigga killed it. I gotta record that shit. I'm gonna have to clip that from YouTube, bro. I'm stealing your shit, bro. That was way too funny.
There's
dude.
a famous experiment conducted by Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes.
Dude, this is so funny.
And the two cities in the old world, and one of them, they knew that at 12 noon on a particular day of the year, that the sun was directly overhead and you could see the bottom of a well.
How can we use this observation to see if Earth's surface is curved? We needed another well. Turns out we can't see the bottom of both wells at the same time. What might explain this? Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with the sun that's small and close by so that the light hits the second well at an angle. Or second, we could have a curved Earth with a sun that's big and far away so that all the light comes in parallel, but only one well at a time is lit all the way to the bottom. Turns out with just two wells, there's enough wiggle room for both explanations to fit our observation.
This is actually perfect. I gotta play my episode now because everything you guys been talking about is covered in my episode with the voice of Wheel the Gas Bison.
Grace.
What's up?
Hey, Joyce, can you please play that last thing that you just played that had me dying laughing, bro?
Oh, I put it in the live stream voice text set.
About the Lord and Savior thing.
Yeah,
I can play it. Oh, thank you, man. That's so freaking funny, bro.
No problem.
That's so funny.
Welcome to the... Sit down. Good morning, my children. Now, I am in charge of this show. Prepare your behinds for an explosive assault of your senses. Welcome to the Father Balls experience with the Lunar Tick.
It's the Lunatic Show, Father.
Not anymore. We need new theme music and better guests. You keep getting wrecked. These darn flat earthers are so charming and good looking, it's hard to concentrate on the holy fallacies. I understand, my child. But that is why I have a secret card to play. I invited a friend from the fraternity to come on the show. He should be arriving shortly.
Ooh, goody. Who is it?
I have a few friends lined up already, but this one is a special one, handpicked by Father Son himself, so he wears the vest that signifies his importance to the secret societies. Since he's not arrived yet, I will play a short clip to showcase his brilliance. I know you will know him as soon as you hear him speak. The world's most famous astrophysicist, a man in a league of his own, Wheel the Gas Bison.
Bison? But the Flat Earthers use him and Fight the Tight Shirt said he was wrong.
Flat Earthers are wrong, and Bison will prove that. Fight the Tight Shirt is just a moon caught in your orbit. His opinion means less than yours, and mine supersede yours. Just shut up and listen to the glory of the Wheel the Gas Bison. Hear him regale you with his brilliance. Listen close.
But I also had a guest. He's waiting outside.
What the hell, man? He can wait. We play the clip.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm going to do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom. We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind. I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself.
Now, that is a master class. When he arrives, you better be on your best behavior, McClune. Now, who the hell is this guy waiting outside?
It is Craig McFaddy. Mon, please, Papa Balls. You said it was okay, please.
Okay. But if he annoys me, I am throwing that fat fuck out of here. You hear me?
Yay! Thank you. I will buzz him in. Do we have an ETA on Bison?
That globular masterpiece should be here any moment now. I keep texting him, but all I get back is this eggplant emoji. Do you know what this means?
I don't know. I am not hip like the kids. He's probably hungry or something.
Hey guys,
Shut up and go to the corner over there. Take your mic with you, but don't speak unless spoken to. You got it?
Sorry.
but I know the secrets.
Shut up, you nitwit, halfwit, fuckwit. I ain't here to listen to your nonsense. We got a god coming in a few moments. Pipe down before I spank you.
But the eggplant.
Shut up. No one cares. I did not ask you a thing. Get some control of your minion, McClune.
Oh my God, Craig. Don't make me look bad in front of Father Balls. Go sit in the corner. We will talk to you later. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Our glorious expert is coming. This is a bona fide living saint of our religion, boys. Prepare yourself to be in the presence of something so divine, your face might melt of literally in a figurative manner.
Is this the right place, Father Balls?
Yes, welcome, my brother. I once peed next to you in the bushes at the Grove, remember?
Not really, but it was probably dark. So that is most likely the reason. I just got told by your uncle this would further the cause. So here I am. What do you need me to do or say to get this over with?
Well, brother, we are dealing with those pesky flat earthers again.
Oh, no! Not the flat earthers. Don't tell me you set me up and have a flat earther here somewhere. Because if you do, I am leaving. I am not about to debate them. You know the motto, right? Imagine they don't exist. Only way to cope in bliss.
Of course, Your Excellency, great wild stallion of the sun. I would never dare offend you in such a way. Please admonish this servant.
You at least know your place. That is good. Who are these other troglodytes with you? The box-shaped one at the table and the spherical one in the corner.
They are simple but devout followers of my congregation. The freakish-looking box one is my personal disciple. The other one is his pet. I was hoping they would be illuminated by your grace and wisdom.
Makes sense. Now, what is your problem with the flat earthers?
They are just not stopping, my liege. They keep trying to tell everyone the truth, and the holy fallacies don't seem to be working as well anymore. They seem to be hip to our tricks, and so just disarm them and make us look weak. Can we not, get some good evidence like seeing the majestic curves of Mother Earth from an airplane or a weather balloon?
No. You won't see the curve from 2 millimeters of the surface of a beach ball. You just won't. That stuff is flat. The horizon is equidistant, and you only see a tiny portion of the Earth. Even the ISS is too low, and so requires fisheye lenses to curve horizontal lines. So, we feel good about those pictures. Otherwise, there would be so many flat earthers. Can you imagine?
Ah, I see. So it's a test of faith. Only the truly devout can understand that there is no curve there, but still hold the faith. Makes perfect sense. Praise be the Gravitron and Bob and Todd who helped make him make mathematical sense.
So we shouldn't use those pictures and claim it's Earth curve?
No!
Well,
that is handing the flat earthers an easy victory. Just look at the videos where the images come from. They can just point at the curved horizon when the balloon is still on the ground and be like, look, you are an idiot. Or when at maximum altitude, they look at the landmass and size of the sphere and oops, you got planet New Mexico. That is why we tell people to avoid going over any evidence with the flat earthers. They will beat you with experience.
Exactly. Don't ask dumb questions, McClune. So what about our prophets? Can we not just slam them with superior doctrine? The holy sticks and shadows surely cannot be countered. It's divine inspired.
Ah, you underestimate the trickery of their heresy. It does not work either. You need to look at the nuance of it. Our prophet made a few assumptions that we cannot test. And by changing those variables, the flat earthers can get the same results on a flat plane. So it proves nothing. If it did, the Chinese would have proved the flat earth doing that exact thing. So we must reject it. Took me a while to understand this, as I thought maybe if I add more sticks, but that does not actually have any difference.
What? 4 sticks did not work? But I would have thought such a genius idea would have worked. I mean, you said so.
I postulated that it might not work, but change parameters and it does. Pseudoscience is also a fickle bitch. Right, Father?
Ah, yes. Like an angry blue-haired woman. You need to know when Mother Earth is PMSing, and so you must ride that bitch like a dolphin on the dunes of the Sahara.
Faith is a large part of our religion. We just keep that on the down low, you know? Everyone does not need to know that. But you should know all this, since you do have a theosophy doctorate in scientism, Father Ball.
You do remember, you do know me. Stop playing coy and kiss me, you animal.
No, not right now. Focus on what I am saying.
Okay, so maybe it's because it's divine inspired. That is why it requires a certain degree of faith. Makes sense. But our most high God of gods, the gravitron, is scientifically proven though, right?
No, because it's more of a fundamental force that is not a force. So the gravitron is hiding within the thing we call mass. But since we cannot manipulate him and can only imagine that he is warping space and time, which we cannot detect either, but the consequences of that, we believe, is things falling down. So we can measure the rate which things fall at. We know both the prophets Newton and Einstein were fundamentally wrong, since neither idea works with observations or experimentation completely, but working partially is enough to get people going, and it confirms our belief, so their work is sacred.
Oh, okay. There is naturally going to be an element of faith because it is a religion, but there must be something that we can use to clobber the flatties with, like just saying stuff like satellites.
That might sound good on the surface, but how does that prove anything either way? It's not like they can go and confirm the satellite is doing what we claim it's doing, can they?
No, I guess not. But don't they need to explain everything, creating a new cosmology if they want people to leave our cult?
No, that is the real problem with objective truths. They are very hard to fight. So we can only combat it with subjectivity. Do you understand?
Yes, of course. There could be 10 wheeled gas bisons in this room right now, I don't know. Therefore, I must accept your authority on the matter. My senses might tell me there is one, but like my senses tell me the earth is flat and non-rotating, I cannot trust anything except the approved authority, right?
That is correct. We stand on the shoulders of giants, as you well know. So it's important for us to try to maintain our facade of intelligence. You cannot be giving the flat earthers easy victories. You need to obfuscate and not address the question, talk about them, not the evidence.
Why try to do that? But they just call it manipulative tactics and mute us.
Shut up, boy.
No, it's all right. You see, your problem is that you are going on their platform and trying to convince them we are right. That is impossible. We can only misrepresent them throughout our media platform. Any attempt to fight them with home field advantage is like sticking your hand in the wood chipper. They won't allow us to use fallacies and manipulative tactics. Just like if they were on our platforms, we would interrupt and mute them to prevent them from making a coherent argument. It's all about optics, boys.
Flat earthers also say it's all about optics.
They generally mean it in a different way. They're talking about how optical devices destroyed the foundation to our beliefs and or optics in general. It's why I don't want that conversation. It's just going to end poorly for us. So focus on manipulating the people they talk to rather than them. Focus on the unsuspecting victims who have no reason to doubt your fallacies or manipulative tactics. Does that make sense?
It does. But also not our foundations are fine. Why would you say they destroyed them?
They claim to have all this empirical evidence that would falsify our religion. So to avoid the complete collapse of the religion, the best thing we can do is obfuscate and hide this evidence. This should not be this difficult to understand. Your disciple is stupid, Father Ball.
Oh, I know he's an abject retard. Everyone knows it. But he's better than that other one. Say something. Fatty?
No you. Skinny, non-globular truck face.
What the hell did you say to me, boy? I ought to whoop your ass?
No, wait. This is good. Note how he's not addressing what you are saying and just reversing it back with absurdity. This is what you should be doing.
Oh, well, if the great solar bison of the plain says so, I cannot disagree. I suppose Fight the Tight Shirt is now my primary disciple. McClune, you go sit in the corner.
No.
Yes, right now.
But this is my show, damn it.
I don't care. You belong to me. Now sit down and shut up. My beloved disciple, Fight the Tight Shirt, come join us.
I have to go. I have places to be. I am a busy man. You must understand that.
No, please don't go. I need your glory to fill my empty vessel.
But I must. But thank you for this. We can do this again. You have my number now, Father Balls. Don't misuse it. Have a good one.
Woe is me. He left. Look what you have done, McClune. Why can you not be more like McFaddy over here? He's quick-witted and hyper-intelligent. You can see it by how much the globular gods have blessed his earthly form.
Thank you, Father.
Can I sit at the table now? We need to end the show.
Sure, whatever. I got better things to do. Come, Craig, I need to show you the mysterious dance of the balls.
Okay.
Well, this has been MC Loon and a whole host of other fuckers. This might be the last show I make if they keep treating me like this. Pay me pity bucks. I need them now more than ever. Goodbye.
That's it.
What's that other? What's the other sound? What is that from? The intro and the outro.
Yeah, it's I'll find the GIF because it's the sound to a GIF.
Okay, yeah, I want to see that.
Know what it is? You should see it. Mind blown.
Oh, I think I might know what it is now.
Mind explosions. I put that as the intro for him because he thinks he's so smart. Like anything he says will blow your mind. So
is that Tim and Eric?
That.
Awesome show, great job. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't quite hear you.
Tim and Eric, awesome show, great job. That's where the clip comes from.
Oh yeah, I get you. I think my Tyson clone comes out pretty well.
It does. Yeah.
I'm probably gonna have them talk to Don Petit eventually as well.
Mhm.
Someone who has seen Outer Space, Baby Jesus.
Anyway, just got to finish dealing with some stuff in the chat. All right, let's get back. Yeah, we are. This is the emergency meeting, folks. Welcome to the emergency meeting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is emergency meeting Thursday. Glad to have you all. Our friend FL Dub was nice enough to make us some event headers. I'll post those in the chat. They are awesome, by the way.
Yeah, it was no problem, man.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, bro. Like, it turned out really good too. I'm impressed. It was way better than what I came up with. So there's one, and then here's the other.
I mean, I just got Photoshop and
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great. I mean, I should probably post what I came up with just to compare to show you guys how good it is. It's actually really funny to me. I'm glad I didn't stick with it. I'm glad I asked because this was about to be trash.
Yeah, emergency meeting. Oh yeah. What is that?
Yeah, so emergency meeting. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that's like the new. It's like a new thing. So I was like, oh, we can do it. We gotta talk about some business here. So.
Exactly. I mean, in Flat Earth news, at least what keeps going on in my head lately is like how many closet flat earthers are there really out there?
Yeah, that's
You know
a
what I
good
mean?
question.
Because I mean, we're outspoken. We're definitely like, honing the argument down to literally textbook level. And there's got to be people out there that, of course, know. Because I knew for a long time before coming here too. So, but never at the ability of being able to talk to people now, right? The education we kind of get in the server, as the academy, as we call it. It's fantastic. But I just wonder how many are really out there. What's the percentage of flat earthers and globies?
That is a good question. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I'm a big fan of the Pareto principle, the 80-20 principle. That's probably where I probably would start at 20% is like the total that knows, and then maybe you could break down that 20% of like the top 5% is the vocal group. Then you have the maybe like 10% is the kind of that hinter group that I talk about from time to time, the ones that'll drop hints, Tate and some of these music artists.
Yeah, because even these like kind of little big names are getting into it now too.
Yeah, Sneakos and stuff like that. And then you have the silent group, which would maybe be another. Let's see, that's 15%. Yeah, maybe like another 5% is like the vocal group. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right breakdown. Maybe there's Maybe there's more. Maybe it's like 70-30 or 60-40, and then that 40% breaks down. So I don't know. I would say they probably have the majority on the other side, all the normies and stuff like that. I think there's probably 50% or more as they've got the bigger crowd, so to speak.
Yeah.
You said something about the burrito equation?
Yeah, I'll make sure I'm getting that right. I'm pretty sure it's called the Pareto principle.
Oh, burrito. I thought you said burrito, like as in the
Burrito.
food. And I was getting hungry here.
You're
You have my
hungry, huh?
attention.
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
I read this in
I
a
can-
book a long time ago. Good.
I can't say how many exactly because it's really hard to quantify that. But
A whole heck of a lot, but that is a great question.
Yeah, that's right, Father Ball. It's called the 80-20 rule. So it's like, well, it's kind of based on other things, but it's essentially, 80-20. I could be wrong. Maybe it's more or less, but I mean, let's
I'm
look
kind
at
of thinking the same thing.
Good. I'm gonna go because I was gonna ask about the population. Like, I'm gonna look up the population here, the claimed population, by the way.
Right. Who's going around being like 1, 2?
Yeah, right. So we're almost at claimed 8 billion. Seems like a lot.
It's just linear.
They could be off by a few million.
Could be off by like some billions, maybe even. Who knows? Would you say it's? Would you guys say it's probably less, right? Or no? What do you think?
I have no idea because it's like I haven't been everywhere, but like there's so much land too. I mean, when you think about like kind of the density of these cities and urban environments versus kind of just land stretches. I mean, in my state, Texas, like, dude, there's land for days. Like, when you think about the density of people versus actually the land, that's probably a pretty interesting ratio too.
Yeah.
Probably way less. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, like our friend FL Dub's pointing out here, when you get in a plane, as soon as you go up away from your city, you start to see like, whoa, there's like a lot. There's so much like land and patches of, just land everywhere. We're all just packed into these cities and stuff, And then there's
Well, it could go. Sorry.
Go ahead. I'll go after you. No worries.
I was just saying it could go. It could go along with the whole limited resource narrative, right?
Right.
Yeah, right. They're saying like, oh, there's too many people, and yeah, exactly. So I think that might be tied with that, just like T-Dub's pointing out. And you guys have probably heard that like everyone could fit in Texas, or everyone could fit in a certain city.
Right.
Type of
Yeah.
thing.
Everybody has enough to have like 100 acres to themselves. Like,
Yeah, I'll
probably even
screenshot
more than that.
It says,
Like thousands.
Texas is about 170 million acres. You could give everyone in the United States half an acre in Texas. In fact, you could, in theory, house the entire population of Earth into Texas at a population density of 27,000 people per square mile. But also, I've heard that if we just like packed in like sardines, like shoulder to shoulder, we could all fit into like LA or something. I'll see if I can find that.
That's so crazy to think about. I don't know. The only time I've seen like a billion items of something was like this YouTube video where it showed grains of rice, and it did it by tens, so it went like 10, 100,000. When it got to 1 million, 1 billion, it was like, dude, 1 billion is huge even compared to 1 million of like, just rice,
I think
But yeah, it just had me thinking. Because I mean, yeah, the population is definitely an interesting topic, but like, I don't know. Just recently, I've noticed a lot more students, starting to talk about it right? Or at least I kind of overhear some conversations, or even just directly asking me. Like over the summer, I had a few students that were just like, "So is it flat? Because I've been hearing it's flat. What do you think?" And they started explaining, and not a really good argument. They're asking the same thing. Is it a pizza in space? But what's crazy is, people are questioning.
I was just reacting to the whole "is it a pizza?" I hate that so much. But you're right. It's becoming less and less taboo, which is good. You're getting your students asking questions. You bumped into that guy on campus who was like, "Hey, I saw you with Eric Dubay." Like, damn.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, so I mean, there's people watching, this YouTube content of Flat Earth, when they can get it. At least we still see a lot of the big names, but, big names like Fresh and Fit, touching the topic too. I just feel like we're going to see this a lot more. And, lately, I mean, even at the other servers and such of 24/7, like, it's definitely clear and abundant of these people who've seen the propaganda.
You know the movie Interstellar?
Yeah.
Right, and sitting there talking to that woman, and she's like, "Oh, the moon landing, yeah, that was fake. We figured that out." So I see that, like, without all the rest of the movie heliocentric, I see that in a few years. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's an appeal to the future, but I kind of see that mentality developing in the younger generation now, to the point that they're going to catch on eventually, like, and they will figure that out. You know what I mean? And it'll be just like, yeah, we know that was garbage.
I think so too, like almost like a Santa Claus thing,
Yeah.
That "I told you" feeling is gonna be really strong, and a lot of people are like, "Dude, oh my god, I told you."
Either way, I think it's really great to see kind of happening before our eyes,
I told you. What did I tell you? I tell you, 'cause I...
Yeah, man. Did you guys hear
They're
that?
going to run out of road, aren't they? Sorry, go on. What was that?
No, my bad. I think there's a little bit of a delay. I'm not sure if it's me or on your end, but go ahead. Go ahead. I was just I didn't mean to. I thought I was muted. I was looking for a soundboard clip. Go ahead.
To hear it, but yeah, I was just saying that they're going to eventually run out of road, right, to kick the can down.
And kicking the can they are. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, I'm gonna really have to hold back the whole like, bro, I've been telling you. What did I tell you, bro? Like, I tried telling you. Yeah. I haven't got a lot of people to come and say, yeah, man, like I see now. That's rare. It takes a lot of humility to do that as well in the first place, to be like, yeah, man, you might have been right about that. So I can understand why people would keep quiet. Like you asked, that was your original question, F-All Dubs. Like, I wonder how many people know. What's the percentage? I bet you there's a lot of people out there that do know. They're just like quiet, understandably so. And I do have a clip for that, actually. Here it is. People just keeping their mouths shut for multiple reasons, but here's one reason why they might keep their mouths shut.
Get back, please. Everybody, stay back. Yeah, we had 3 male victims, high school students, it looks like.
So who were those two? And why were they on the scene before forensics got there? One of them looked like he was just a kid.
I don't know any more than you do so far. But you saw the stiffs, didn't you? They were something else. No ordinary human being could do that. You just have to pretend you never saw it. If you want to make it to retirement in this job, anyway.
Yep. And so, I've said before, like, it breaks down into a couple camps. We're the vocal group, loud, proud, gonna say it no matter what. You know, negativity and all, we're gonna take all of it. Then you have the hinters, which a couple examples of that you guys have heard before. But the group of folks that'll drop in hints out there, and I never fell into that group. I don't care, man. I have a steel backbone. I'm just gonna say it. Say what you want about me. I have a clip of that too. But this is the group like of someone that makes a good example of a hinter.
Rich, go they crush the crown, that shit the golden road is promising. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? Like fuck it would've changed. Like Kobe, I got an 8 for you, you pray for me, I pray for you. They say the word 360, but what if it's flat? Breaking down, I'm breaking too. Say you wanna change, but keep changing it back.
Yep. And he makes a great point there too. Pray that I keep it honest, but what if they say I'm crazy? He's like, well, forget it. Like, who cares? I'll never change. And so, yeah, I got you, Cuddy. 1 second. I'm like, who the hell is that? But I got you. Yeah, I got you, big dog. This is the dude from
I was
Chicago.
thinking that too.
I'm like, who the? He posted that.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
So yeah, Dally Austin is his name, and he did comment. I've said this before a bunch of times, but he there's a website called Rap Genius. They shortened it to just genius.com, where artists can go on there and annotate their lyrics. Drace and I were doing this the other day. I don't know where he snuck off to. We'll have to get him back in here and do another round of lyric review. That was really fun. But yeah, he annotated that lyric, and this is what he had to say about it. So he says, fact is the world is actually 360, but from our human perspective, we can't see that it's round. What if they're lying and the world is flat? I don't know. Just a thought. And this was 10 years ago, bro. So this was way before I got into it. Let's see. So shout out to Dally Austin from Chicago. And I think also, love him or hate him, Tate has dropped some gems as well. And where is it? So I have respect for all three groups, the vocal group, the hinter group, and then the silent group. I completely understand why you would maybe find yourself in one of the three. It's not easy to be in the vocal group because you have to take this attitude that Nick Fuentes takes here. I'll play it in the clip here. People are going to say a lot of things about you, but you just at some point you just go whatever and keep moving. Let's take a listen.
When they say like, oh, you're racist, you did this, you did that, like for me, my life started politically when I just started saying like, okay, whatever, you're racist, you're this, you're that. Okay, anyway, I feel like so many people are so fixated on arguing, no, I'm not a racist, no, I'm not this and that. And here's the thing, like, as I said earlier, I love everybody, but the way that term is used, or any of those terms, it's all just political. If you're not liberal, they say you're racist. Therefore, like, you're a piece of shit and no one can talk to you. And I feel like people are just done with those games. Like, how can anyone look at the stream where it's like, it's very interracial or multiracial, whatever you want to say. Interracial in a lot of ways. You know, I'm Mexican and white, and I think you guys are mixed. So it's multiracial.
I'm not mixed. I'm a pure blood, motherfucker. You little mixed fuck.
I'm full white.
Right. You know, but it's a mixed panel. We got all different kinds of people, and everybody recognizes that we're all like nice people, like we're all friendly, normal people, just we have different views, different, you know, maybe we're more right wing or have a different perspective on things. And so people are just
about.
Yeah, yeah. I actually really like that clip because you know, he's not really focused on this topic in particular, but I think it really there's a nice parallel. He's saying we're all just like regular people, you know, like we're all different, we all have different lives and stuff like that, but you know, it's not like we're all this or all that. It's really funny. Nick goes like, you know, we're kind of like multiracial, and Myron's wearing a freaking like a you know, a Chappelle like KKK hood. It's kind of funny. He's like, no, I'm full white. I don't know if you guys caught that. It was a really funny moment. But yeah, at some point you just get to this stage where you're like, oh, okay, whatever. You're gonna say whatever you want about me. I'm just gonna continue on with the mission, you know. So I do love that take from Fuentes there.
Yeah. And I mean, luckily you kind of decide which kind of group you're in. Sorry, Tito. Go for it, man.
You're all right. No, that's okay. Continue.
Oh, no. I mean, like, just because I feel like I've kind of gone through all levels of that with Flat Earth. Like, I was super excited about it, you know, when I was kind of realizing that it was flat, and I was sharing it with my friends, right? You know, as anybody who comes with news, you know. And I learned pretty quickly that, man, I want to be a silent type because everybody kind of hates me for this, you know, and I kind of did that for years until, you know, you're kind of the drop hints guy, you know, you're talking about level, you're talking about horizon, what's up with that, you know, until you meet this place and you're definitely a vocal guy, you know, so I mean, you know, what's nice is you decide.
Go ahead, T-Dub. Did you want to react to that, to the clip? Go ahead.
Just in the way of categorization. Everybody wants to categorize things and each other, you know. I mean, you could take a deck of cards, right? And you could try and start categorizing each card, like putting them into separate categories. But you'll find that that there's some cards in your pile that don't match the other cards in some aspect. So you can never fully, like, a complete, fully comprehensive, sure, you know, absolute category, right? You have to sacrifice one aspect of it to put it into another category. And you know, people are just the same, right?
That's a great analogy. It makes me think of like somebody with like, everybody's kind of got a different set of cards, and some people's are like real clean, they're OCD, you know, and then some are just like, you know, all over the place.
Yeah, I'll go and play the other. Oh, go ahead.
Green, that's all.
Oh, okay, yeah. You know, I was just gonna play the other Fuentes clip, but he basically says the same thing. He's like, you know, they're gonna, you know, try to distract you, and the mission just continues to lurch forward. And I really like this message as well. So let's take a listen.
I gotta say, it's so awesome. Like, it's me, Fresh and Fit, Zerka, Sneeko. We're all live on Rumble. We got 16,000 watching between the both of us. And we're just freaking dropping these red pills like, bro. Overton window shifting. We're so winning. How could you not trust the plan? Just everywhere you look, the main mission lurches forward. In spite of it all, people create all these diversions and distractions. They try to say, oh, you're failing because of this. Oh, you're not doing because of that. But it's like the message is getting out. The signal's getting out. No matter what happens, it's like the message just keeps going because I'm a human red pill.
Yeah, well, they try to create distractions. They try to create, you know, oh no, you're failing. No, well, the mission continues on, just like FL Dub. Dude came up to him on campus. Yo, I heard you. I heard you on YouTube. Yeah, exactly. The mission, the Overton window shifting. His students are asking him questions more and more. Yep, exactly. So it's becoming more and more normal. It's not such a taboo thing anymore, and it's good. We're gonna continue this mission. And even Fuentes, like everyone he mentioned there, Fuentes, Zerka, Sneeko, even the producer of Fresh and Fit, they're all on board. All of them, maybe varying degrees, but they all understand exactly what. Maybe not everything we understand, like the Black Swan and all that, but they get it. They're not globetards, so that's good. All right, let's see what else we got. Which should we go next? Oh, just another couple examples of like the Hinter group. This is Tate and his brother were thrown in jail, and once they got out, they did this like 24-hour live stream from this like fake jail. It was really funny, actually. I watched some of it throughout the day. It was really hilarious, but I didn't capture this moment when it was live. Someone was nice enough to clip it out. This is one moment from their jail stream.
Earth is flat and space is fake. Elon wouldn't lie to me. Did Elon say it's a circle? Well, whatever. Yeah, Elon wouldn't lie. I believe the Earth was flat and space was fake until Elon started doing space. Can't trust NASA. It's run by Nazis. Alex Jones was right. I have no legs.
He's like, a circle. Did Elon say it was a circle or whatever? I love that. So yeah, we got people out here dropping hints left and right. It's not that his stance is well known, but I think you can kind of take away, based on what I'm hearing, they even use the word like globetard.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe. Globetard.
So, yeah, man. Go ahead, FLW.
Man, that was a good point you guys were bringing up the other day too. Like who else says globetard? And all I could think of was QE. And that kind of crowd. Like he'd have to be kind of listening. At least have a pulse on something in the society to be kind of even mentioning flat Earth. So yeah, it makes me optimistic that he's kind of listening in too. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I had never even heard that word until I was around the you guys, this circle, QE.
Same.
Where are they getting that from? Would it be awesome if they were listening in? That's why you gotta keep in mind, dude. You never know who's listening. We're always live, pretty much on Rumble, YouTube, etc. Keep that in mind, guys. Make sure you're addressing the wider audience. That guy that came in earlier, I don't know if you guys were here for it. There was a guy, what's his name? Versatile something. And he's like, I have a friend, I'm trying to get him in. He joins. And immediately, he I don't know, I must have rumpused him or something. Yeah, well, I was like...
He's like, I am uncool with that.
That was really funny. Well, I don't know. He was like, oh, sir, you need to let me finish. I'm like, no problem. Let me mute up. Go ahead. So I expected the same type of treatment in return. Like, if you don't want to be rumpused, I don't want to be rumpused either. So he kept rumpusing me. I'm like, all right, listen, dude, we're live, and this is a panel. We're trying to share the mic. And he's like, oh, we're live? Oh, I gotta go. Okay, pussy. But
well, it's another great aspect of this room. We have a jury, we have an audience. I mean, I love the metaphor that you guys bring up, where this is kind of the courtroom. Even Miggy will be like, "That's all, Your Honor."
Nice. I haven't heard him say that actually. It's been a while since I've heard Miggy around, but yeah.
Or no further questions, Your Honor.
Right. It's the best setting, I think, to put yourself in. Because you, like I said, you got to keep in mind the audience and the jury. You really don't know who's out there, regardless of what side you're on. Too, like you could be helping someone, understand your side, regardless of what side you're on. You know what I mean? So you got to keep those people in mind. So, and then again, if folks like Tate and Sneeko and these guys are listening in, like they're getting it from us, so you got to make sure you keep those folks in mind for sure. This is Sneeko using the same terminology.
The Earth is probably flat.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
We can get into it.
You
man.
really think that?
Have you ever held a tennis ball?
Yes, of course.
Where's the flat point on a tennis ball?
Where's the flat point?
Yeah.
I mean, nah, like
on a tennis ball. Like where's the flat part?
There's not a flat part.
There's none.
Yeah.
So why every time you see the Earth, it's flat? There's a big flat part on the Earth. It's just a bigger tennis ball.
Distance.
Distance. Show me one picture of round Earth. If you take the biggest cameras of all time and zoom all the way out,
bro. Listen, I was on Empire State Building once. That curving.
No, it wasn't.
I was curving.
I've seen that same thing.
It was curving. I saw it with my own eyes.
You have a picture?
No, I took a picture with my eyes.
No, you didn't see. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's just a short version. Hold on a second. I might have a longer version somewhere. Drace has the longer version, but he's like, no, I'm not a globetard. So, W Sneeko. I do have actually another clip where he says it, so let me grab that.
What do they think? Do they think that they're saying a curve at the corner of their eyes? I mean, they'd have to be thinking it's peripheral vision or something. I don't know. Weird.
Well, this shows that their wig falls right off their head as soon as they say stuff like that, because it doesn't match the claim. Like, they have a vague belief in this thing, but this gets into that BYOB territory, right? When people start bringing their own ball, and you basically just made up your own version that doesn't match the claim. So it's just really sloppy, you know. It just basically their wig flops right off their head onto the ground as soon as they say, "Oh, I was in a plane," or "I was on a building." Well, that doesn't match what they're saying. So you made your own sloppy version to try and prop up your belief. So silly. I'll get the other clip of Sneeko using the word. That's pretty funny. 1 second. All right, I think this is it. Let me put it in here. Yeah, this is fresh and fit. Someone donated a super chat, and they're like, "So, what does the panel think about Antarctica?" And Fresh goes, "Oh, shit, that's some deep shit right there." And then Nico goes, "Oh, are there any globetards on the panel?" And the producer Chris goes, "Yeah, facts." I thought that was all really funny. You have to listen closely to catch all these moments, but here it is.
Tisua, I want to hear the panel's thoughts about international agreement to not explore Antarctica. Ooh, flower. That's some deep shit right there.
Yo, are there any globetards on this panel?
Yeah, facts.
The Earth is flat. Globalism is great. Globalism is great. There's a firmament.
This is like an heart attack over here.
This fucking homosexual believes in the Mars. Yo, every picture of Mars, lander, and space, and Pluto, and Planet X, it's all computer-generated pictures. That's why it's called sea level, because the sea is level. That's why it's called tectonic plates, because they're plates. That's why it's called a horizon, because it's horizontal at 120,000 feet, just like Einstein. Motionless plane. The Earth is an observable, motionless plane. The Earth is flat. There's a firmament. Read page 1 of Genesis.
Destiny, don't worry. He's going to be gone tomorrow. Thank you for defending us, by the way, against this.
That's Zerka for you. You guys haven't met Zerka. Well, there you go.
You definitely got ahead of the conversation, though. You know, everybody was just kind of going chaotic with it. Girls laughing in the background, and you know, they started listening. You know,
one girl was like, "Oh, maybe it is, maybe it isn't." So, yeah, I mean, The panels usually like him a lot, even though he says the most crazy stuff to them. I don't. It's pretty wild. Like the last panel I listened to that he was on, he gets away with so much stuff that, like, I don't know. I probably couldn't say to ladies, but he says it like they don't mind. At least on camera, they don't. But yeah, he's a wild guy. But I kind of like him. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like him. I know a lot of people don't. Yeah, he's supposedly had a debate with a guy named Michael Sartain, and Sartain claims he's an astrophysics major. He studied astrophysics in school. This is them two having a conversation about it.
So Lord help.
I say it enough.
And may peace be with him. That's all I got to
Nice.
say.
Con Dios. One more thing. So John and I are going to do a debate on Monday. And John, honestly, like, there's much more things I want to talk about besides flat Earth. So
Actually, I want flat Earth to be the smallest one because I think that's the one you'll lose the fastest in. It's not really your area, but
you do understand I studied astrophysics in college. Like, you have no idea what's about.
Earth is flat.
Yes, I do.
Are you surprised?
Adam,
yeah, I'm not surprised.
Stick around. You gotta watch this one.
John.
Do you guys know who Destiny is?
Yeah.
You know who Destiny is?
Sure.
No.
Check this out. I'll give you $10,000 if you can beat me in a flat Earth debate. I'll get 0 in return.
How do you
Free
win,
10,000.
though? Like, what
Actually,
is
you know
the
what?
determining factor of win to loss?
John.
Whoa, that's 20 minutes.
John,
for 20 minutes of your time, you can have 10,000 transferred right now.
I'm gonna
and
go,
you don't have to win. Just let me have the. No,
John,
don't
I'm
say
going to do you one better.
You're going to pay me 10 grand to listen to you for 20 minutes.
No. You can debate.
So I get to debate you for 20 minutes.
Yes.
And I can make 10 grand if I can last 20 minutes of listening to you.
Just win the debate.
How do you win?
Wait,
what is the determining
Destiny.
factor of win to loss?
Listen.
Who's the judge?
Who is the
Destiny's
judge?
chat. A chat that hates me.
So
he's the first person I debated. And Mark,
to be fair, he did win.
You watched it?
I did, yeah.
Oh, dude. Oh, I'm in trouble. You actually studied
Listen, Matt.
Oh, I'm in trouble.
I have a degree in astrophysics. Like, you're
But hold on.
you're in a lot of trouble.
But hold on.
But I still
Who's
like
the last guy I beat?
I forgot the guy's name. The blonde
engineer who works at NASA.
I remember. Yeah.
No, engineer who worked at NASA. So you got to be better than someone who's.
So here's the thing.
And a telemetry guy.
One of the things. So the difference between those guys is I'm actually friends with a lot of flat earthers, and so I had them look at your arguments. So they don't.
Not a disc in space.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Okay. No, it's not
We're
those guys.
talking about the real one.
I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to teach you, bro. Like, it's not. It's not what you think is going to happen.
Check it out.
I do this for a living.
No.
The globular model is your God. Refraction and gravity is your Lord and Savior.
Yeah, that was I actually didn't go and listen to their that quote debate that they were supposed to have. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a link for it. I can try to find it if anyone wants to go deep dive and research that. I'll find it for you guys. Yeah, here it is. If anyone wants to do some research, here you go. Have fun.
Now, what if someone like Zerka had the black swan up his sleeve, elevation angle measurement, and all the logical fallacy, a good grasp on logical fallacies, man, it would be good to have someone that is somewhat prolific, that has the arguments that we have,
100%.
It would be good. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. And that's why, again, we got to keep in mind, you never know who's listening. Maybe they are every now and again. They might just tune in. So, yeah, that's like, imagine if any of these figures were armed with some of these things. And Drace is back. Hold up. Drace in the panel. Whoa.
I was over at Politics listening to Indio. He was going hard.
Good. What was the conversation about?
Aristophanes.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Yeah. Basically, they ran him through it. Had some. They brought some demonstration, and Indio racked him on it, and showed how it wasn't even equal. Where they started with the two devices, and then FE Jedi was like, where's the source for this Aristophanes guy? Like, where's the if this is the repetition and the repetition doesn't work, where's the at least source? You gotta have a first thing if you're gonna repeat it, and he couldn't find that, and it was pretty bad. He eventually just spiraled out.
I can't believe it's 2023. Like, that's the best they got?
Yeah, best they got is sticks and shadows. I hope they only work on a ball.
Yeah, was it the same guy trying to say that every so much distance it would have to change by 2%, 2 degrees or something, the shadow on a flat surface, and it doesn't, so it must be a ball?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that part of it. If it was the same guy,
Right.
It's just all too common. I think many of them watched that these dumb videos by these anti-flat earthers, and like that one Neil deGrasse Tyson video where he's like, "I think 3 sticks might actually prove the ball and disprove flat Earth," but then you see like Dr. Sack use like I think it was 16 sticks.
What?
Works fine on a flat Earth, man. It just depends on the parameters you're using.
Yeah, so like, under the videos they have the text box that's like, it's an archaic conception, blah blah blah. Like, bro, you guys, this is what I redubbed it, put it in the chat. The globe Earth model is an archaic conception with Earth shaping as a spinning ball calculated with 2 sticks. Like, dude, they have the archaic idea, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, I love pointing that out, like, especially because a lot of them also believe in this ancient aliens, the Vedas had all this insane technological information from the ancient past because we were so advanced with all these ancient aliens. But all those guys were flat earthers, though. No. Well, they just didn't know yet. They thought it was flat.
Unbelievable.
And then I'm like,
rewrite history.
but the globe just started with these sex cults and was just all this doctrine was just spread within the sex cults. Meanwhile, public were still flat earthers. Like even up until the 1900s, you still had flat earthers. So
Yeah,
you're gonna have. It's kind of like today we have theoretical physicists or not theoretical astrophysicists, and they're imagining up all sorts of stories and stuff, and very, very few people believe their specific story because they don't have any evidence for it. That's kind of what it was. Like, all their evidence is super shady. Like, Parmenides or whatever looked at the eclipses and was like, well, circular shadow must be cast by a ball, therefore that we must be on a ball. So he's assuming that whatever's occulting the moon is the shadow of the thing he's standing on, and that therefore is a ball. When you don't actually know that, and shadows actually distort when they hit a surface. So based on the surface, so if you had a sphere and you were casting a rounded circular shadow onto that sphere, it would distort along the edges, and it would be very apparent from our position that it was a shadow hitting a circular or spherical object. We just don't see that.
Right, and the shadow has to be at a certain size too for that to occur. Because, like, if it passed through a huge shadow, I mean, there wouldn't be a discernible like roundness to it really. And like you said, the surface of the thing that's the shadow's been cast on has an effect on the shape of the shadow as well. Like, so it distorts it. So I mean, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You can go.
I was just saying, I made a meme for that. You guys are welcome to share it around. It's in the chat right now. Imagine thinking the ground that's under you is blocking your view of something in the sky. It's like one of the dumbest ideas if you really think about it. Like, it's so stupid. They think that's like proof of something.
Yeah, it's an interpretation of something that that we do experience in reality, but the interpretation of it is something that we don't experience in reality.
Yeah, it's excuses the members of the sex cult use to try to explain away what they saw in reality and make their belief sound real. Aristotle ended up compiling a bunch of these ideas from his fellow cult members and really pushed the idea of a globe and kind of got geocentric globe ideas a little bit popular within educated circles, and that kind of spread the cult. But the public still was not globers.
Exactly. Many of the philosophers weren't either. There was philosophers that didn't join the cult.
Yep, there was a lot of debate on that topic.
Yeah, and then they come in, they're like, oh, well, 2,000 years. Like, 2,000 years of what? You imagining things?
Yeah, we got 2,000 years of history from your sex cult. That's not the world.
For a lot of them, we ask them like, "Oh yeah, so who measured the curvature?" And they'll appeal to Eratosthenes, and we're like, "Okay, so we take that apart." And we're like, "Got anything else?" And then they skipped to 2,000 years and say satellites.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, bro, you don't. And see, one of the things I say back to that is like, look, we don't just spray and pray things up into the sky. That's a ridiculous idea. If you're telling me that that's how they did these quote measurements, then you're also telling me that they just like sprayed some quote $1 million technology. They just sprayed and prayed it up there and hoped it worked. That's not how we do things, bro. The freaking Wakanda, we don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
So that doesn't work either. Spray and pray technology up in no, dude, what the hell? You'd have to measure it first and then try to put things up there. Like that's such a ridiculous idea, man. They don't think about these things that they present. Oh, just walk straight. Where? Starting where? Like, think about that. They just don't even think, bro. I said it in one of my songs, broke brain can't focus. Literally have broken brains. Talking about walking straight. From what? Like, you can't do that. You can do it in your mind, sure, whatever. But you go into reality, put your back at your door, and then try to start walking straight. And tell me when you hit something. Stupid.
Stupid. Something I can't find much information about is how did they, deal with antipodes pre-Newton? Like, how did they justify it? How did they deal with that idea that people thinking that they're on a globe pre-Newton? What was their idea? I can't find much information on it.
What's that? Antipodes, you said?
Right. So being antipodal, like, so Newton came along and sort of fix that up for them. You know what I mean? Like, well, there's force and it's pulling, but what was the debate about that pre-Newton before they had some sort of excuse? How did they rectify that? How did they justify that in their minds, being antipodal to someone else?
Gravity's error.
Right, but pre-Newton, like, because there was the proponents pre-Newton. So
Yeah, I know,
there's
dude.
not much info on it.
Yeah. Unbelievable. I feel like they literally would just rewrite history. You know, they'll just write stuff into the history books. They probably have done that with freaking some of these figures, Alberuni, Eratosthenes. I would not be surprised if they just wrote them into the history books, you know? Who knows if those were even real people? Like you said, somebody asked for the source, and I bet you it was crickets. I'm glad that we don't have to do that, guys. We don't have to be like, oh, well, there was this guy in history that proved it for all of us. Yeah, no, I did it. You know? So I love that. That's what I love about us is we don't have to fake stuff. You know that we were speaking to this guy the other day. He was like, "Oh no, the 6.21, 9.41 mile distance to the rigs, that's fake." I'm like, bro, what? How?
Yeah. That's not actually the globe curve. You're right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth. The snacks in the back.
Nice. Yeah, brilliant. I can't believe that they go from the like mainstream representative to the full conspiratard in like a flash. No, California's fake. Like, what are you on right now, bro? Crazy.
There was another guy in politics who was saying that, well, the Q statement. I don't agree with the Q statement in the modus tollens, right, for the black swan. And so I didn't voice it, but I typed in the chat. Okay, then take it out of the globe math claim. Then no 1.225 mile horizon.
Rest in peace. Well, that's like. Go ahead.
I heard someone arguing about like the radius is not 3959, and then he used a different number. I think it was 3963.
Yep, you were here for that, weren't you?
Yeah, and what he doesn't realize is that 3959 is the average.
Yeah, this is the double standards again. They're like, oh, you know, how many people have told you, well, it's not a perfect sphere? Yeah, duh. Like, so 3959. No, it's actually 63. Okay, bro.
Yeah, the difference with that small amount is gonna amount to almost nothing.
Right. He really thought he had something with that too, which I thought was really funny. Like, actually, according to my calculations, it's 3963. Okay, so then what would the distance of the horizon be? Well, the black swan's fake. Okay, well, you clearly have nothing. It's just ridiculous.
Right. Yeah. And if they disagree with any part of the P and Q statement in the modus tollens, then they need to remove it from the math. But they won't. They still want to use it.
Yep. They want to have their cake and eat it too. Yep. You like that, Tita? Or you like that, Cuddy? Yeah, bro. Like it's unreal. You know, like. Oh no, I don't agree with the P statement or the Q statement. Well, neither do we. Welcome to our side of the fence. I think Kevin Samuel said it all the time. Accountability is kryptonite. When you hold someone accountable, they do not like it, hate it. So all we're doing is we're holding your claim accountable. You said there is this, and then there's going to be requirements attached to that. No different than if I say I'm 6 foot. Well, when you go to measure me, there better damn well be 72 inches there. If they're not there, then I'm not 6 foot. Period. You don't get to be 6 foot and then not 72 inches tall. You can't. You can't separate those two.
Neil deGrasse is hilarious. When I was getting enough clips to be able to make his clone, he was actually saying stuff that was pretty hilarious because, as we know, they just used the eyes and looked at the horizon and assumed the horizon was the geometric horizon, and that's how they got the size of the globe. So here's Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you why you can see black swans.
The Doge of Venice invited him to the clock tower and said, look at what this instrument can do for you as we look out into the lagoon. You can identify a ship's intentions, friend or foe, by its flag 10 times farther away than you can with the unaided eye. Venice bought a boatload of these telescopes in the service of their military defense. And this was a source of money to Galileo. Now he could go look at the universe. This is...
It sounded like he almost like he was eating his own lips there for a second. Oh, Indio's here. And he's gone.
And he's gone.
I feel like I always put the heat on, like, oh shit, gotta go. But oh, Indio's back.
Yeah, I got to see that.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead. My bad.
What the hell, dude? I went to Stone Cold Steve Austin walk in, man.
That was it. That was it.
No, I've been slumming it all day over in the... Had nothing to do today, so I just slummed it over in the politics server. What a fucking train wreck, man.
That's what I heard. I heard you were cooking them on Eratosthenes over there.
Yeah, that's one. I mean, I've been in there like, I don't even know, like, fuck, 5 or 6 hours, man. I haven't had that long of a plasmac for a while.
They're just thick over there, man. I put my own work in on them, but they're not really concerned with making a case in a like forward to their audience. They just want to turn to you and say, I don't like you. I am disappointed in you. You. It's not about me. Like, holy smokes. Their opinion of me has no bearing on like our argument whatsoever. So that's what I didn't like about them from the folks that I interact
Well,
with.
yeah, they try to turn everything like... So their arguments go like this. I'm going to make some argument. I'm going to try to disprove this flat earther. And then I'm going to try and make a general statement about flat earthers so you can't trust any of them. They just kept trying this over and over and over again. It was like a sport. Like, I don't even know what it was. Because it was different people trying the exact same thing, but they were trying it different ways.
Yeah, my case is true because you're wrong. No, that's not how it works, my friend. Like, that doesn't work that way.
Well, what they were trying to do is like, they're trying to pull the, we can't prove the globe earth because you can't prove the flat earth because no one can prove anything 100%. So no one should listen to any flat earthers because they just don't trust everything and say everything is fake. Like, that just sums up like the variation of like 10 different fucking people go ahead to smack around.
Yep, the 99% crew, the crabs in a bucket crew. They can't be, if they can't be right, no one can be right, type of thing.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yep. It's that crabs in a bucket mentality. If they're going down there, they're going to take everyone with them. Sorry, we're not going down there with y'all. Sorry.
My head exploded just by the sheer volume of straw man attempts that they attempted. Like it's almost endless. Like it's like, dude, man, like your straw man nonsense is just endless. So you're saying, so what you mean is,
Yeah, it's like relax, Kathy Newman. Take it easy, lady.
I'd show you an experiment, but you'll just say it's fake. You just think gravity's fake. You just don't trust anybody. You just think it's a great giant conspiracy. You just like, you know what I mean? Like it's all about like they're just trying to like be like character assassination, right? Poison the well. You can't trust this person because he's biased. Because he's applying a different standard to flat Earth than globe Earth, so he's just showing his bias. Like they're trying to paint a narrative as opposed to like trying to prove the globe. A guy specifically asked, "What kind of evidence will you take that proves the globe?" Measurements of curvature. What do you mean by that? Direct measurements. Well, what's that? So like, explain what a direct measurement is. So now we're just going in the weeds of what's a direct versus indirect measurement, whether speed is a proper totally off of curvature, right? Totally off of like the evidence that he said would like if it was an honest inquiry. Okay, what evidence do you want? Okay, oh, you want that evidence? We got that. I'll show it to you. Just in the weeds, eventually into Eratosthenes, whole the game, right? It's a game. It's not even like we're having a conversation or even a debate. It's a fucking game.
Yeah.
Well, what you were describing, Indio, is actually projection, because like Nathan Oakley points out with when they go, so you're saying there must be a container, right, or a dome, and he's like, no, that's your logical conclusion that you're now projecting upon me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you had one guy come in and be like, well, we know the Earth isn't cold because gravity pulls down. It's the same pull down everywhere. And if the flat disk Earth had gravity, then someone would be pointing on the like. You just created a whole flat Earth in your head, bro.
Yeah. They do that every time, bro. Well,
So
that's
when they're saying things like, oh, sorry, go on.
No, I think me and you have a little bit of a delay. I was just gonna say that one of the things I kept telling them when I was over there, I was like, "Look, you guys need to get in the mindset of being in front of a judge and a jury. Stop appealing to me, okay? Make your case to your audience. But you keep turning to me as the counsel, and you're going, "Well, counsel, I don't approve of your message." That has no bearing on your case, bro. That was one of the things that I think they really lacked that understanding. So, they're just an ultimate fail over there. I don't like those guys.
That's one of the things we brought up, right, man? So, Miggy brought this up because Miggy was over there too. So, like, he brought this up. Like, someone asked, like, he said something like, he wasn't being a dick about it. He's like, we should have like more neutral, unbiased moderators. First of all, that's not even possible. But so Miggy brought up modern day debates, and it's like. The Gober will go on and he'll fucking spin his story, right? Give no evidence for any of it. And then the flat earther has to sit there take up all his time to dismantle that guy's story and then gets to present like no evidence on his side. Right? So what you basically have, so I made this analogy, right? So you have a trial and you have the lawyers giving their speeches, but no one is calling anybody to the stand or entering anything into the evidence, right? It's just lawyers making claims back and forth, right? So, like, no, claims are not evidence, right? You need to call people to the stand to testify and present the evidence for the issue in dispute. You can't just have the lawyers who aren't witnesses just monologuing about what the evidence would show. Well, okay. Yeah, if that's what the evidence would show, let's see the evidence and see if it shows it.
Correct. Yeah, and so like the whole like, well, imagine saying the things that they say. Oh, Your Honor, I would present the evidence, but you just wouldn't believe it. So fail.
Yeah, they also act like if my client is guilty, the world would look different. The world doesn't look different, therefore my client is innocent.
Yeah, unbelievable. I think that that court setting is helpful because they wouldn't use these ridiculous fallacies. Oh, well, Your Honor, the plaintiff is just clearly stupid. Dismissed.
Oh God, I just
My
went
client,
through that.
my client would have murdered them like this, not like that.
That's funny. That's one of their biggest weaknesses. They're not making a case. They're just appealing to you as the counsel, saying like, essentially, you know, I just don't like you. It's like that doesn't matter what you think of me. What case do you have? What is your evidence? Same thing with like you said, you have witnesses that you you have a list of witnesses, and then you have your discovery with your evidence. And we're like, okay, well, I'd like to call one of your witnesses to the stand. And they basically go, oh, no, you can't appeal to my witnesses. They're a panel of people. You have to believe them all. Like, believe all of who? Name one. Well, they're just an entity. You know, like, they do this all the time. Oh, you don't believe all the scientists? Oh, well, let me call one to the stand. Who? Well, all of them. That doesn't work.
Yeah, Miggy got one of them to like. So this dude he was in there all day, and just like making snide comments, all that crap. You know, the peanut gallery. Eventually, Miggy got him. I don't know how Miggy did it. He got him all the way just to like go from flat Earth is stupid. It's ridiculous. You guys just don't trust anybody. You're a bunch of paranoid. He led him all the way to say, well, you just have to have faith in institutions. He laughed. Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, oh, faith. Yeah, great. Oh,
Yeah.
sunny in Philadelphia. I'll have faith in the saints that wrote the Bible.
This is also funny because the last show I made with Father Balls and Wheel the Gas Bison, it was all about this. He explained, like, this is how you globalists should act. Don't address the evidence. And that's what they do. They proved me right once again.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Dude, if
That's
I
it.
hear, we can prove years ago with a telescope one more time, I swear to God, man.
Oh my
I
god.
swear, I cannot take that shit.
Bruh. That's where I came up with one of my ideas is that telescopes don't whisper in your ear. That is a CB original. You can take it and run with it. What they do is they look and then they add details that the telescope did not provide. And yeah, go ahead, Indio.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah. So like, we could see Jupiter's a gas sphere. Like, okay,
Right.
through a telescope.
Yeah.
Like, okay, when you look through a telescope, what features are you looking at that you can tell Jupiter is gas? He's like, well, it reflects the light a certain way. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and then like, well, you can see orbits. Like, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? And he was like, Jesus Christ. Like, he couldn't believe it. But like, I just kept killing him. Like, dude, okay, so like, who's ever seen an orbit? Like, seriously. Nobody. Like, nobody's ever actually seen these things, right? But they've never analyzed it to the level of like, you know, what it's actually like. What are we actually observing in reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're at the second level of abstraction, right? And that's where they're living in this like double layer of abstraction. You got reality, then an abstraction layer, and then another abstraction layer, and they're somewhere above that, right? The second level of abstraction, right? So we got the Earth radius, and then we got like planets are spheres, therefore the Earth's a sphere, and like, you know, gas spheres and all this stuff, and they're living up there in La La Land. But then we like, okay, what's actually observed through the telescope? When you look through the eyepiece, what do you actually see? And like, they can't even describe the reality of what's observed in the telescope. That's how just like in their head they are about this topic.
They might as well close their eyes and then look through it because, like I said, they're basically just having it whisper in their ear what's going on. Like,
yeah, it's like I don't know. You ever take LSD and close your eyes, man? You'll see a lot of funny shit, dude. That's pretty much what they're doing. You want to just close your eyes and see the funny little cartoons on the inside of your eyelids.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they're like looking through the telescope and they're imagining that's gas. Like it's like whispering, that's gas. Orbits.
It's orbiting the sun. I can't see the sun, but I can tell that it's orbiting it.
It's so funny, bro.
Every 76 years. Sorry, Tito.
No, I was just saying, how does anyone know what a huge ball of hydrogen and helium looks like?
Well, just look through a telescope. It'll whisper in your ear and tell you.
It's like asking, like saying what it tastes like. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Oh my god, it's kind of funny because you joked about that, but they'll literally say like space smells like steak and all this stuff. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Space smells like burnt steak.
They even had like a space themed Mountain Dew or something recently. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, there's a troll over there. His name's Patricia Stair. This is pretty funny. We were talking about PD in here. And like, you know, what it stands for. And he was like, yeah, that figures a flat earther drinks his own pee. I was like,
oh my god.
I was like, dude, more NASA astronauts have drinking their own fucking pee than any flat earther.
Backfired.
He never spoke again.
You know what? I love when that happens, bro. I love when that happens. I did that. I got some folks with that on the moving buildings thing. I was in the chat, right? I'm like, dude, you guys think buildings move? They're like, no one has ever said that ever. I'm like, oh, really? Because I got a whole server with screenshot after screenshot of you goofballs saying, yeah, they move. Of course they move. Yeah, they move. Yeah, they move with the earth. Blah, blah, blah. I started posting all those screenshots, spamming them all. After that, they went completely quiet. Not a word.
Oh, we had a guy denying. Oh man, he was denying that there's Globers that say everyone at NASA would have to be in on it. It would have to be a conspiracy where everyone on NASA's lying. He denied that that's what any Glober ever said. He said they only talk about the astronauts. We were just like, Wolfgang was like, what? Like, dude, they tell us that every single scientist in the world has to be lying. Every pilot, every government official. Like, dude, you're lucky we just held it to NASA, man. They say the entire world. I've heard people say the entire world has to be lying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I've heard that too. Well, what they do is they end up fumbling and bumbling and tripping over their own confidence. I realized that this morning, Clipcord had played a clip. He dropped a clip in the lobby of this guy talking to Central or Heretic, and he was like, Central was like, so you need two mediums. What are the two mediums? And he's like, oh, the Observer.
Yeah, I listened to that, man. That was. I don't even have words for that, man.
I bashed my head. I was like sitting there with my head in my hands, like, you cannot be serious. Central's like, dude, no, just might as well shut the hell up because you sound stupid. He's like, oh, well, no, my mistake. It's actually the horizon. You clowns. Like, they just confidently stumble over their own confidence. You know what I mean?
Is it intentional, though? I'm just trying to think, like, especially over there. Like, we've had a lot of newbies in here. And, like, that has a consistently different feel to it than just like average Globers that don't know the topic. It feels like they're actually like trying to gaslight or do some Alice in Wonderland shit because some of them just say the most absurd things.
Yeah. 100% Indio. There was a guy that came in the other day, Epsilon, and I really try to be a good listener. You know, Myron's always like, I listen to respond, you know, and so like I try to do the same thing. And I'm sitting there listening. He's just confidently saying random nonsense. It's just really weird, you know. Like he ended up getting triggered and left after I told him that counting your age is not science. I have to make the clip because he legitimately was like, no, you're 20 something, right? So that means that's science. It's 1, 2, 3. I'm like, no, dude, counting is just counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's like, yeah, but what if you say it in French? Un, deux, trois. I'm like, that's not science, you bird brain.
So one guy, this is an example, it's something called the Alice in Wonderland interrogation technique. I don't know if you ever heard me talk about it. It's an interrogation technique so you're being interrogated by two people, and they're talking to you and they're talking to each other, but what they're saying does not make sense. And the thing is to break the mind of the person, of the interrogee, right? Because he's in an environment, he can't make sense of what the fuck's going on. Because the conversation is jabberwocky, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. And the idea is the person's gonna, want a world that makes sense so bad that they're gonna do anything to get out of that situation. This is an interrogation technique. Or I think that they're using some variation of that to we're just making it so uncomfortable in here by just talking nonsense that they'll leave the server. So what this dude did, he started with, I saw a curve from a plane window. And somehow he worked that into, if you wrap a wire all the way around the Earth, then its electrical field has a healing property on the human body.
What?
What the fuck? Yeah, man. And he did it in about 5 sentences, and I'm like, what the hell is that?
I was listening to some of this earlier, and when I'm trying to make my AI sound as dumb, as retarded as possible, that's how they sound normally.
Yeah, I have to think it's intentional, man. It's hard for me to
I don't
fathom
know,
that it's
Leo.
accidental.
That's giving him a lot of credit, my man. I think that's giving him a lot of credit.
Well,
I don't know. You might be right. I've never
he
heard
said
that
that
theory.
he can
but,
use
man.
a word, right? He used the phrase what the hell's the name of it? Not moral equivalence, it's the other one. Whataboutism. And usually that's used in politics, right? So you can't complain about Russia bombing, invading Ukraine because the US invaded Iraq. Oh, that's just whataboutism. We were talking about something about celestial navigation and he's like, well, that's just whataboutism. Like, dude, you're not even using that. He's you're not even using that word in the correct context. And he's like, yeah, I am. And I said, well, define it for me. Then he defined it as something else. I'm like, that's not even the definition. He's like, well, words are the sounds that we make. So I told you the context it's in, so now I can use it. So what the fuck are you talking about, dude? They tried to
made up words on the spot.
Yeah, and then retroactively define them.
Yep. Sounds about right.
But not define them as what their actual definition is. Retroactively redefine them.
Yep. You just mean whatever I want them to mean in the moment when I define them. And then later when I define them again, it means something completely different.
Yep.
Classic Wolpers. But what I was talking about was, for instance, someone was asked, what did he tell you? And the guy was like, nothing. It's like, bro, we all heard
you heard that?
Talk to you. Yeah.
Yeah, like Heretic. They were like, well, someone has replicated Eratosthenes. And he said, why do you need the primary source if you can replicate Eratosthenes? And Heretic says, well, how can you replicate it if it was never done in the first place? And the guy's like, oh, so you're not going to answer. Like, dude, I had to ask him, what did he just say? He just said words. It's like, yeah, but that's not an answer. Like, yes, it is an answer. You can't replicate something. Like, the replication that you think happened would actually be the first time. You'd have to replicate that. Like, what?
Yeah. It's just like how they're like, oh, well, we got close. Close to what? We were in 1%. Like, 1% to what?
So, listen, everything I just told you, all that shit just happened today. And there's even more. That's why I'm like, this can't be accidental, dude. How can that many insane freaking things happen in one VC session from so many different people, and they all just make no they make no sense. They make no sense in any other debate. Like, I could go in just a random Discord and have conversations with people, and not even one variation of any of the things they did will ever happen, no matter what the topic is. It has to be organized. There's no way that shit's just like or that server's so contaminated with frickin' bird brains that they're all fried.
That's what I'm thinking it is. You're giving them a lot of credit. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, there's two options like that are most likely. We do know that there is controlled opposition. There are agents, and we do know the other option is when you're dealing with narcissistic personality types, super easy to manipulate. So you just need an agent to be manipulating them, goading them in thinking all these stuff is good arguments because he has credentials.
Yeah. What is the distribution for narcissistic personality disorder? How many per 100,000?
It's really hard to say because a big portion of them are covert, and so they try to hide it, and they refuse to get help in general. So it's rare that you actually get to classify them as one. A lot of times when a therapist is dealing with one, they might see them 10 times before they realize, okay, I'm actually dealing with a narcissist. Oh, everything he's telling me, I gotta think about this differently. And a lot of them, or some of them, don't even realize. So it's a prevailing problem that's getting worse and worse because of how society is.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to think about what percentage of the people, because it's a fairly large server, right? So there's going to be some percentage of people in that server with this, it's called an affliction. Just call it that for now.
Yeah.
So they're going to have this affliction, and they're going to end up, especially if they're going to end up in the VC, and we're going to end up dealing with them. It's just going to happen just by numbers.
Yeah, they are the ones that want to speak the most, and but there's 4 types of them that there's the narcissistic types. They really want to fight us, and they have a really hard time accepting flat Earth. There's the sociopathic types. They're more pushing the strings of the other ones, and the psychopathic types are in a similar manner. But most of these are semi-functional, otherwise they would be in jail. And then you got the sadistic types, and those are just, they want to come in for the lulz because they think we are acceptable targets. To all 4 of these types, we are acceptable targets, so when they see us somewhere, they're like, ooh, that's why they get so obsessed, because it's okay to attack us, and they can justify it and rationalize it to other people because we're so bad and they're so saintly.
Yeah, the perception of the low-hanging fruit, and I can victimize these people without consequence because it's socially acceptable.
Yeah, Daddy told him not to play with flat earthers. Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what it is. It's
Daddy told them for the wrong reason.
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't play with us because you're gonna get fucked up.
Smoked. Yeah, 100%. It's too bad though, bro. That was my point earlier, is that I think that Daddy should have told them how to prove the globe, or give them something to, give them a weapon, arm them with better tools. Because all he did was say, spit on them and run, and then that's not very effective. You're also not teaching the youth or anybody how to make a case. That's my biggest gripe with these guys.
Yeah, but Wheel the Gas Bison already explained, it's not that they can give us anything, because they're fighting an objective truth. So
right.
All they can do is spin and obfuscate. That's the only solution. They have nothing else. Because all of their so-called proofs we have already devastated. So wherever they turn, it's gonna be a graveyard.
Good point, man. If they have to basically bring doubt that there is an objective truth at all. Like they have to destroy truth as a concept to destroy the flat Earth.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, it's that crabs in a bucket mentality again. That's why they're going back to this 99% thing. We talked to a guy, the same goofball. I keep bringing up Epsilon. He was here like 2 days ago, and then he came back yesterday. We were like, how many forks? If Johnny has 2 forks, Sally brings 2 more. How many are there? He's like, well, it depends.
What's it depend on?
It's like, dude, come on, bro. We can't even get into these technical arguments if you can't figure out how many forks there are, bro. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, he was the same guy who was trying to say that there was no objectivity, measurements were subjective. He was pretty crazy.
Beliefs are knowledge. Yeah, I have to believe I know things. Like, wow, bro. Yeah, that's what they do. Is they if they can't be right, no one can be right. Nah, bro, you're just wrong.
Well, it's my position that they don't actually believe what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're trying to convince you and themselves at the same time. Yep.
I think it's something like I was just saying, like the flat earthers can't prove it anyway. So if they can't prove it and we can't prove it, just go with what what society says, because there's no benefit of thinking one or the other, right? Flat Earth don't matter. The globe don't matter. All this stuff is just academic. Why do you even care? You just the guy the other day. Oh, you just gotta do it to get along with society. Like all these other reasons, right?
Yeah, they sure seem like they care. They are the ones that are there way more than me, way more than you, Dre's, Dagas, all these people. They spend more time, energized and vamped up at this topic than anyone else. You know what I mean? That's what I find funny. Like, if you look at the top of the leaderboards for time most spent in FE chats, it ain't me, bro. Sorry to tell you, it ain't me. It's not Indio, it's not Dre's. It's those freaking goofballs, but those are the same ones that'll come in and go, why does it matter? Why do you guys care so much? You care. You're here every day. What the hell? Oh my god, it's like the biggest Uno reverse card ever.
And then their cope, right? I just think it's entertaining. I'm just here to look at you guys and figure out why you believe what you believe.
That's the biggest lie. Yeah, that's the biggest.
I'm the zookeeper, and I'm just here to watch the animals in the zoo.
They say that every time. We're the one throwing
telling
peanuts at
yourself
them.
that, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
we're the
chimp
one
in the
throwing
cage,
peanuts.
he tells himself he's the zookeeper. That's what
That's exactly it, man. Clearly, they're the ones getting their cages rattled. The few days that I was over there, I got like 5 to 10 DMs from people just saying right now, I hate you, you're a nigger, all these things. It's like, bro, whoa, like clearly your cage got rattled and I didn't even interact with you guys. So yeah, it's hitting them somewhere where they feel it, so yeah, they're not the ones rattling cages. We're rattling their cages and we're throwing peanuts at them at this point. Yeah, so we need to take that, because I was saying over here, I try to take this educational high road, try not to point and laugh and just mock people, but it's like those are the types of people you do this with.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
Like, we're at this point, we're just doing victory laps, guys. The debate's over. They don't even have an argument. They've thrown all their original premises out. The geometric horizon that doesn't exist is not physical. It's an illusion. They've thrown out their arguments. It's game over. We're just sitting around doing victory laps at all these servers at this point. So might as well just point and laugh and enjoy. Have a good belly laugh like Tate.
Look, another thing, they stopped doing it. When I first got over there today, I explained something to them, right? So, for instance, why you can't see Everest from America. And how light propagates, how things get small, and how there could be things. And they'll go, yeah, I understand that opinion. Like, what? It wasn't a fucking opinion, bro.
Oh, God.
Perspective, this is not an opinion or my belief that this happens. Or they'll say something like, yeah, I get that point of view. No, dude, it's not my point of view. It's the way it is.
I have a literal clip for that. Oh, well, they try to do that. Oh, your opinion, my opinion. No, we're just stating a fact.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off. And I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's
If I say the sky's green, 'cause that's my opinion, is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro.
Masters agree.
Masters agree.
Like,
Yeah,
oh my
that's a good
god.
point. Yeah. God, dude. Most cringe word is my truth, dude. Like, when did
Yeah.
that start?
Yeah. Your opinion, you have your opinion. I have no, dude. We're not dealing with opinions, bro.
Every philosopher that ever lived, every time someone on Earth says my truth, they all roll in their graves, bro.
Yeah. They want everything to be subjective.
Well, there's people that want them to want everything to be subjective, right? There's people that want that. They don't want an objective truth because they want to be able to change the truth at will.
Correct.
Like 1984, right? You got to rewrite the past to change the present, right? So you can rewrite definitions, say that things we thought were facts were just opinions, and that everything is just an opinion. Like, whatever you say, it can just be, I changed my mind. Water boils at 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Nuh-uh.
3 weeks later, water boils at 200 degrees Fahrenheit. I thought you said it was 100. Well, I changed my mind. That was my opinion 2 weeks ago. This is my opinion today.
Yeah, it goes back to old Kevin Samuels. The I don't know if he dubbed the saying, but accountability is kryptonite. They don't want to be held accountable. They'll shimmy around and weasel around, and I didn't mean to say. I said it like this, and I meant to say it like that, and you can change. Everything's subjective. Like, not really, bro.
The thing is, why don't they? Like, we need to, this is something that I haven't given this much thought. Why don't they want to be held accountable? Like, why?
They get
They've
exposed.
been trained. But they've been trained this way. Like, yes, you held accountable. You said something stupid, right? You fucking mea culpa and you move on, right? Nobody's perfect. But now it's like everybody's trying to maintain this veneer of perfection and never be held accountable. Like, oh, I fucked up. I'll just deny it ever happened and I'll get held accountable. And then I can just keep pretending that, I'm perfect. Like, where does
Out of the
this
mind virus.
motivation comes from? I just don't know where the motivation comes from. Like, I mean, maybe it's cancel culture. Maybe that's it.
They don't want to get exposed, man. I look at it like a lot of their claims are like a piece of toilet paper. All it takes is a little spritz of water and it starts disintegrating. So a lot of people don't even want to start the investigative process. That's why they start focusing on you. Oh, well, you're an idiot. Why would you believe? Okay, well, why don't you take a look at your beliefs? Let's go through them and see if they hold up. Because all we're going to do is spritz a little water on your your toilet paper claims, and they're going to fall right apart. So they're going to do everything they can to protect that one-ply toilet paper from being disintegrated.
Yeah, I mean,
They see an appeal to a certain ideology or an identity, but they don't want to suffer the consequences involved for having that.
Correct. And like, just to give an analogy, like like this comes up on Fresh and Fit. They'll be like, oh, so your marriage material, open up her Instagram, and so it's like, oh, well, shit, you're gonna hold me accountable? Yeah, we are. You said your marriage material. Oh, but why are you on the beach? And it's that same type of thing. Like, they don't want to be held accountable. They still want to have their cake and eat it too. So, no, we're gonna expose them.
But the funny thing is they're not even the ones that are wrong. That's the funny thing. It's like they're parroting somebody else,
Right.
and they won't admit that they're wrong. But it's not even them that's being wrong. They just got wrong information and spit it back out.
That's a good point, Indio.
If I get the wrong information, right? So when I got taught in school, I got taught a lot of shit, dude. That whales came from the sea, walked on the land, and then went back to the sea, right? I have no problem telling people that, like, yeah, that's what I was taught in school. It's fucking wrong, but so be it, dude. It ain't my problem. It's their problem.
That's a really good point. I haven't really thought about that. It's not like they came up with the idea, and then they asked, like, why does it? Well, what do they gain? Well, dude, they got you. You look at you now, blindly defending this thing that you didn't even come up with. That's a fantastic point that I'll probably end up using. I'll have to give you credit in the future for that.
We need a white knight for the globe meme, right? White knight saves the globe. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, that's where the peer pressure comes in. They're like, all these people are peer pressured into the cheering for the homecoming team. Even if they're losing. Scoreboard shows they're getting wrecked, but they're like, oh no, well, I still got to cheer for the home team. Whatever, bro.
Maybe it's the Hatfield and McCoys, right? You know who those guys are? The Hatfield and McCoys.
No.
It was like a family feud. I think it was either in Virginia or Kentucky that lasted something like almost 100 years of like each family defending the honor of the family of previous people that were killed. Right? So it just kept going. Like the third generation of them killing each other. Like nobody had anything to do with the first injury. Right? But they're doing it because they have to save the honor of their family, right? The Hatfields and McCoys, they got to save each other's honor, right? They have to defend it against the other guy.
I see.
So that's kind of what these guys are like, right? So I imagine like internally in those families, right? They all face like internal peer pressure. Those goddamn McCoys, they ever come over here, I'm going to shoot them, right? And over at the McCoys, they're saying the same thing, right? If you ever see one of them, don't be a coward. You better defend your family, defend your honor. We're kin around here, right? So, and like they're both doing this. And they have internal, but this will be familial pressure, right? But so like they're both doing this and they end up like killing each other and shit. And like, these guys are doing the same thing. They're like, I have to be the one to defend the honor of the globe. I'll throw my hat into the ring. Gets chewed up.
Yep. They get absolutely smoked, bro, every time. I feel bad for them, honestly. Like all that.
And then they're like, you can't do that to my kin. I'm going to throw myself in the ring. They get chewed up. Then it's like endless lemming clovers walking into the VC getting chewed up. And then like you'll have some guy, right? They're not even going in like the VC over there. They're like on other parts of the service. And they hear like, those fucking flat earthers, they're some assholes. They yelled at me, they muted me. I'm going to go over there and tell them what's what. I'll ask them about the edge.
Bruh.
They go in there. They get chewed up. It's almost comical. It is comical. Not almost. It is. It's hilarious. Sorry.
It is. Yeah, it is, bro. And I do feel bad for some of them. Like, there's almost no hope for some people. They're pressured into this thing, and then there's a huge hill to overcome. They've got people to their left, people to their right saying, "Oh no, like continue on, go girl, you got it." And man, it's almost difficult to get to a place like this.
So one particular person comes to mind, right? So this guy comes in, you guys are fucking dumb, blah, 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 blah. Wolfgang goes, okay. And Wolfgang was talking to somebody else, so this guy interrupted it. And Wolfgang said, okay, give us your 3 gold proofs. GPS, seasons, and temperature variation. So like, okay, who wants to deal with GPS? I'm like, okay, I'll go. I started asking this guy about anything about GPS. He has no fucking clue about GPS. Like, not a goddamn clue. Like, I mean, nothing. He knows that, like, there's something on his phone. He heard that thing that tells him where he is GPS. He heard it works by satellites. So it must work by satellites, source and globe, blah, 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 blah. That's literally the extent of what he knew about any of it. Yeah. He didn't even make it to, like, we didn't even make it to, like, seasons or the other one. He just, like, went into fucking total meltdown gibberish mode and spiraled right out of there. But I could tell that he was coming in there to like show us what's what. Because he came in hot, dude.
It's that confidence again. They end up tripping and falling over their own confidence every time. Embarrassing. Yeah, those are those buzzword earthers. GPS. Okay, what does that prove? Well, I don't know. Fail.
I had no idea. He thought they got talk to each other. That the satellites talk to each other, and that they talk to your phone, and like they're all like you're in like a three-way communication with like 4 satellites in your phone all at the same time. That's what he thought.
It's like, it's like you're in a room. It's like you're in a quiet room, and you've been in there for like 30 minutes. There's like a couple dozen people in there. It's dead quiet. Some guy comes barging in super loud with like speakers and shit. You know, like that's how they come in, and then they just get shut down.
Yeah. And yeah, this another feature. The other feature is right when the globe is about to get cornered, someone will blurt out, "Fucking get this!"
Yeah. I know. Yeah. That's what sets us apart.
So, like, some dude, I was like, dude, okay, dude, like, most point eclipses, wait, we've heard this 10,000 times before. Yeah! What he said was actually a question. So the question was, how do lunar eclipses work on a flat Earth? We kept saying it over and over again. So we're like, okay, dude, slow down, we'll get to you. And they're like, just wait your turn, dude. Hold on to your ass. Like, we'll explain it. We've dealt with this question 10,000 times before. It's like, yeah, and you've never refuted it. And quit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what was the point of all that? Like, first of all, how do you refute a question? I'm not sure exactly how you do that, right? So, like, it's just endless silliness. It's kind of funny in a way.
Let alone a question built on faulty premise. But I see Hellish Fish has joined the panel. Welcome back, sir.
Hellish Fish. You were the one with the Edge session. Where's the Edge? Where's the Antarctica? Fucking, I want to go make some snowballs.
Well, I mean, the Antarctic Treaty has been brought up a few times when I've asked about Antarctica. So I read the treaty, and it didn't seem to have anything particular. I know you posted a lot of information about it, but the treaty itself didn't seem to have anything against private expeditions besides notifying member nations.
And it never would, because treaties have nothing to do with private people.
Right, it's member nations, right? But like if a private citizen wanted to make an expedition, for example. So I looked into it, and the State Department has like an environmental department, which breaks down into like a polar affairs and Antarctica affairs office, which breaks it down into an Antarctica affairs office, which breaks down into like a website that they have on travel advisories for Antarctica and travel information for Antarctica. And they had an email address there. I did send them an email address. They haven't responded yet. But an email address there where if you are planning a private expedition at least 3 months in advance, please send an email to the State Department at this email to begin the process, right? So I sent an email saying, I'm planning a private expedition. Of course, I'm not actually planning a private expedition, of course, but for the information, I sent them an email. So if they do respond, I'll certainly bring that information around. But yeah, I'm just curious what they say about the necessities for planning a private expedition to Antarctica.
Doesn't it cost money to apply to for whatever permit or whatever they give you?
Yes, it does.
I was going to say
I
you
haven't
should get
seen
through
it
that
myself.
process, but I forgot about the money. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta
should
have
go all the way to the end. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have insurance, emergency evacuation plans. You gotta have a EPA assessment because it's considered a environmentally protected area. So you need a plan on how you're not going to continue. Well, not even the penguins. They're trying to keep the harshest environment on Earth pristine for scientific research because nothing lives there. You can't kill anything because there's nothing there to kill. Penguins are only like penguins are only on
the other shit, but
the penguins are on the coastline. Well, the penguins on the coastline. There's nothing on the interior, according to them. and it's uphill, so you have to go to 9,000 feet elevation. So basically, you're in it's called the largest desert in the world. You're at elevation, you're way up. There's nothing around. There's no visible landmarks. There's nothing, dude. You're probably gonna die, but who cares? I want to prove these flat earthers wrong, so I'll just take one for the team, I guess.
It's a distraction. The answers aren't over there. They don't like. I would just wonder, like Hellish Fish. We were talking in the chat yesterday for like hours with that Mitchell guy about a map, and then you guys obviously have talked about like, oh, what about Antarctica? What about like the Earth that's right here for all of us to go out and test? It's like people always want to create these distractions. Look over there. No, the answers are over there. The answers are right here.
Well, Antarctica, I would say, is certainly a part of the Earth, and certainly an explorable part of the Earth, given the necessary funds and procedures. So I feel like that's not like off limits. That's not particularly without beyond reason, right?
No, it's just a distraction away from like the things that's right here, right now. Understand?
Well, I think it's the exploring aspect of it. Adventure is out there type of thing.
Well,
Because there's lots of flat earthers that have like all those like pictures of like other worlds outside, right?
They're setting up roadblocks. You're setting up mental roadblocks.
Exactly. You're instead of looking at
I can't understand you, Mr. Roboto. I'm sorry.
Water, you guys believe Mars has fucking water. So,
And you are roboting, but yeah, no, Hellish, like you understand how it can be a bit of a distraction to say, well, look over there. The answers are over there. Let's go over there. Oh no, let's do this thing. It's a distraction away from the thing that's right here, right now, right in front of you.
I see what you're saying. I don't want to be accused of, kicking the can down the road, moving the goalposts, but it's like, this is something that's possible to do, right? But I mean, we can focus our efforts on something more present, like sunsets. I mean, we've all seen our fair share of sunsets, and that's something that I'm sure that's brought up in this chat every single day by newcomers to the flat Earth. I'm sure that's something that's brought up every day that we can talk about.
What about the surface of the Earth? Because that's where that's where the rubber meets the road, my man.
I just want to address one thing real quick. Now, fundamentally, just as a matter of logic, can the existence or non-existence of Antarctica prove the Earth is a ball?
The existence or non-existence of Antarctica proves the shape of the Earth?
Either way, exists, doesn't exist, exists as they say versus does exist as they say. Does that, when I say as they say, as in it exists as a continent. Not that it's at the bottom of a ball, just it exists. It's out there. There's a place called Antarctica. It's a fucking island. You can sail around it. There's a bunch of penguins.
Antarctica certainly exists.
Okay.
I'm saying it doesn't.
I asked you a question. Does its existence or non-existence prove the Earth is a ball?
The existence or non-existence of Antarctica does not prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, then what's the point?
Well, the point is that if on a flat Earth, let me rephrase this question. If the Earth, the Earth is flat, and the bound of the flat Earth, as we're aware of it, is currently Antarctica. So if we were to mount an expedition and go beyond Antarctica, it would reveal things about our world,
You're doing it again, Hellish. I put this in.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or words in flat earthers.
What you're doing is this.
It is a straw man.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it should or could or would be like this. You haven't. First of all, it's not like you're really asking. Well, we're saying the Earth is the way it is, not the way you say it should or could or would be. That's my biggest issue with a lot of the things you've been saying. You're trying to tell us what it is and tell us why it can't be that. Those are just your ideas, my man.
Well, the fact of the matter is if the world is one shape versus another shape, there's certain, physical constraints that those shapes must, affect or constrain too. There's certain phenomena that would have to be different as we understand them on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. I mean, things would be different if the shape of the Earth were different.
All you would have disproven. Sorry.
I just want to, because this is my number one pet peeve. I have a list, but I think this has got to be number one, is your guys' idea that things would or should or could or would be different. We live on the same Earth as you. We point to the Earth that you live on as well. We say that is the flat Earth, the one with sunsets, the one with Antarctica, the one with all these things, satellites, all that stuff. But you guys turn around and say, nope, it would be something different. If I told that to you, Hellish, that the globe would be different, there's no way you would accept that. You'd be like, no, it is the way it is now. But you won't accept that from us. It's a double standard, and I hate it. I don't think you guys gotta accept the fact that the Earth the way it is now, the way it presents itself, is the flat Earth. It would not change. It would not be different. Please understand that.
Well, the main problem I have is that how where's the proof that the Earth is flat, and it's not just we're on the face of a triangle, or we're on the face of a cube, or we're on the face of a polyhedron, right? It's like a flat surface, but it could be more, right?
No, that's a good question. Where's the proof? That's what we're trying to get you to. That's what we're trying to get you to understand, Hellish. The answer doesn't lie in Antarctica or on a map. Where's the proof? The surface of the Earth. We cannot stress this more. You just asked a good question. Where's the proof? Well, let's go find it.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like, if the Earth were a diamond, if the Earth were a triangle, if the Earth were a cube, if the Earth were a sphere, it would have different phenomena.
No, bro, we're not. It's not a shape.
What different phenomenon would it have?
Esteban, you're roboting a bit, bro.
You're roboting horribly.
You're
Not
roboting,
even
dog.
a bit.
Listen, first of all, Hellish, you're mixing up things here. Flat is not a shape. We're not even trying to claim any type of particular shape. It's a description of a surface. So you asked, where's the proof? It's the surface. That's the important part. The answers don't lie in Antarctica. The answers don't lie on a map. It's the surface of the Earth. We can go and test that directly, but for some reason you guys avert your gaze and point over to Antarctica or point over to this map.
I would personally say Antarctica lies on the surface of the Earth, but
again,
I mean, I'm not trying to be facetious. I mean, it does lie on the surface of the Earth.
So are you going to try to measure curving Antarctica? Is that your plan?
I'm responding to what Creation Bear is saying that
I'm
Antarctica
just
is
saying,
the
yeah, great.
Oh,
But the point of the surface is, the point of him bringing up the surface is that the surface has to be curving for it to be a ball.
Here,
you can't have a flat wall.
Yeah, it's curving. It's either curving here or not curving here, right where you are. You don't have to go and set up these mental roadblocks that exist out there in the South or Antarctica. I'm not saying that doesn't exist either. Of course, it's on the surface, my man, but you don't have to set up these roadblocks like, no, we need to go there first to test. The tests can be done right here. Any body of water.
Exactly.
Can you hear me, Creation?
You're still roboting.
Am I still roboting?
Yeah.
I was just going to say quickly, like, or at best, all you could do is disprove that we live on a Gleason's map, not disprove flat Earth. And guess what? Some flat earthers think they've pretty much done that already. Too late, man. Too late.
The guy in the chat, Mitchell, was like, "You're scared of maps." No, I think, not to be mean, but you guys are scared of the surface. That's why you're pointing over to Antarctica and pointing over to maps. The answers don't lie there. The answers lie right here on the surface of the Earth. So I'd love for you guys to engage on that at least once in a good faith.
Yeah, you can't CGI that. You can't fake that. That's such a good point. That's so simple to understand.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm happy to focus my attention on so as far as measuring the curvature, right? That's not something I can easily imagine personally. Like, I couldn't take a tape measure, stake one end of it on the shore and then hop in a boat and take it out with me. That doesn't feel like I would have any sort of a laser is, light bends based on the density of the air. Like, it's not a straight, object. It's not something I could particularly use. So I don't have the ability to easily imagine a way that I could walk over to my nearest beach and measure the curvature of the Earth. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so we have to use other things that are more accessible, right?
Yeah, well, you can just use long distance observations. They're already making the claim that boats, quote, go over the curve at a certain distance away from you.
Well, just like the sun is obscured by the curvature of the Earth, boats are obscured by the curvature of the Earth. I mean, that's brought up constantly, I'm sure.
So you didn't need a laser to make that claim or a tape measure to make that claim, you see?
No, I would agree. But when folk ask me for a measure of the curvature,
you're setting up these roadblocks. Well, I don't have a laser. I don't want to use a tape measure. Well, you don't need those things to make the claim that the sun goes behind the curvature. So all we're doing is going to test that claim. Is that fair?
No, I agree. I just want to make it clear that if someone asked me for a measure of the curvature, personally, I could not replicate it. I am not familiar with the myth. I just want to make that clear. But we can have these phenomena which we can examine, like the boats, like the sun. But as far as personally measuring, I'm not sure.
What happens when they don't do that? What should we think then?
Like when a boat doesn't go over the horizon and steer its bottom up?
Yeah. What happens?
Well, I'm not certain. I suppose I'd have to be confronted with an example.
Yeah, I've observed it myself, literally. So, there's a lot of people involved in this topic. I've probably talked about, I don't know, tens of thousands of Globers. You look for ships disappearing over the horizon, how many videos do you think you're going to find?
I'm certain a few. I couldn't give you an exact estimate.
20? 50? How many boats are in the ocean right now? Hundreds? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Why can't you just go down to the beach every day and film this?
Oh, okay, that was a question. I'm sorry. Yes,
so why can't I go down the beach right now and film this?
Well, I'm certain you could. Have you tried?
Yeah. And I'm marinetraffic.com, and I tracked the boat. It went from 6 miles away. I watched it for 3.5 hours. It sailed 30 miles out to sea. Never lost sight of it. Never disappeared over the curve. Never did any of that stuff. Neither did any of the other boats.
Any of the other boats?
I've never seen it. I go by the ocean. I've never seen this ever.
You've never seen a boat be obscured by?
No, I know it says it on the internet that this is what happens, dude, but it's not what happens.
Oh, very well.
It's what happens sometimes. So there are weather conditions in which you won't be able to see the bottom of a boat. And typically when you see this, there's a mirroring fucking layer right under the boat. And I can show you almost every single, not even almost, every single one. Every single video that you can find, if you examine it and look closely, you'll see that right at the horizon, there's a mirror, a mirror of the boat. So if I see part of the boat is actually a mirrored part of the boat, right? So say like the bottom 1% of the boat that's above the horizon is a mirror image of what's slightly above that, right? So what's actually behind that mirror image? Is that boat? Is that water? Is that air? Like, what is it?
I'm sorry, one more time. The bottom 1% of the boat?
Hold on, I'll just get you something. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just show you an image that shows it. This is a ship that went over the horizon. Well, it came back from over the horizon.
I will quickly mention about the videography that's been listed in the live stream voice text chat as far as like zooming in and out on a boat. I mean, if a boat disappears when you zoom out on it, I mean that's not what we're talking about as far as being secured bottom.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No, it's certainly. I know. It was listed by Kiwi Buzz. I was just going to mention it briefly.
See if I got that right. I don't. Shit, man. Here, I'm close. Okay.
Well, boats are one thing, but we can talk about the sun as well, right?
Oh yeah, it's like what's cutting, but what's cutting isn't the same thing that's cutting the boat in half, cutting the sun in half.
Exactly, right?
Okay, so that is the physical edge of the Earth.
Correct, the geometric horizon, right?
Yeah. So what happens when that horizon's too far?
Too
far? You know this argument. Yeah, too far. Like the horizon's 10 times too far. Like what is that?
I mean, you're talking about like when light refracts and you can see beyond the geometric horizon.
How do you know that that's what's going on?
That's a good question. I'm not certain.
Well, it's kind of
Because
funny.
it's not in the
Because it's
place
not
where
going
it's
on.
supposed to be.
It's not going on.
Well, the problem is refraction
But
is
it's
so
circular reasoning.
commonplace, right?
It is commonplace. How common?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you now.
Yeah, there's a lot of roboting going on. Yeah, thanks. No, I'm just gonna chime in and say, like, mirages. When you see a mirage, hellish, like, can you make out the image in a mirage? Like when you're on the desert, and you see. I mean, is it a clear picture? Usually, it's usually not a very clear picture. I mean, we've got thousands. I've seen so many long distance photography pictures where it should have been way under the curve of the Earth, right? And either refraction is just so perfectly bending the light and giving me the picture, just like a fiber optic, lens, or there's no curve. I mean, you got to believe one or the other, I suppose.
Personally, I would say that clarity doesn't really determine if an image is a refraction or not. But
Always.
I'm pretty
the
sure
paradigm,
in many
it's
cases.
always. No, it's always refracted. Always.
And I think in a lot of cases it goes beyond the max amount of refraction because I think it's Snell's law. Like refraction can't even explain some of the phenomenon.
Snell's law in particular deals with two different mediums, right? But the refraction we're talking about here with like over the horizon observations while at the beach, that's through a single medium of air, but a medium with a gradient of density within it, right? Like
like that makes you be able to see it from max like distance, and even in that case, I've seen cases where the laws of refraction can't explain seeing things that far away.
So as far as refraction on while you're looking at an image over water, you can see certainly beyond the geometric horizon if the surface of the water, if you have warm water with cold air sitting above the water, because warm air.
Horizon.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Geometric
Even
horizon.
that has a maximum distance.
No, I'm certain it does. You couldn't see around like the whole world with just warm air and water, but
We've
What
had Globus
geometric
claim
horizon?
well, fair enough. I mean, to each claim their own, they have to prove it. But as far as refraction over water goes,
Yeah, you're talking about something. You're talking about seeing beyond something that you've never seen.
as in I've never seen the geometric horizon.
That's correct.
I've certainly seen the sun be obscured by the geometric horizon at the least.
How do you know that wasn't the optical horizon, the apparent horizon?
Well, it was obscured bottom up no matter what, even if it was further than the geometric
You only
horizon.
saw the apparent sun, so how did you know that that was the sun getting occluded by anything and not just an optical effect?
Well, even if I were seeing beyond the geometric horizon due to refraction, I was still seeing the sun itself, right? And the light that it gives off, right? And I was still seeing it be obscured bottom up, no matter if that was beyond the geometric horizon, right?
Yeah, but how do you know that it's not just an optical effect, like an optical illusion, dude?
Well, I guess I would need the principle of it being obscured bottom up to be explained as an optical illusion.
Okay. What if we replicate the visual on a known flat surface? A known
can you
flat
elaborate?
surface. So you use a distance, right? You use a smaller scale and you use a distance where it can't be curving, right? Use a much shorter distance. So use a distance that's shorter than the distance to the horizon from the height of the observer. So if there is, say the globe predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet away, you use a body of water that's shorter than that. So now you know it can't be Earth curve cutting it off, right? Now it has to be something else.
That's not exactly true. I mean, all these observations are occurring on Earth, right?
And so now,
the claim is the Earth is curved, right?
dude, you just said it has to be Earth curve, and now you're saying it doesn't have to be Earth curve. Which one is it?
No, I never said it could never be Earth curved.
No, that's not what I said.
Not
just
never.
a sec.
It doesn't have to be.
Is Earth curve the only way you cannot see the bottom of a ship or the bottom of a sun?
Is Earth curved the only way you cannot see the bottom of a ship or sun?
Yes, that's the question.
Well, when the sun sets, it's obscured bottom up, right? And
Sometimes.
the only way it is obscured bottom up is via the things on your horizon, like a building or the horizon.
Or weather conditions.
You did not answer my
Because-
fucking question at all.
You didn't answer the question.
I'm sorry. I thought I answered it. I must not have understood.
Listen closely.
You really repeated my question to me. Like, what the
I was certain I understood, but if you could please restate it.
Okay. An object or the sun or any other damn thing, if it goes away from you and you don't see the bottom first and it eventually disappears, can that only happen because of Earth curve, or are there other possible situations where it might happen differently?
Well, I did just mention that it could be obscured by like a building in your line of sight.
Well, not a building. You're looking over water, not a building.
Okay, cloud cover.
Jesus Christ.
If a cloud were to obscure your vision.
How about a clear day, man? It's a clear
A clear day, no buildings, over the curve, over clear water, nothing in the way. It would certainly always be Earth curve.
Okay. So if we demonstrate that on a smaller scale where it cannot be Earth curve, what would you say?
I'm certainly
that your premise that hold on. That would mean that your idea that this visual phenomenon can only happen because of Earth curve would be factually wrong. Doesn't even matter what the reason is. The reason doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what reason it's not, and the reason it can't be would be Earth curve. Because it can't be Earth curve if it happens on a 1,000-foot lake and the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away, right? The lake is not far enough to even reach the horizon for it to even be Earth curve in the first place.
Yeah,
1,000-foot lake. I'm not familiar with the example.
Well, I mean, it's been replicated like 20 times by a particular group of people.
FE Core?
No. A couple.
I just sent a video of the sun getting smaller. It doesn't even go over what is a supposed curve. These are like clear weather conditions. You could see it turn small until it disappears. So that would make no sense if it only went over because it was going over a curved surface.
I actually just posted a video on my channel, the exact same thing, man. Like I just posted it, first upload I made in like probably a year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a time lapse of a ship off the Cape of Good Hope going west. This sun just gets smaller and disappears.
Yeah, it all depends on weather conditions, how humid everything is, because then it magnifies it. Like I live in Florida, and we never see the sun turn small because it's always super humid here.
You. I keep telling the Globers this; they never listen.
Yeah, all these shrinking sun videos, almost every single one of them are in some place where it's super dry, like a desert or savannah, or something like that.
But this couple on YouTube, Sky Free, they're replicating the effect of bottom up obstruction over very short distances on flat surfaces, garage floors, kitchen tables, small lakes. So, what do you say to that, Hellish?
Forgive me. I was looking at Indio's YouTube channel. One more time, please.
So this couple on YouTube called Sky Free, Right? So they're replicating the effect of bottom-up obstruction over short distances on flat surfaces such as garage floors, kitchen tables, small lakes. So, take a look into that. I suggest.
Okay, I'll take a look at the video. Have you linked one?
Yeah,
I
it's
can
called
grab you the
RC
temp.
Yacht Observation 2023.
Okay.
I mean, that's just one of many. Like, if you go back on my channel, there's a 30-second clip where there's a little RC boat, and you cannot see the boat at all. And they're driving it back towards the camera. And as it gets closer, it comes back into view. But even though you can't see the boat, you can see the spray from the boat's water, right? And the point is that there's a technical reason why it happens, but most people don't know about it. It's called total internal reflection. And if you want to talk about that, I will. That's the mechanism. But the point is that it's not Earth curve. Can't be Earth curve. We've eliminated, like, Earth curve has been eliminated as a variable. So it has to be something else. And that's the reason why I brought up these observations of ships over the horizon. These are not consistent observations. Sunsets being cut off by the horizon, these are not consistent observations. None of these observations are consistent. Saying it happens is literally cherry picking. Because there's probably 10 times more observations of boats not going over the horizon than them going over the horizon. If not hundreds of thousands, man.
Yeah, they just turn tiny until they leave the line of sight.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, I suppose I would need to ask the necessary follow-on question that if the geometric horizon has been disproven and objects like the sun and boats do not disappear over a geometric horizon, what then is the follow-on explanation?
Well, it's not a hill of water, so you can know that.
Yeah, it's like it's not going over a curve.
No, I that's a given at this point, if it's disproven, right?
Mm-hmm. So it's basically not evidence for a globe Earth.
Okay. I mean, I'll give you that, as I've said. So what's the follow-on explanation?
It's just an optical effect. That's it.
Okay, it's entirely optical.
It's an optical effect caused by an apparent horizon, right, that you cannot see past, and there's always like a thin layer right above it, especially on water, that the light cannot penetrate through. So it's like looking over a wall. So now imagine you had like you're back from the wall like 100 feet, and there's a 6-foot wall, and there's a tractor trailer right behind the wall, but the tractor trailer is 10 feet tall. So someone drives the tractor trailers very slowly away from the wall. Now, you're going to see that tractor trailer, as it gets farther away, appear to go down into the wall, even though what it's driving on is an absolutely flat surface. But you can't see through the wall. But the reason you can tell that the truck is not going over a curve is because the drop is linear with distance. And this is how the boats are observed to go. They don't fall off a cliff, right? They fall off linearly. And it's because what's obstructing the bottom is the inability of light between you and the boat to get past the spot which you visually see as a horizon. Because your angle at that point, right? Yeah, so Trace just posted something in the live stream, Waysticks. So as you look at the surface of water, so further with distance, that angle shrinks and shrinks and shrinks and shrinks, and eventually your line of sight is being almost parallel to what you're standing on, right? So now you're looking almost perpendicular, or you're looking parallel, and you're going to be looking through the thickest part of the air, right? And from your viewpoint, because of that small angle, there's something called total internal reflection. And total internal reflection happens when light is hitting the boundary of a less dense medium at more than the critical angle. So what's the less dense medium here? You already said it. There's a vertical gradient. It's less dense on top and more dense on the bottom. Well, the light isn't always refracted. Sometimes, if the angle is small, it is totally internally reflected. That means any light that is below your eye line gets reflected back down to your feet. But the light that reaches your eye is above that point. and you see this mirror as if you're looking at a mirror. That's why I posted the boat, right? So that boat, I'll post them again in case you missed it.
I still got it. RCI observation February 2023.
No, this boat. Look at this boat.
Oh, that one? Okay.
Out at sea, right? So this boat looks like it's cut off. But if you look at the top boat, like you see that line, that below that line is a mirror, is a mirage. And how do we know? Because look in the next image. There's no freaking little circular part there. That's the anchor. But when the boat's higher up, it's not in the mirage, and you can see the anchor in its full glory, right? So if I said, if there was no mirage underneath the red line, what would we see? Would we see boat or would we see water? So between the horizon and the red line in the top image, what's there? In the image, it looks like there's no boat there, but we can see that there should be boat there based upon the top image and where the line is relative to the anchor and shit. So there's a whole series of these, and they're done by Danny Faulkner, who's an astronomer. He took all these, and if you actually go and measure, right? If you measure like the pixels, like the features of the boat, you can see them. You can measure them distorting. And this boat, this is like a series of photographs. You can see that the boat sinks linearly because you can draw a line on top, right, for each snapshot, and the boat sinks as if it's sailing. If it's coming back, and you're looking over a wall. So you want the explanation, but I know it's not as like fourth grade friendly as Earth Curve, but it is what it is.
I'm confused. Is the boat in the top photo at a greater distance than the boat in the bottom picture?
Yes.
Is it okay?
And it's turning. So the boat was coming like straight on. I'll give you the whole series of images. Actually, hold on, I got it here.
Did you post the study? Indio basically refutes the modern, the modern and accepted explanation for mirages.
No, yeah, I can. Yeah, so like even mirages are. I'm glad you brought that up. Even mirages, even though like they tell you in school, they'll say on TV, they say all these places, mirages are caused by X, Y, Z, or this, that, the other thing. In the actual scientific literature, that is actually not a certainty. There is a couple ideas of what causes inferior mirages, superior mirages. They don't know. Because it's not really some testable thing. How would you know a superior mirage is? So there's one in the desert, right? Obviously, that's a mirage. That's just a reflection. And that's a reflection because the angle of incidence is so shallow, right? So when you have a shallow angle of incidence, all the light reflects, man. It doesn't matter how rough the surface is. None of that shit matters. Because at a small angle, you're not seeing into the frickin' crevices anyway. You're only seeing like an angle of the peaks of the crevices, so it looks smooth. But it's not as cool as an explanation as, first of all. And the reason, but you also got to remember, what did they know at the time that they said that these observations showed Earth as a ball? They didn't know anything. They knew nothing about light. They knew nothing about any of this shit. So you can't kind of like blame them for jumping to that conclusion, but the conclusion was naive. But anyway, if someone wants to dive in, I gotta go do something for a minute.
Bomb has been planted.
Hey, everybody.
So,
what up?
Beasticles, good to see you back.
Hey, brother.
This is where the rubber meets the road, right here. The horizon, not in Antarctica, freaking not on a map, right here. This is where it all started. This is where it's gonna end. The horizon.
Yep. Someone brought up a great point the other day too, about like it's flat or we're on an extremely huge sphere that we can't measure. Either way, all the calculations and assumptions from the Earth's circumference would be wrong. Therefore, it's still the same conclusion that that's wrong.
Well, if we're just talking about the horizon, I mean, as far as the flat surface goes, it could be, we could be on the surface of the face of a triangle or a polyhedron. Flat is too far a conclusion, perhaps.
Well,
bro.
If it was a triangle, then it would suddenly change angle.
Well, I mean, the edge of the triangle might be simply far beyond where we've explored.
We're not talking about shapes, my man. There's a dichotomy in what a surface can be doing. I think that's what you have to realize first, because you're jumping to a shape. First of all, we can get into that, but the dichotomy is the surface can either be like curved or rounded in some way, or it is not. There's no third option. So that's the important point. That's why we test the surface, because it's either doing one or the other. We're not talking about shapes. If I was going to get into shapes anyway, Hellish, what shape is a lake? What shape is your heart? What shape is your hair? A lot of things are quite irregular. So we don't need to jump to like, well, what if it's a triangle? That's not what our presentation involves anyway. The presentation involves this dichotomy of the surface. Look around your environment. Everything around you has a surface. Your mouse, your table, your keyboard, your cup, everything. And you'll notice the dichotomy there. Things are either rounded in some way or curved, or they are not. So the same thing applies with the surface of the water. Either the water is curving or it is not. So that is what our presentation involves. It doesn't involve a shape or an object. I wouldn't even say the Earth is some type of object anyway. So we're talking about the surface. So
yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to invoke that like that. I just
Well,
thought.
can't we tell like more about our world from this phenomenon besides just the fact that where we live is on a flat surface?
Well, that's the important point.
You're talking.
Go ahead, T-Dub.
Go ahead, T-Dub. Yeah.
It's all right.
No, go ahead. I was just saying that's the important point is the surface. Go ahead, Tito.
I understand that you've got questions, Hellfish, and so like CB often says, get in line, man. I mean, this doesn't. This a lack of explanation for a certain phenomenon or something you observe to occur, which you can't test, like things happening in the sky that you can't physically test or vary a variable in order to come to a firm conclusion that this is what's the cause, right? Yeah, join the club. We have questions too, but it doesn't negate the surface quality measurement.
Yeah. I do say that from time to time. Like, dude, if you have questions, get in line. I want to know things too, but it's not like I didn't make the Earth. Okay, I just found it this way.
I suppose I just want to make it clear from my understanding, there's no overarching claim about the surface of the Earth. Or sorry, not the surface of the Earth, but the overall structure of like the world as a whole. It's just what we live on as a flat surface.
Yeah, well, here's why. The only POV, point of view, you're gonna get is the one when you go outside with your eyeballs. We're not closing our eyes and chanting and imagining what all of reality looks like. There's no way you can look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. That's why I try to give you guys in the example of the universe in the chat. Just like you can't look at the universe from some outside perspective and say, well, it all looks like this. The same thing would apply to the Earth in our presentation. So that's why we focus on what we can test. And that's the surface. So you're right. We don't try to make claims to like, well, it all looks like this. How would we know that? From what point of view can I go to see the whole Earth and say, this is what it all looks like? You can't do that, just like you can't do that with the universe. So that's why I make that comparison in the chat so often.
I understand. It's easy. I mean, personally, I see why it's easy to like, okay, if the surface is flat, then like what is under the earth, what is around the earth, what is, in the air, what cosmology explain, it's like there's a lot of follow-on questions that get asked when the statement is made that the surface we live on is flat, right? So that I just want you to know that's where like my personal questions stem from. But I thank you for clarifying that that's not particularly so we're only talking about the surface we live on. So thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome, and I appreciate the acknowledgement of that. And it's just that people are so used to this outside perspective, right? They're so used to seeing the earth from like an outside place. And I keep trying to remind people that you have to look at this topic the same way you would look at the universe. They don't provide you with an outside perspective of like all of outer space. You can't go to some other place, then turn around and look at the universe like you can look at a puppet on your hand. That's not a perspective you would have. Maybe you would call that like a God's eye view or a God's perspective. So we're not here to provide people with that type of perspective. I don't have that. I don't expect anyone in this panel to have that or anyone alive to have that perspective. So I'm sorry we can't give that to you. So that's where this whole like, well, what's under? Well, I would ask them, what's under the universe? That's kind of, you'd be like, well, what do you mean, bro? There probably is no under type of thing. So yeah, we focus on the thing that we can test, which is the surface. So yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, hell.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Dang it.
This is good though. I think we're actually finally getting somewhere because yeah,
Hellish has been coming back, every so often, and he's pretty chill for a Glober.
He's very cordial. Yeah.
Listen, he's been around for years. Don't let that shit. I think he was even on the old server, quite honestly.
Wow.
I think he was telling me about that, but yeah, we were having a very interesting conversation because what really fascinated him was kind of like the timeline of Richard E. Byrd doing Operation Deep Freeze, high jump, then and then the creation of NASA and the Antarctic Treaty. And kind of I took him along that timeline just to make it more relatable. And then he was going to use his access to see if there was any particulars about any of those things in Interlink, which is cool. And I was like really excited. I'm like, oh my God, maybe something will pop out. But no, apparently there's nothing in Interlink even about it. So I wanted to go down to, I guess, a different route to establish. Pretty interesting.
Did you mention when NASA got all those Nazis and CIA got all those
Oh, he knows
Nazis?
about that. Yeah, paperclip.
Did you mention that the Russians also got their own batch? So they were competing against each other?
Yep. No, yeah, he's well, he knows about the quote unquote space race and how it was basically just an economic venture.
Social too.
Social, yeah. But no, Hell's just cool.
It gives an impression, doesn't it, of superiority.
Right.
It was a race for this image, to the world, that we're the most superior.
Yeah, it's what, I got a thought experiment for you guys because I've been thinking about this. If you had to close your eyes and picture what the Earth looked like, right?
Don't do it.
I'm just saying. Does that ball still come up?
Oh, does the ball come up?
You know what I mean? In your mind's eye, like I'm slowly destroying it.
I don't even try to do that. There's no way, because you would just be literally making stuff up. And you know what? It's like Wakanda. We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
Yeah. I used to create mental images of the flat Earth, and I had all these different ideas that might solve different things. And once you get enough of these ideas, you realize, well, based on the different parameters that I don't know, things could be many different ways.
Right.
So until you have something concrete to narrow down those options, the best you can do is like really high altitude images, and that's just a flat Earth from high altitude.
And you're not able to see the
You know,
whole thing even when you go
a
up.
lot
And
Guys, can I have
a lot of us learn the net.
one second though, one
Like,
second.
got it stolen from us too, you know?
Someone's roboting pretty bad.
Someone's still roboting. And I would say to answer your question, Beast, is that's why you can that's why I like anime in shows and movies. You can get those, you can enjoy those types of like what does it all look like from shows and stuff like that. That's what I like watching those, and I'll do it there, but not in my mind. You know what I mean? So.
Oh no, I'm not saying like as like.
Guys, can we talk about Admiral Byrd?
Talk about what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Sure. Yeah, sure. We can, in a moment. I just was thinking about this, and I totally understand where you're coming from, Creation Bear.
Yeah,
but
you can enjoy it elsewhere, I would say. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like in general, because now I can differentiate. Do you get what I mean? Like, and it's funny you brought up anime and shit because what's the one thing we look for a good anime, right? World building. Think about it. It's like we love a good story, and like a good story has to be built.
Can we talk about Admiral Byrd?
Yo, Black Market, hold on, bud. Hold on 1 second, bro.
Don't worry about Admiral Byrd, like you said,
bro.
When he went to the
okay, you got if you relax for just a minute, we can get into Admiral Byrd. Trust me.
Where he went to, like how he went to the Hollow Earth, right?
Well, so, Black Market, hold up, bro. Please. I got you, but just please. But yeah, you get my point though, Creation Bear. Like when we look for a good story, it's like that's one of the most essential things is the world building, where you feel like you're in the world of that fiction. And I was just comparing that to just to how the heliocentric quote unquote model has been just driven right into our minds, and it's like it's not even a good story, to be honest. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, well, like I said, I let the shows do the the presentation for me, and I'll put a couple in the chat just for fun. But yeah, that's a good question. No, I haven't closed my eyes and imagined all of reality as anything for quite some time, and I would not recommend that to folks. And I would not also recommend pawning whatever you imagine off to other people either.
No, absolutely not.
That's a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying. Yeah, I wasn't saying
not
that.
you, but I'm just saying overall to the audience. So yeah,
well, to someone who's on the fence about this stuff. Yeah, for sure. But okay, Black Market. Let's talk.
He
about...
really wants to get a lot of bird.
He wants a dirty bird. All right.
Yeah,
so
I want to talk about Admiral Byrd, but when he said about that just have anime and all that, right? The guy Jeremy Corbell and what's his name, George Knapp, they just done an episode with this guy that Jeremy Corbell went to school with that's doing all the AI stuff, and he's been apparently the guy that everyone in Marvel goes to do facial recognition, all this stuff, and he's now said about how everyone says the suggestion that maybe we're in a virtual reality simulation. This guy's now talking about doing a new advanced VR stuff with Apple, where basically they're going to do the goggles where it's going to be like a proper virtual. It's going to be like a Star Trek holodeck. This guy's name. His company's called OUYI, and
no, Black Market. It's kind of hard to hear. What'd you say? They're trying to create what?
Some of those Google goggles or the Apple goggles or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, Apple Vision Pro.
Yeah, but this new virtual reality thing they're going to do now, where they're trying to make it as if you can build stuff and everything. Like it's going to be a holographic simulation. It's going to be through these glasses.
Yeah,
it's only like
mixed reality. It's called. Yeah, I used to be big into it. India was big, and part of that too. But have you seen the Since we're on that topic, have you seen the interview with Lex Friedman and Mark Zuckerberg, where they do a interview podcast? It just came out a couple of days ago, where they do these things called They use these things called Kodak avatars, where they're photorealistic scans of you, and it's pretty wild. But it's also, It's just not good. It's not a
Yeah,
good
it's
step.
not. I've not seen that yet, but that fits into something like if you look on the show called Weaponized on YouTube with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp.
Yeah, I don't really trust that.
Yeah, well, George Knapp did do Bob Bizarre, whatever, but they just done a show like 2 days ago with this guy that's basically he done all his code for VR stuff. And he's now the guy that everyone in the movie industry goes to do facial recognition. He does work with Marvel, DC, everything with Avatar, the movie, and that. He's creating these new VR goggles that are basically going to be like Star Trek, where you can get a holodeck, so everything's now going to become real. And you need to watch the episode, but he's saying like how advanced it's going to be, and he figured this out 20 years ago about maybe the world could be sort of a simulation, but now Apple, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, they're all getting into this stuff with him to create a new virtual reality world. And they're saying to him, like, if people start doing this, people could get sucked into this world, don't want to come back to the reality of real life, they get trapped in this world. But if you watch this episode, it's like, it's insane how this virtual reality is gonna. They say it's it's all gonna feel real. It's so dangerous. We know AI is so dangerous.
Yeah, Black Market, think about it, right? It's the exact opposite of what Flat Earth is about. You know, going into objective reality, the world around you, outside, and taking it in, observing it, and they're all about basically ingressing. You know what I mean? Like creating a world within a world, and then, you know, when this technology starts getting prevalent, it'll be a lot easier to mindset basically people with images. Literally, like you can't believe your own eyes, you can't trust your own. Like they're getting people on those lines, and like I agree with Creation Bear. What this is about, like we should keep fighting for objective reality and like and defending it. That's the hill I'm gonna die on. Like
it's not, the technology is not good, but when you watch this episode, they're basically saying we've already got it and it's going to get implemented. Apple now are pushing this with their new goggle things, whatever they're doing. They're basically saying it's coming out, it's going to be released, but we're going to be careful that people don't get sucked into it. Because I agree, AI stuff is very, very dangerous. But
it's like saying we're gonna release heroin and hope people don't get addicted to it. People are gonna cope and use it as a drug for sure. But the problem is with AI now, with AI can now interpret your neurons firing and recreate the image of what you were thinking or seeing. Have you seen that, guys? That's fucking crazy. It can recreate a whole scenario.
But it's only with fMRI scans though. So
yep. Even a song or an image, AI can translate that into from just your neurons firing and a scan of it. It's crazy, man. They're gonna give you exactly what you really want.
Yeah, you would get that with adverts. Like I looked the other day, my boiler broke down, and I just clicked on a couple of things on Google. Every other advert when I go on YouTube is about a boiler company.
Yep.
Or like you say something just in a room, and your phone's next to you. All of a sudden, you get adverts that stuff. They're already watching, listening to you.
Well,
not only that, but reality is becoming. They drain us from essential connection and from other natural things we need, and society is gonna get so unbearable and so void of meaning. People are gonna jump on that like crazy because we're lacking.
Ready Player One, bro. It's predictive programming. Yeah, but not to get too. Sorry,
at least we're not like that. You know?
Wait, Black Market. We gotta stick on the right tracks here. You know what I mean? Because I'm totally with you in these types of thoughts and thinking about the future, etc. But in all honesty, you know, no one knows what the future holds. So it's like, let's focus on the present. You know, what do we have access to right now? What can we do? And I think that's why the topic at hand is first to make people understand that they have a belief about the globe, and the only way to really do that is to, I like what Creation Bear said, just talk about, the surface of water. Like water is so important in that aspect because it's one of the only things that like always finds its level, and we have access to it everywhere. You know, I mean, you could say like other liquids can do that too, but like water specifically, you know, it's just
Yeah, but you can't
can't
explain
change
it
the
to other
nature
people.
of water.
Yeah, but you can't explain it to other people because most people just don't give a shit. They just don't see what we see. No matter what you tell them, they ain't gonna see it. They're so conditioned to believe what they've been told. They're never ever gonna see it. They're gonna argue, fight to their fucking death, yeah, and not believe you.
Well, that's why Stoicism is also really big in the flat Earth community because it's also like you're like a guide stone in a sense for like people. Like imagine people in such despair, right? All the world around them's burning. Oh, have you heard about this, that? And they look at you and you're calm and you're just like, you know, and they ask, why are you guys so calm? Or like, why are you guys flat earthers? Like, and that'll be so apparent to people that it's, you know, they'll have no choice but to just take a step back and like respect your level of what's it called?
Your level.
Yeah, exactly. Your level of I would say
You don't think
meekness, you know.
you don't really think that people are going to end up seeing the world the way we see it, do you? Before it's too late. The
Well,
government
I
never.
don't have a defeatist mentality, black market.
Yeah, what's really good part of cognitive behavioral therapy for me is stoicism and the dichotomy of control and filtering out the three types of some control: zero, some, and all total. And you only have a little bit of total control over certain aspects in your inner world, but everything else, why you can think about it, but worrying and trying to control it is futile.
Yes, but just imagine this stuff is never going to get taught in schools. I mean, I don't have any children, but if I had kids and that, like, there's some people they have kids that they know about conspiracy stuff, and they teach their kids about these things, but they tell the kids don't go talking about it in school because if you do, you're going to get marked as a crazy person, and you can't go against the educational board and say you're teaching bullshit while you're teaching a globe Earth when it's flat. You know,
You're in
imagine if,
Spain,
like,
they can
Double
take your
change.
kids away if you
yeah,
don't
but
bring them to
imagine like.
school.
Imagine if you knew about the Earth
Double
being flat and
change.
you're a school teacher. If you're a school teacher and you know what we know, how can you imagine doing that, knowing what we know, then being a school teacher and having to keep your mouth shut because if you say anything, you get struck off.
Oh, I've asked this question before. What is the rate? What is your buy? How much could I pay you out? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you were going to sell your soul, what's the going rate for you guys? They ask this sometimes on Fresh and Fit to the gals. They'll be like, okay, you can have a office job, cozy, comfy, air conditioned, zero pay, or you can work a sewer job for 6 figures. And they're always like, oh, just give me the office job, no pay. And so I was like, how can I turn this on the flat earthers? Like, would you guys be willing to do what you do, continue to do it for free? Or is there something like, can I pay you a salary? What's your rate to shut up about it? Never ever speak about it again and go against the grain and start teaching the globe to people. Well, could I buy you out? What's your rate? Can I sell your soul?
No way, dude. There's just no way.
I have a rate. I have a number. It's a total copy of my soul back for myself.
Would you say T-Dub?
So I think it'll only take one lawsuit for discrimination against against someone for being a flat earther, like loss of a job, bullying at school, something like that, and then institutions like family services won't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
So what do you mean? If you're a teacher and you believe in a flat Earth and you got sacked for it, you can have a lawsuit.
Oh, there's a couple people
Not necessarily for teaching it, but for like just it being known that you think the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah. So you could, like you couldn't get a job as a teacher because you believe in a flat Earth. But if you're a parent and you go to a school meeting for your child's grades, whatever, and you believe in a flat Earth and say, the guy who teaches geography, I disagree with what you're teaching. I believe the Earth is flat, not a globe. What happens then? Because you can't challenge the schools, can you, about the Earth being global flat? That wouldn't happen.
Well, you can, but you also have to be willing to accept the consequences from that. Just like everybody here, you know.
Yeah.
What is the price you will pay to uphold the truth? And then Creation Bear brought up the question, what would be the price for you to lie about the truth, to obscure it, to purposely lie about it? And I just cannot comprehend people that know the truth and obscure it for money or for some other malicious, reason, and that also believes in a creator or like in justice. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you cannot hold both of those things in mind. Like, it's too contradictory for your, like your inner peace. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like what age do kids start learning about geography, the shape of the Earth, how the world is? Because that's what needs to be stopped, to be changed. Because in Britain,
I think it's
in
taught
Britain,
all the
honestly,
time subliminally.
but can I say that in Britain, when I was at school, I used to argue with my geography and history teacher because in England we learned about the British Empire, and then they wanted us to do an essay about England, like creating America with the Europeans, and about slavery. And I said I'm not going to do that, because my dad's Jamaican, my mum's Scottish, and I said I'm not going to write anything about slavery because it's a disrespect to my ancestors. And the teachers were like, well, no, you have to. I said, what? So you want me to write about how the Englishmen made money off slaves and that, and how the British Empire, when they were so cruel, they enslaved people, dropped them off in the ocean during the Amistad and that, I said, I'm not going to do it. They kicked off at me, said, if you don't do it, you won't get your grades. I put my foot down. My parents come to school and said, my son's not doing it because he's not promoting slavery. And everyone was shocked that I didn't do it. But I said, I'm not going to do that because of that, And the teachers hate me. But my history teacher, her name was Miss West, she used to look like Queen Elizabeth, the gingerhead bird with the fully neck and all that stuff, And she hated me because of that. But I kept refusing, because I'm not going to write stuff about slavery, but enslaved a man. And I stood up for my grounds.
Yeah, as Creation Bear says, bro, you stood, you placed your feet in the ground, your 2 feet in the ground. You stood your ground, and that's why I feel like it's also why I feel like the Overton window is increasing for this topic, because there will be a point, no matter what it is, where you just see an overreach in terms of authority in any different field you're in or any different topic. Like, the tentacles of this, this mind virus is going everywhere, and just one of those tentacles comes up to your door, you'll be like, no, I have to stand my ground here. And then usually people that have challenged authority and seen the repercussions thereafter have a more open mind when coming to this topic.
That's what I believe as well, because I knew that it was wrong, so I couldn't agree with it, and I always stood my ground because I knew what the British done was wrong, and that's what's happened throughout history. The British lie; they use people to cause shit happen, and they just talk about the glory. We know that's what happens in history. The winners of stuff, they love history. Like the Second World War and all that was bullshit. It was a cover up for fucking robbing Europe of all their stuff and that. The Nazis were in agreement with Britain. They all agreed to everything. It was never war about this and that nation. It was a cover up to go steal treasures from Europe. And it was a cover up. Hitler was allowed to do all that stuff. Hitler was authorized to do that stuff. We know the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, funded them. They funded everyone since the American Civil War. It was with bullshit and that. And we see it in movies, that one, what's it called? Hogan's Run with Clint Eastwood. And that, where they're going through Europe and basically everyone's nicking all the gold from Europe and everything and hiding it. That's what always happened.
Yeah.
That's what they did. It was all a cover up bullshit and that, man. But when they went to Egypt and that, but with the Nazis, we see it through with Indiana Jones. The Nazis went searching for ancient technologies and all that stuff, That's what they were doing. The war was just a basic cover up for it. And
But
there's no way Hitler died in Berlin. Hitler got away. You know, he never
maybe
died.
we don't know. But yeah, I know where you're going with that. Trust me, I went down those rabbit holes, brother. But
You could also flip the question, Beast, and put it on the globe and say, all right, look, you never get to talk about the globe ever again, and you have to teach flat Earth. But what's your rate? How much would I have to pay you for that? You know, type of thing. I'd love to hear from them too. For me, I would. You couldn't buy me out. There's a reason why they call people truthers, because if you're not, you're a liar. I think it's a
that's
it's
a
one or the other.
dichotomy.
Yeah, it's one or the other, and I cannot stand liars. I hate it. Even like the most littlest lies bother me. I just met some guy on the street. We crossed paths a couple times, and he would just say things that just blatant lies, like obvious lies, and I started catching on more and more. I just cannot stand it, even if it's like little stupid lies. Like it doesn't make sense, but yeah, it really irks me. So I could never really lie. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it, dude. So I'll
Crazy
take
Bear,
the
let me
freak
ask
out.
you something.
Yeah.
I gotta ask you this, bro. So, where do you think that came from? That ability, is it? You think it's like I was actually having a conversation about this in Chill Chat the other day about, a certain level of trauma kind of breaks the threshold of someone's comfortability, right? Where they start to either build defense mechanisms mentally to avoid that, like black it out in a sense, or the other thing that could happen, just like anytime that kind of trauma gets like brought back into the equation, it's like in order to avoid even addressing it, it's just like, oh yeah, but it's okay. I don't want to talk about it. It's just like the ego will not let it happen. Like it won't let it. You like. My question to you is like, what? Yeah, what was the point where you were like, you know what? I am not going to live by lies.
That's a good. I don't know. Like I'll have to think about that. But I do. What I'm thinking of is something that Dre said in the chat here. I'll have to scroll up to get it, because I think it kind of hits the nail on the head. He said something about the creator as the first beholder, and hence, what did he
Right.
say? He said like the world. There's an arbiter that our code is based on, and as long as we have a connection to that standard, there's a shared base standard of beauty. And this kind of goes back to what we talked about when people were posting selfies of themselves in the chat. And I was like, oh, you guys are all so beautiful. And
Yeah, psychology. It takes 3 generations to dumb down a nation. Within 3 generations, you could brainwash a whole nation, and that's what they've done.
Yeah, but
hey man, are you actually listening to what we're talking, or you're just popping up with random thoughts, right?
yeah, just 1 second there, Black Market. We'll
you're
get back
good,
to
Black
this in a
Market.
moment.
But yeah, see, Creation Bear was reading. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, when you guys are posting selfies of yourself, I was like, man, you guys are all beautiful, and like, it's probably like, and we related it to how, like, well, look at how what happens when you don't tell lies. You don't like turn into a damn gremlin. You know what I mean? And the person that I cross paths with in the street, absolute gremlin, like
Yeah, dude,
complete
your face
gremlin.
gets twisted, bro.
So
Literally.
I don't know. Maybe there's some truth to what Drace was saying there. Like, like if you're connected with your, like the arbiter of this place, maybe you wouldn't be so inclined to like tell lies and then shrivel up into some gremlin looking type of person. So I don't know. Maybe there's something there. So I don't know. I don't know when it started for me. Maybe it was always, or maybe there was a point. I'll have to think a little bit more about if there was a certain starting point where I was like, nah, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I think for me was when I caught myself lying to other people and myself, just by like without even thinking about it. And also my traumas and my past is like, or I face reality now and forever, or I'm a forever a fakey. So it's also based on your inner morals and principles, right? If you don't have like any of those, you don't care if you're lying.
Yeah. No, I know when it was for me, when it was like 15, 14, 15, 16, that era. I came clean to my parents about my drug use. And like I was just like, yeah, I was totally honest about it, upfront about it. I just didn't want to lie about it, and it's not like I needed help. I just basically said what I did, just to just to test the waters, and then eventually they stopped caring. You know what I mean? Because they knew the truth.
I'll tell you one thing. You said you come clean when you were 15.
Oh yeah,
What drugs were you on?
dude, it's probably easier to tell you the drugs I never did.
No, just what in Britain.
But I don't want to go. I don't want to go too. No, I just don't want to go too deep into that. Like I was just saying, like that's what it was for me because. But it was a lesson, though.
Be honest, man. Because you said at 15 you're on the drugs.
Drinking that wine too, aren't you? You're smoking them tweeds and everything.
You smoke a bit of weed in it. But I know in America you guys like that oxycodone or that other sort of stuff.
Well, hold up, Black Market, real quick, because the point of me bringing that up was being honest, right? Being like truly honest with my parents about all my decisions, and then seeing their reaction, and then the long-term effects of it as well, and seeing how much more, like how much easier it was to just tell the truth and accept the consequences thereafter, rather than lie, avoid the consequences, and that's like a big pot that builds up.
At the age of 15, at 15,
Bro,
what kind of drugs were you being into?
We don't have to go into that.
I'm not trying to get personal, bro. I was just saying I saw the effects of honesty versus lying. That was like the biggest lesson for me.
Yeah, I know the difference between telling truth and lying. Everyone does. But I know in America, you guys.
No, we don't need to go into it. We don't need to go into that, Black Market. No, we're not going to go into that.
What America? There's sort of the thing about oxycodone.
Black Market, please.
Black Market. I don't want to just like. You're welcome to be here, but like we're not going to talk about that. All right. Keep the conversation flowing on topic. We don't need to go in deep into like, well, what drug specifically? Like that's not important.
It's not the crux of what I was saying. It was just basically seeing the difference between being honest with people around me, especially my parents, people I cared about, that I knew I would suffer consequences about telling them the truth about certain things that I did, and I just did it, accepted those consequences, and then it was so much better afterwards. And then that was the start for me. And that's kind of like what let me down the line of truth, rather than lying to myself or being shady or like, you know what I mean, like being sneaky. Like I think that's why I really hate passive aggressiveness. Like
okay,
I think that's
you
like
You really hate passive aggressive. I can't believe you.
I was smoking weed at the age of 12. Just smoking a bit of weed.
Bro, I'm sorry, bro. We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
So, no, you're good. What's up, Max? What's up, brother? I saw you pop in.
What's up, everybody?
Hey.
Here in Manhattan, on this flat land.
Yes, sir.
Hey, bus dude.
The only thing moving is your feet in the streets, bro.
Nice, I like that.
Well, if you was out here, you see some other stuff moving, my man.
But yeah, go ahead, Creation Bear.
That's all right.
I don't mean to get into these derivative topics, bro. It's just
yeah, you're good. You're good. I know you were sharing some personal testimony. We don't need to expose your whole life history here on the panel. So
it's crazy. It's all right. It's all good. But Trace, if you'd like to elucidate your point, your paragraph again about beauty and symmetry and that being healthy traits, it's pretty interesting. If you can.
I was just thinking about what Creation Bear was talking about yesterday, and then I was thinking about my own arguments, and sure, there are really broken people like Satanists and stuff like that who have a warped view of beauty, but those people are broken. That's just like you have a person that's hallucinating that the apple isn't there, and like he can't see it. Like his hallucinations, his subjective view is being projected out into the world in such a strong way that he's not experiencing what's objectively there and what he should be experiencing. So he's broken. just like the creator set laws that everything operates by, we have a certain setting. We have a certain range as humanity that is normal, and we have that commonality and symmetry that comes between us as a consequence. When they break, that's when it becomes different. So,
right.
And then I realized, okay, so he is right. It's actually objective on the baseline of it, just like the Earth is objectively flat and non-rotating, but they can be so subjective and so broken that they can project their own stuff outwards and see Earth curve at the horizon.
Yeah, it's just like the art you see nowadays called modern art, and how it's like, what the hell is going? Like, how is this modern art? And then you realize it's like, this is what modern people think beauty is in terms of the art world, right? Where it's like you're projecting, like, it's just gross. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like not art. Like,
I think a lot of that's a scam though, because like Hunter Biden is not an artist.
Well, art is abstract, right? So, I mean, that's always going to be subjective because it's abstract, right? But when we're talking about beauty, I think that we're trying to establish that there is some sort of credence, that there's a baseline for what's generally accepted as beauty.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, art's like an example of the culture, and we could see what it's like now because of the art.
So I separate the art like from, aesthetic, personal beauty, right? So there is definitely a baseline that we can agree to, that, and it generally goes with symmetry, and it doesn't matter where you are, right? But there are like little differences. Nobody's going to line up the same people the same way all of the time, and they all can be beautiful,
We proved
right?
that
But
last
there
night,
is
Max. That's a good
definitely,
point.
yeah, but there is definitely, like I was agreeing with you, there's definitely symmetry in what we perceive as beauty, and there is something in us that is attracted to those things. This is why beautiful people get the passes all the time. We all agree to that. And one thing that Dre said that I'd like to drill down on and get into a little bit is what's normal, right? How do we define normal, right? I say that normal is a consensus, and that's what we basically just all agree are normal characteristics, because the majority concedes to these things, right? But normality changes.
That's not the normal I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you take an innocent child, there is a certain amount of corruption required for it to do anything bad. As a base standard, humanity without corruption is pretty good. And so, like most normal people that I'm talking about, like people who, like, I'm not talking about like the average person, because that changes. Like you're saying, like I'm talking about, when I say normal, I mean like they have morals. They have connection to that instinct within you that tells you that this is wrong, this is right, and that kind of stuff. A normal person who's still healthy emotionally and physically.
See, I question those things. I question morality, right? I don't.
hey, Max.
Yeah.
Real quick. I looked up the etymology of normal, and it's pretty interesting. Normal comes from, in the sense, right angled. Carpenter's square. It's pretty interesting. And then the other ones say that it's according to rule. According to a rule. So.
Okay, that is interesting.
Sorry, go ahead. Continue though. Yeah, continue though. Go ahead.
It's so interesting because it kind of. Sorry, I just wanna.
Go ahead.
Because that's kind of what I'm talking about, because I'm talking about like people who are following, like Christians, for instance, who are following Christianity and Jesus, and being kind. Generally, that's what I would consider normal, because I come from a Western society. So my view is naturally skewed when I speak of normal.
It is really hard to speak of it outside of those conditions. I get it.
I'm Samoan, man.
Samoa,
Yeah.
stand up. That's what's up.
I'm Samoan.
Oh, you roboting,
Yes.
brother?
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
But
Yeah. Samoans have the same thing with Jesus too. It's like, hey, yeah, we'll just follow this guy.
Right. So what I'm saying are those practices are taught, right? Those are learned. So I don't know if morality is instinctive or if it's learned. Right. So depending on culture, some cultures do things that some other cultures would consider immoral, amoral, and things of those natures.
But
right. And we all know. Hold on. Let me just go break this down a little. That's right here, Grace. When you see children, babies, you have to teach them to behave in certain ways, because some children will take everything from other babies. Some babies will continually hit the parents in the face. Some baby will continue to do, and you have to teach them, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Some children will give away all of their food to everybody else. And you have to teach them, don't give away everything. Don't give away. So which one of them are normal?
Well, you gotta like you said, some do one thing, some do other things. Some we don't know where the soul comes from, how all this stuff happens. People are born different, and some come out pretty rowdy and like act like the rules don't matter. A lot of it is learned behavior, because they're naturally gonna learn from everybody around them, and oftentimes, like for instance with the rule breaking, a lot of the times it's because they were allowed to get a little bit get away with a little bit too much, and then it kind of steamrolled downhill.
Well, I'd like to say something about this topic because it's very interesting. I'm sure.
I'm so sorry, guys. Could you like guys like? I'm sorry, I just joined. Could you guys like? Can I like join the conversation, guys, with you? With you?
Yeah.
Is
Who is
okay?
this?
Freeze. I just
How's it
joined.
going, Freeze?
Good. Thanks for asking. hey, I'm back. Yo, okay. I'm so sorry to like cut in, but like, what's the subject, guys?
Listen for a bit. You'll catch on. Go ahead, Beast.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I'm sure Flat Lloyd Wright would attest to this. Like, it's why I you can make a compelling case about beauty being actually objective to some sense. When it comes down to let's say architecture, right? There's like an agreed upon standard, well, an unspoken standard, right? When we look at something and see like, wow, that's beautiful, and you could say
that's only humans, though. No, like you see, because we're all.
Well, I mean, I'm not a dog, bro, so I got to only speak from a human standpoint.
Picasso paints these paintings of women. Like when you look at a Picasso painting, you might think, "Wow, that's a beautiful painting." But if you knew Picasso's intention, you'd probably think the total opposite. So I think.
See, that's the difference, though. I'm trying to elucidate here, because like Max was saying, that's abstract art. But like when you take the physical, right? When you have something physically beautiful in terms of like the symmetry of certain things, like when you look at a beautiful cathedral, right? Like there's like an objectified like punch in the face, because it's like it's physical, it's there, it's like when it comes to art or like pictures or images or like
What about
drawings,
math? What about math? Math beauty.
hold on, let me finish my point.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
But like when it comes to like art in terms of like 2D, right? Like when you're drawing something, or if it's like digitally created, or if it doesn't have a physical presence in reality, that's when it becomes more along the lines of subjective, in my opinion. But anyway, that's what I was saying.
What do you guys think about like beauty in terms of like just like let's say math, like mathematical beauty, like physical beauty, like
Well, there's a standard. No, there's a standard to beauty.
Wait.
There's a standard that we can, that we can all agree on when it comes to physical beauty. You know, when we see something, smell something, you know what I mean? We can. Yeah. But beauty, like, is just
like, for example,
it's fleeting, right? Beauty is fleeting. You know what I mean?
Like what about the beauty of the hydrogen atom, or like a carbon atom that has like
ugly
many electrons? Yeah, okay. He says ugly. Like I see like a chemical structure. I just see it's so beautiful. Like just like structurally wise, like diamonds, like how they're like structured, like crystals, like glass.
Or a snowflake.
It's just
Or a
beautiful.
snowflake.
Like the universe, star systems, like particles to like the huge parts. Everything is beauty.
Well, can I ask you something, Freeze?
I've never seen an atom.
Yeah, I was about to say I've never seen Adam.
I'm with Mac on this one.
I got a question for you, Freeze. So
okay.
So, what made you go to the molecular structure of carbon or atoms and seeing the mathematical qualities of that? Wouldn't you say that that's actually abstract?
Yes, until you look at the bigger picture, because like it's all kind of aligned. Like there's a certain alignment and certain different subject that's kind of weird. That has that same beauty, that same punch that you were talking about. If you get what I'm saying. Like
well, I've never seen a carbon atom floating by me. You know what I mean? Like I have to see that in depictions or representations. But like I'm talking about
the
the
mental
real world.
representation, isn't it?
Yeah, but like what about like mathematical beauties? Like
well, that's a language, brother.
Equations. Yeah, language. Like a poem. A poem could be very beautiful and it could be objectively beautiful. So like, what about a mathematical equation that's like so beautiful, like symmetrical, like whatever.
I mean, if you enjoy it, yes, it's beautiful to you and it's beautiful to others too. But everybody's not going to see that. You know, that's a bit subjective to say that you see the beauty in abstract. So it's an abstract.
Right.
I think
yes.
I think poetry and language can be beautiful because it points to the heart or things of the heart, like experience, like human experience.
Well, here's a thought for you guys, right? What if you can't read the language?
Oh my god, that's a really interesting question.
You see what I'm saying? That's why that's the difference, right? Like if someone didn't speak any languages, right, and they look at a building, a massive structure like a cathedral, and seeing the symmetry behind, like it's awe-inspiring even to someone that doesn't know how to speak any languages. Do you see? You guys get what I mean? Like the difference.
You can always translate it, right? Or you know what I mean? Like you can translate it, but
okay. Well, okay. I think what we guys need, we need to define things. Like if we want to talk about something, maybe we should like give it like a certain.
I read this thing.
Well, here, wait. Go ahead, Bong. Go ahead.
Beauty on a wicked woman is like a gold ring on the snout of a pig. You see how that works?
That's a great expression. I have to remember that one.
But it's still beauty, is it not?
Well, you're looking at the gold on a pig.
That's what we're just defining that right there. Just the outline, right? That we can agree, that we can all kind of agree objectively on what the physical specimen, the human person would look like, and what we would equate to being beautiful or not beautiful. That's where we were.
Aesthetically.
Yeah, we're looking at the gold ring, right? We're missing the pig, right? We're like we shouldn't ignore that it's attached to the nose of a pig. You know what I mean? That's the.
I got a question for Freeze to bring it back on topic because you are VC
Okay.
verified.
Please save us, Bo. Please save us.
Yes.
What is the question?
So you've been in the server for a long time.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the server. I love the server.
Okay. So are you a flat earther?
I always stop with this music. Like this happens every single time. And like Creation Bed, like how do you guys know like
I don't know you. I just got here, bro.
How? Shut up, Creation Bed with his sound voice.
No, honesty, because I'm curious.
honestly,
I'm curious about where you stand because.
Okay, where I stand is like, basically like the guys they just convinced me that we don't know. Basically, like no, that's not what I mean. Okay, let me correct.
You're good, bro.
What I
You're
mean,
good. We're not gonna.
Creation Bear is trying to snipe me. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that it is not. We're not in a globe. There's literally no curvature, so we literally don't know where it ends. I
Okay.
don't know.
That's fair.
But there's something fucked up happening. I don't exactly know what it is. I may believe in like the whole Earth like he did that same thing whenever I'm not even gonna start on that. just cause
Well,
but yeah, that's where I stand.
Check it out, Freeze. Check it out, right? And I've definitely dived
Freeze is
into
like
that
a cat.
topic.
It's like a cat. He keeps seeing things. Just stay on topic.
Yeah.
Don't get distracted.
But and I know what you're saying, right? As you say, you know for sure we're not on a globe. Can you say that? No, for sure,
Yep.
right?
For sure.
So now you have a base axiom, right? We're on level.
True.
We're on a level topographical plane that doesn't move. It's gorgeous, right? It's beautiful. So, are you having? So you're trying to find a replacement story, like with the hollow Earth, concave Earth, simulation
Hollow Earth.
theory, giant sphere, whatever. Are you trying to find a replacement in your
I
mind?
kind of have a replacement because I'm like kind of like religious, and I kind of believe in like the religious scriptures and stuff, and so I kind of just believe that it's flat and some certain events that are gonna happen soon, and I see them happening. So yeah, that's kind of where.
What do you mean you believe it's flat?
What religion?
I'm Muslim, Islam, basically. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and like it mentions for the flat Earth, it mentions and the times, whatever. Yeah, that's what.
I'm gonna let Max go for it. Go ahead, Max. You asked a question. You said, "What do you mean? He believes it's flat, right?"
Yeah. When you said you believe it's flat, what does that mean when you say you believe?
Believe that means like I have no like what it means what it means. Like I believe it's flat. Like we do not live on a globe Earth. There's no curvature. It's been proven. You can literally test it with like lasers. You can check. There's no curvature.
You can safely say
So then
it's flat.
you know what you've experimented, you know what you've tested, you know what you've experienced, right?
Like the other guys, like they literally showed me videos, proofs on this server, on a lot of like I've read a lot of the stuff here. Like it's
But have
pretty much.
you went out, into the world and seen and tested this for yourself?
Honestly, no. Like I've never for myself. No, I've just seen like the stuff that the guys did on the server.
Have you just taken like long? Have you just taken like long observations? Have you just after learning some information, look out across the water to see how far you can see, perhaps maybe take some pictures with your camera phone or something?
It's very important, Freaks.
I'm just gonna be honest. I've never experimented, but I've just it's in my mind. Like whenever it's like in my everyday life, when I go outside, when I see the sea, when I see like a long stretch of land, whatever. Like I believe we live on a flat plane. let's say.
What about your experience? How was your
Experience.
experience? Yeah, how was your
Experience
experience where you have lived? Yeah.
with life or what?
Interact. How have you interacted on this plane? Have you interacted where it's spinning, or you're going over curves that you shouldn't be going over?
There are hills, there are valleys, mountains, but like I've
Mhm.
never like
Did
it's
it
always like straight. I've
Topographical.
never seen curvature. Like I've been on planes. They just go
Mhm.
on a straight line. They never go down or up or. That's how it feels. That's how I view it.
So you could safely say that you know from your experience that you're not going over any curves and you're not on the globe. You could safely say that from your experience, right?
Yeah, from my physical, like personal experience. Yep. Yes.
Yep,
And it's
from your
not a
firsthand
belief, my friend.
experience. That's what you
First-hand
know from
experience.
your firsthand experience. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a big
Do you disagree with
difference,
that?
brother. No, freeze. The
Oh,
point is it's you
oh yeah.
saying belief versus you know.
Belief.
And
Yeah. Okay.
and it's very important, especially in
Yeah.
day-to-day language, because if someone asks you, "Do you believe in the flat Earth?" What are you gonna say?
Oh, I get it. I know I know it's flat. Okay.
There you go. Woo!
That's okay. That finally, Christian Bay. Yo, I fucking got the clap. Let's
It's
go.
important, man. It's very
It is,
important, bro.
Okay, yeah. But the way, a part of the reason why I said I believe is because it has a connection to my like religious beliefs, which are again beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I tend to try to say belief, because like I have no proof of my like religion or whatever. I can't like physically prove it to you, but I just do believe in it. So that's what it kind of connects with that. So
Oh no, absolutely. You should
yeah,
definitely have your faith, and but what you should not do is you shouldn't tie these two things together. They should be separate. And yes, they may have things that cooperate with each other,
yeah,
but they're separate, right? See, because what happens is once you say that, people automatically try to tie you into religion and call you a religious zealot, and you just believe in
Exactly.
stuff. So you have to separate those.
Exactly. And that's the thing.
okay,
It's like we're all subjected to our own beliefs, right? Everyone has their own beliefs, but the
yep,
point of this server and this voice channel specifically is like to differentiate between what we believe and what we know.
we know.
Right.
When it comes in terms to the earth that we live on.
Correct.
That's okay. That's deep. Yeah.
Yeah. But like just think about it, right? Freeze. The reason why it's like, we could have these kind of not off topic conversations, but like, get into the weeds a little bit, but
Yeah.
when you get into the weeds, it's almost like you can start to see who knows their way around the weeds and someone who gets lost in the weeds. Do you get what I mean? So like when you were describing like a carbon atom as beautiful in terms of its symmetry, I was just curious. So sorry about that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like yeah, because like do you want me like to go on that on that subject?
No. I was just saying
Yeah, like
that's what made me ask you, bro. You know what I mean?
I got it. Okay. Yeah.
Right,
But
because the
like
beauty that we were talking about was beauty of human, physical beauty, right? And right, and some physical structures, I guess, right, and that sort of things, right? Things that we can sort of agree that there's because it gets a debate whether beauty is objective or subjective, and in minute details, it is subjective, but in the overall scheme of things, it is pretty much objective. What we identify as a beautiful person. And that's where we were getting to and trying to gain consensus on that. And then we can work our way around from that. But if we want to go off onto another topic, that's totally fine. I was just telling you where we were when we were talking about the beauty thing. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, Max. I love it. I love this shit. I really do.
I do.
Because like everyone has that same logic train. You know what I mean? That we all were just like, all right, let's hop back on board. We did enough exploring in the weeds today. Let's go back on board this logic train. And yeah, you hopped right back on. That's good, bro.
Yeah. I'm making like slowly like kind of move together to like the same Like same viewpoint.
You know that thing you was talking about before about beauty, and then Freeze kind of brought up the idea of beauty of atoms, which actually, when you look at it, the beauty of atoms is only it's a mathematical beauty as such. Or the thing they've created, the heliocentric model, one could say, if you love mathematics, that it is beautiful as a mathematical construct. However, it's not true. So it's like it's very enticing. It's very it draws us in, and it's beautiful, and we go, oh yeah, wow. But in the end, at the end of the day, it's just creativity. It's just the brain's creativity. It's
Right.
just
It's a language.
It's a language. It's the end product of imagination. But it's kind of taken us away from the beauty of what is really.
Right. Because you could say that about English or French, or be like, "Oh, it's such a beautiful language. It's so," you know what I mean? But math is also just a language. It's subjective.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's kind of like off topic. It's related to me, but do you guys know Masuru? I don't know if I'm saying this right now. Emoto, the Japanese guy.
Yes, water guy.
Dr. Miyamoto. Mhm.
You guys know?
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head. I don't
It's the
know.
frozen
like
water
the water
thing.
stuff, and how when he said like
yes.
even in different languages, the water changes its structure if it's like positive words, even if it's a different language. So maybe that's related in a way, like things that we don't understand.
Frequency of the language, perhaps, or the intention behind the language. It's
Right.
like there's a subtlety to nature that guy seems to have recorded it in water ripples.
Yeah.
I think like even with like what you're talking about with beautiful architecture, like you can't see it like with that experiment with like water, but probably it's related in the same way how somebody would never have seen something like that but acknowledges that it's beautiful. It's probably something like that. Like
it's intrinsic to
Yeah.
us. And frequencies, sound, vibrations, me talking right now, I could say, man, you guys are my buddies, or like, yeah, you guys are my buddies. And it's like I'm saying the same thing, but the inflection of my voice changes the intention and the and the receptiveness of it. Just
But it's
like
just
how
pseudo. That's
right.
pseudo, right? So
Exactly.
the
Like math.
intention has to be pure, right? So what she alluding to is the things that we can't see, the things that we can't really do science on, that exist, right? And that you can prove over and over through testing, not necessarily experiment, but through testings and other replications and things like that. So there have been many tests with what she's talking about with the doctor and the ice. He's not the first. And it shows the intention, right? So is the water sentient or is it just intention, right? See, because you people have done this with rice and other organic materials, but they always had water in it, whether it's a plant or whatever. And when you give good intention, you'll see that you have more beneficial things happening to these items. So I'm under the impression water is sentient, but I just want to put it out there because intention has a lot to do with it as well.
The same is even true for yourself. You are a lot of water, and you can affect your own physiology through your own thoughts. You think a bunch of negative thoughts, you can start to exhibit negative symptoms, or through the nocebo effect. It's the opposite of the placebo effect. So if you keep telling yourself that you're healthy and good stuff, then you're more likely to actually be healthy because you're telling your body to do something about it.
Externally, bro. That's what we were saying about how you see people that lie all the time, right? They look like gremlins. Their face gets twisted. It's like literally. I think it's definitely connected, man. Like,
And I think with like growing up, like what you're saying, we're mostly water. When you're a baby, you're like almost completely water. As you grow up, you become less and less watery. That's why when you're growing up, things are more influential because you're mostly water and you lose it little by little when you grow up.
that's interesting.
Mhm. Yeah, like when you're in the womb, you're almost completely water. And then as you grow up and you become an adult, you get like lower percentage of water.
Yeah, like babies are squishy in a sense.
hmm It's just interesting. I recently read that and I was like, oh wow, that's so cool.
So both these things are super interesting to me, right? Because I've always had a special interest in water. I'll separate that. But I want to piggyback on Drake's because intentions, how you think, how you frame yourself is super important to your identity. And if you think negative thoughts, regardless if you're lying or not, if you think negative thoughts, then those things will become you. You will become those negative thoughts. You have to create positivity in your life, and it has to start with you. That means you have to start cleaning up your thoughts and having good thoughts and knowing that you're in good health and doing things to support it. Because once you start thinking these things, your body will automatically respond in a positive way. And you find yourself doing things that are more positive. I just wanted to piggyback off Drake.
Oh, 100%.
You know, and it's like if you say, if you say, refer to something like the Dark Knights, I hate Dark Knights, you know, and that makes it your reality. And it's like you could equally say, I love Dark Knights, and it changes your perspective and changes your attitude and changes your whole demeanor. Just by changing one word in a sentence, hate to love, you know.
You know, it's weird. When you said that, Max, I don't know why I pictured it like this, but I feel like logic, right, is the vehicle of your body. It's like using logic, that is your vessel, right? And then it allows you to build like it allows you to grow as a person, but like logic is like your first defense against the extremities of the world, in a sense, like the things that are attacking you, trying to influence you. You know, oh, you're nothing. You're a piece of shit. You're just a space monkey, and you know, you're just a worthless. You're insignificant. You'll never outdo the elites. Like all of that bombardment, right? If you just boom, turn on your logic train, right? Just keep logic. It's like it just bounces right off of you. It's interesting.
People pick their shields. There's plenty of shields to choose from, and you got to choose whatever works for you. So if, logic is the thing that keeps you grounded and gets you back on track, by all means. If religion is someone else's crutch to keep them back on track and give them a sense of wholeness, by all means. Some people like spirituality. So listen, whatever it takes, to get you there, you need to get there. So, and have this positive sort of attitude and know, no matter how bleak things may appear to
but it's still heavier, so it's
already
going towards the ground.
Put it in a vacuum chamber. Just put it in something by itself. Have only that gas, not in an environment where there's different density gases.
Yeah.
Put that alone in a vacuum chamber. It's going to spread out, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
because there's also other forces at play, and you're no longer isolating just gravity.
No. Whenever somebody says liquid nitrogen, you're talking about a liquid, not a gas.
Oh no, but look at this experiment that I'm saying with liquid nitrogen, and then there's gas evaporating, off of it. There's solid nitrogen.
Changing state, right? The liquid is changing its state, turning into gas, and it is homogenizing or finding its place in the density column within it's in. So, you're proving our point again.
What I mean, this both verifies my point and your point. Both follow with density. More dense things going down. I mean, that's what I was giving for gas. What do you want me to explain with gas?
Right, so this is the phenomenon that
dense gas goes down.
So the phenomenon that we're studying is that there is a collimation between, and the relationship between all densities of matter. We don't have a cause yet. You're declaring gravity, but you don't actually have any gravity to show us.
So what am I supposed to show you with gas? That it also because you agree that gas follows this density.
No, it doesn't. It finds its place. It moves freely and randomly in all directions. Denser gases are going to kind of be where they're going to be, kind of like when helium wants to place itself above the column of atmospheric gases that we have right now, i.e. helium balloon, or just let it roam free, right? So there's different gases with different, you want to call them atomic masses, that's fine, but they are different and they columnate and they orient themselves in a certain way. This is all relative density. Pretty simple.
That's right.
Yeah, so that falls with relative density.
Container. It's a big container filled with liquid and gases. Okay? Pretty simple.
Bobby, can you read the definition I just posted in the side chat out?
I'm looking. In gases, the particles move rapidly, or where are you? Hold on. Who posted what definition?
Yeah, I posted the definition. You were just reading it. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, that is you. Okay. In the gases, the particles move rapidly in all directions, frequently colliding with each other and inside the container. With an increase in temperature, the particles gain kinetic energy.
Where does gravity come into that?
So since gases also just have a lot of energy just naturally where they're going and colliding with it, is that the particles will also just tend to trend downwards. So even though the particles are colliding with each other
Nobody can
and going off
show
in
that.
different directions.
Nobody can show that.
Okay, so the way that you would show that is with the density explanation that you were giving before. But then gravity can go ahead and show, look, gases go up and down with density.
But I just told you this is a law of nature of the universe of the whole world. That's how it works. It's not your infinite space vacuum with planets and retardation. No, the universe is a container filled with gases and liquids, right? And it orders itself like that. Things that are less dense go up, more dense go down. That's it. It's the way the universe works.
Exactly.
Simple.
And gas particles
Law
move
of
in
nature.
straight lines, man. They move in straight lines, all directions. They don't make a parabola, right? They don't come down. It's not like a tennis ball where you throw it and it comes down, right? In a parabola. That's not how gas particles work.
And they work the same way as the rest, right? When they hit something which is more dense, like a solid surface of a container, or another gas which is more dense, right? They bounce off of it. They find their place.
So with the gas particle, I think it'd be fairly hard to observe that it makes a parabola. But if you took a balloon and then you took the balloon and you threw it down, do you think it would make a parabola in how it goes up and hits the ceiling? If that's like a balloon filled with helium gas?
A balloon is more dense than the air, right? And all that's happening is if you fill it with helium, the helium's going to lift up the balloon, right? And then over time, the helium will leak out the pores of the plastic, and then eventually it will come back down. Okay? Or you could fill up a helium balloon with like half helium and half air, and then it will just float perfectly in the air. Like it just depends
but do you think
on how much relative, like how much density of the medium relates to the density of the medium outside, right? The balloon.
But if I took the balloon and I like just held it and then I let go of it and then it went up and hit the ceiling in my room, that would still make a parabola, right? Like you'd agree?
No, absolutely not. It'll just keep going up until it hits the point of equilibrium, which will be the next surface that's more dense, which would be the roof.
Yeah, but like if I have the roof in my house, like what, like and you were to graph time and then you were to graph its height, what shape would that like balloon make on that graph? Like as time changes and height of the balloon.
Okay, so if there was no air, no outside like influence, no other
let's
force.
say there is air. There's air and it's helium.
No. Let's just say there's no breeze in the room. Okay, obviously there's always going to be air, but if there's no breeze in the room, the balloon's going to go perfectly straight up. Just like if you're in a room and you light a incense stick and there's no like breeze at all in the room, the smoke will go up perfectly straight up in a straight line. It's pretty creepy.
It will go up in a straight line, but if we were to graph time and then we were to graph the height of the balloon, like, and that Like where time is the
It's not
x-axis,
a
height
straight
is the
line
y-axis.
isn't a parabola. Straight lines aren't parabolas. That's the difference here. Like the definition is very straightforward when it says that gas particles move in straight lines, and that's what you would get with the helium balloon. You released it in a room that has no breeze, it would just go straight up in a straight line.
That's what you're trying to
away
confirm,
from away from the thing that you're claiming is attracting it. But let's get back to the main point, because like I feel like this has gone off into like just this, you know.
We've almost made it.
Why things are doing what they do in nature. Okay, why are we discussing this? Is it relevant to the geometry of the surface of the Earth?
Is gravity, or would gravity be relevant? I think it would, because then it would go ahead and it would explain that the Earth would most logically be a big sphere, because then wherever you are on this sphere, it would be pulling you down. But if I was to go ahead and probably explain, like to prove to you that there is a sphere, I imagine gravity wouldn't be probably the first way to, or the easiest way to go about doing that. But if I did show you that gravity was a thing, I mean, wouldn't that be like
the point? Like if there is no
Major
gravity
point?
bending the water, then the Earth is flat. If you can't come up with a force doing the action, you don't even need to fucking measure it. You don't have a mechanism to do it in reality. You're just fantasizing at this point. If you don't have gravity, you can't have your globe, right? So if they don't have a single fucking experiment for gravity, they don't have their globe.
I mean, I gave you the okay. When I give you an experiment for gravity, you just go ahead and say that's not the particular phenomena or observation that I'm talking about.
Firstly, Cavendish isn't an experiment because there's a lot of issues with it, right? And when people do try to reproduce the Cavendish, they have like the wrong result a lot of the time. They keep tweaking and tweaking their device until they get the right result. But even if we granted you that it is an experiment, it still doesn't prove the cause of the effect. You're just getting an effect. You're not able to validate the cause.
What you're validating is the mass of the balls and the distance between the weights.
Does that dictate that the surface of the Earth is curving?
You'd have to go through other logical steps to go ahead and do that, but not necessarily. But I thought we were trying to argue gravity at this spot.
Right,
well, not in and of itself, but it would also like follow as you guys were.
Let me just put this plain and simple. All right, in nature, we observe multiple different things to do with motion. We observe some things just remaining static. We observe some things going up. We observe some things going down, and we observe gas going in all directions, right? Not having a bias, a directional bias, right? So why are you so hyper fixated on the one direction when things go in that one direction, which is towards the ground, right? It's not going to prove, you've already said, no, it doesn't. I have to add and talk about other things before we get to the surface geometry of the Earth. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Because you've said several times now, well, these guys already knew the Earth was a sphere, right? How did they know that? Let's go back to that.
Do we want to go ahead and transition to just talking about that? Otherwise,
well, it's the
I could keep talking about gravity because we disagree about that.
It's the fundamentals, right? We should talk about those fundamentals.
Okay, let's go ahead and I'll look up the name of what they did in the phenomena they did in ancient Greece, where they went ahead and someone went in Egypt, they put a pole, then they put a pole in Greece, and then they observed the shadows were cast in different directions, and then went ahead and calculated the radius of the Earth based on that. Because that's where it started, where they thought the Earth was a ball, and also looking at ships go over the horizon, but that's going to turn into us just posting photos and say your photos are fake or your photos are fake, I feel like.
Oh no, we could go straight to the horizons because the Eratosthenes thing, it's not a good argument for the globe. I don't know if you want us to explain that quickly to you, but we could go straight to showing you observations that debunk the radius of the globe. And they're not photos. They're not just
photos.
Let's
the Eratosthenes thing, because I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, so Eratosthenes measured the size of the radius. He didn't attempt to prove that the Earth was a globe.
He had that idea.
He measured what? Sorry, Matthew? Measured? What did he measure?
He measured the size of a shadow and used that to calculate the circumference of the globe, assuming that the Earth was a globe and assuming that the Sun was an infinite distance away. So it was a calculation, not a proof.
Correct.
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson also, and that's coming straight from a mathematician, right, Matthew, who's a globe earther, a professor, and also from astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who also said, like, if you assume that the Earth's flat and you have a local sun, you could do the same math that Eratosthenes did.
You could do the same math, but you can't do it on multiple points on the Earth and then come up with the same result.
Hold on a second. So all he did was take an angle measurement of a shadow, right? 7.2 degrees, and he did 360 divided by 7.2 times 800, right, which was the distance between the 2 points, right? And if you assume the Earth's a sphere, you come up with 40,000 kilometers or whatever. I think that's correct. And what Neil deGrasse Tyson, what Matthew also just said is that if you assume that the sun is local with divergent rays, and you assume a surface, and you do the exact same math, right, you come up with the sphericity, circumference of the flat surface, right? Do you see the contradiction there?
So with just 2 points, you could go ahead and explain it by saying the sun is really close. But if you had multiple points and then you did this with multiple stick columns, and you went ahead and observed that with each different stick, you would calculate the same radius of the Earth, let's say, would that be sufficient proof?
No, because you could do that in your bedroom, right, with a light above, right, and you could set up some stick figures, some GI Joes on the floor at different places around the room, right? If you assumed that the room was a sphere, and you would, come up with the radius of the flat floor. Just a flawed experiment. Maybe best to move on to something.
No, because if you did it, if you just had 2 poles, then in that case, yes, it would be an assumption. But there was other reasons at the time why they thought that. But if you just had 2 poles and you're assuming that, then you calculate the radius. But if you get multiple poles and you space them out in different amounts, then you would go ahead and you could choose any 2 poles and you could calculate a radius. If the Earth was flat and the sun was local, then you would get a vastly different radius depending on how far away the poles are.
Okay, so can you present an experiment or something like that? Someone did that validated the Earth is a globe. The method that you just brought it up in your head.
I'd have to go ahead and find one, but if you agree that this is a fair experiment, then I think it would be a thing that's...
Well, it depends what you assume, right? You're still going to have to assume things.
What are you going to have to assume?
You're going to have to assume the sun rays, are the sun rays divergent in your thought experiment, or are they parallel?
You assume that they travel in a straight line from wherever the sun is to wherever the spot on the Earth is.
Okay, so why are you assuming that?
Why am I assuming that the sun rays travel in a straight line? It's because it would generally be a good assumption with how we make a laser and then shine a laser and watch it generally go in a straight line. I think that'd be a pretty fair assumption.
No, I think that's a completely false comparison.
With refraction.
Okay, there is things like refraction where we observe it go from changing mediums, but I guess
we can disprove the globe. We can disprove the globe radius with lasers. We've done so many times, but you guys say that they don't go in a straight line.
That's because when you get closer
with refraction,
because you have refraction. But if you go ahead and say, it's in the medium of space, then there's not going to be refraction because it's just a constant medium there.
But Eratosthenes wasn't in space. He was on the Earth within the atmosphere. So, okay. But listen, Eratosthenes made several assumptions, right? Firstly, his assumption is that the Earth is a perfect sphere. Now they've no longer claimed that, right? He assumed that the sun is far enough away that the light reaches Earth parallel. He assumed that Alexander and Siam were on the same meridian. He assumed that the exact distance was 500 stadia, whatever that is, right? And how they measured that. Right? There's a bunch of others too that he threw in there, right? But the fact is that if you don't assume those things, you can make that work on a plane surface. You can have those differing shadows and angles on a flat surface. In fact, you will require a flat surface in order to measure the angles. There's a guy who did this on his push bike. Remember, have you heard of the guy that did it on his push bike? I proved the Earth is a globe on my push bike, on my bicycle. And so, and in his video, one of the first things he says is, to do this, I need to go somewhere that's actually really flat. That's why I'm going to, where was it again? It sounds like Jonah, but it's not. It's not Virginia. It's some other town. I don't know if it's in Canada or the US, but he actually had to go somewhere that's actually really flat. I mean, the dude's trying to prove that it's not flat by saying that he's going to use flat Earth. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, you have to go somewhere where you can easily measure like the angle from the. You need the stick to go straight out of the ground, straight out of which way we feel is down, because we think that all the ways we're like feeling down goes towards the center, and there's like hills that go up and down. Like if I stick the stick out of a hill, it's like obviously not like what we're referring to.
Larby, you can assume the same things, that the surface is spherical and the light source is just far away, and the light rays coming toward that surface are just parallel. And you can measure all the time, every time, the same radius for a pool table using different multiple sticks, not just two. One underneath the light bulb, and the others are just in angle. And you will have shadows casted in the others, but no shadow in the one underneath the light bulb. It will have no shadow, and you can measure the radius or calculate the radius of that spherical pool table. Every time it will give you the same radius.
I don't think that would be true, but I'd have to go ahead and do some math. If we would take a break of the argument, but I don't. Or do you have a source on that? If you did it with multiple sticks, it would give a consistent radius for a local, like near object.
It depends what you assume, man. Like you really.
Let's assume the light, or like I was just saying, we assume the light goes in straight lines, and we're sticking the sticks directly out of the surface. I mean, what else do we need to assume?
Why are you assuming that?
Instead of triangulating that light source, just knowing that the light source is just projecting the divergent light rays, so you triangulate that light source. The triangulation which will give you also all the time the height. So if you flip that triangle and you make that center point, the head of the triangle, in the radius of the Earth, it will give you the same radius. It will be just one lines of making that triangle.
I'd have to. I didn't exactly follow what you were saying. I have to see a drawing.
Okay, look, this is what he said, and it's been explained a bunch of times, and we should move on after this, right? So Eratosthenes, this is the math that he did, right? 360 divided by 7.2. 7.2 degrees was the shadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then times 800 kilometers, which was the distance, and that's 40,000. Okay, so because he's saying that 40,000 is the circumference of the Earth, right? Because he assumed that the Earth is a globe, he assumed the parallel sun rays. But if he didn't assume the parallel sun rays and that the Earth was a globe, and instead of that, he assumed that the Earth was flat and that the sun was local, and he would have been working out the circumference of a flat surface, which makes no sense. That's what Necros just explained to you. Explained already. That makes sense?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so if you have multiple sticks and you do that, you're going to end up getting this different number for the radius. But you can also do it with just trigonometry and then placing a local sun. And then if you place the sun somewhere up in the air, you're going to, like, above the ground, you're going to get different measurements for how far away the sun should be. If we go ahead and you carry out this experiment with multiple
but we
sticks.
don't know how far away the sun is, and you're not able to calculate that.
We don't know.
We don't know
even
what the
if
sun
we
is.
don't-
Hold on a
you assume
second. Hold on a second. The sun that we see in the sky appears in an apparent location.
Correct. And we don't even know if that sun have a fixed position. So it means that it will have always the same height. No, it may be an apparent position, and that sun will just change its position dependent to the position of the observer.
Well,
Like
why would the sun do, or what? I mean, do you have any explanatory, like, power of, like, how it does that? Like, why can't I just triangulate, like, a position for it like I can triangulate
Angulate,
other
what do you
objects?
mean by that? Triangles require straight lines, not curved ones.
Yeah, so, like, you'd say the light in the medium, like, in this constant medium of space probably travels in, like, a straight line is like what we do for the math.
Let's just
here,
cut to the
but-
chase. In your globe model, right, the sun and the moon appear the same size in this.
They appear the same size in the sky because they're differing distances away from the Earth. But what's
Exactly. So do you not see the problem with your math now?
No, I don't get what you mean.
All right. So how are you gonna use
I
triangulation?
posted a good GIF in the chat for you.
So you can triangulate. Like I can like people in the past went ahead and, like, made maps by going and looking at different objects, and they take a compass and then they could try it, like, walk so far away, and you can draw on a piece of paper. This is this angle towards looking at this thing, and
You mean
someone
on
else
a
could
flat
walk up.
surface? You mean on a flat surface?
The math gets a bit more complicated if you're doing it on a globe, but you can do it regardless. You go ahead and be like, this thing is at this angle when I'm here, and then you can go so far away.
These require straight
in a
lines.
The sun would be going at a
straight
the sun
lines. Yeah.
light rays
Listen to
would be going at a straight line.
Lobby, listen to what T-Dub's saying, though. All right, in regards to the angle.
What do you mean with what?
What are you
what about the
referencing?
angle?
What are you referencing to get an angle?
To get an angle for where the sun is, you're referencing. You're using shadows because you're taking it out of the ground. You'd be like, oh, this light ray is going at this angle here, and this light ray is going at this angle here, and then you. It takes a bit more because we're saying the Earth is round in this case, and then you can do the math, and then it ends up being consistent. But if you're placing a really local sun and you're assuming the Earth is flat, you also need a second cause because if you assume the curvature of the Earth, or if you assume the Earth is flat, and then you do triangulation, you can figure out, like, either the rough distance, like you have to assume one, and then you can figure out the other one. Basically,
This doesn't sound like a very good globe proof. Maybe try another one.
Well, if you assume the sun is really far away, you get a consistent.
Dude.
Okay.
We're not using this as evidence or proof or anything like that. We're just pointing out the flaws.
Okay, but if you do assume the Earth is flat, then you could go ahead and use this to calculate how high up the sun is above the Earth by triangulating.
No, absolutely not.
Because you observe different shadows at different angles. So you could be like, oh, this angle here compared to straight up versus where the sun is in the sky is at this many degrees. And over here it's at this many degrees, and I walked so far. So then you can get a length, a straight line across the bottom of how far you walked. If you assume the ground is fairly flat, you're walking across. And then you could get this angle towards the sun and this angle towards the sun. You have a triangle, you can figure out its height.
So it's flat. You just said it's flat.
No, if it is flat, you should be able to easily calculate. No, if it is flat, you would be easily able to calculate how far away the sun is.
Right, but we're not making claims that the sun that we see in the sky, we know exactly what it is. We're not looking at the actual sun when we see the sun in the sky, because when we observe the sun in the sky, it appears in an apparent location.
Why does
all sorts of different, because of all sorts of different atmospheric effects and combinations of atmospheric effects that are constantly changing and taking place, right? Sometimes we see the sun, it looks like it's embedded within the clouds. Sometimes, if it is a less humid environment, as the sun moves away from you, appears to move away from you as it's setting, it appears to shrink, right, into a tiny little dot. Sometimes, if you're, say, on the east coast of Australia, where it's hot and you have very humid conditions, you have a lot of atmospheric scattering. Sometimes the sun gets really giant on the horizon. It completely contradicts what we see in like some African or Afghani sunset time lapses. All sorts of different things take place when we're looking at the sun, right? Like I just said before, sometimes it appears embedded within the clouds. I'll show you examples of these. Like, we can validate that the sun that we see is apparent.
I mean, when you have changing mediums like that, which the light is going through, when you have a bunch of different, like clouds and like sky, I mean, that it would make sense that there's a bunch of refraction happening there. I mean, you have to try and minimize these effects when you're doing like experiments.
We don't know what the sun is even.
You don't have to know. You also don't have to know what it is to triangulate its location.
It's like thinking that the rainbow is something physical, so you can triangulate its height. No, you can't.
With a rainbow,
you can't get the height of a rainbow. No, yes, I know that you can't. But you think now you are, for example, you are a person who think that the rainbow is something physical that have a fixed position, that you can triangulate its position because you think that you know what it is, that it is physical, like you can touch it. That's how you are talking about the sun, like you know what it is. No, you don't.
I mean,
you can't triangulate it.
Well, I mean, you can't. The reason why you can't triangulate it is because the Earth is super far away and the Earth is round. But even with the rainbow example, it's at least very obvious that you can't triangulate rainbow. It would make sense that you can't triangulate rainbows generally because we can easily make small rainbows that we can go ahead and observe, and you can see like, oh, this is clearly like or this is like there's some sort of effect with light because like I can have a hose and I can use the hose and like spray the water and it makes a rainbow and I can like put my hand through it and like you can move like in different like angles, but like with the sun it doesn't appear that way. It appears much more like an object that is physically
go ahead and change your angle dependent to the sun and put your hand inside the sun and move your hand inside it and see if it is physical or not. And tell me after
you
that
can't put your hand inside the
sun.
and create a sun.
So you're just assuming what the sun is.
Well, it's almost impossible to get to the sun. That's the thing.
Yeah. So it will be always an assumption and just a bunch of belief around the sun. What is the sun? And that you can or you can't triangulate it.
Well,
good point, Alfred. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better point is that, I mean, under our model, we have an explanation of what the sun is and why it's so hard to get too near it.
An assumption, yeah, I know.
Yeah, baseless claims don't mean anything.
Well, it's not an assumption; it's an observation.
It's a
Then why is it red and orange, but then it's consistently yellow?
Because you have different amounts of refraction at varying angles with changes in medium. So once you have the sun being like when it gets lower in the sky, you can
in the sky
go ahead and see that it's more red because it's more changing angles and then different.
No, you can change your angle dependent to the sun in different mediums inside water. For example, you can dive underwater in the beach, and you will never observe the sun just changing color, turn into redshift. That thing happens only when the source of light is getting farther from the observer from that region. So the lowest energy it will be the one that it will reach you. Which is the red. You never ever
Hey,
see the sun
hold on.
changing.
JE, why are you showing us your living room and talking hot micing?
Turn your video off.
You will never ever see the sun changing its color because of that red shifting in a foggy day, under clouds, thick clouds, underwater. No matter what the medium is, it will never help you change the color of the light coming from the sun because it will just reach your eyes at its full potential. Yeah, it may maybe get dimmer, but it will never turn red. It will turn red only when the light source, it's called red shifting, when the light source is getting farther from the observer.
This is the effect that I'm talking about. It's not red shifting due to the sun going further away at a faster rate. Like, it's not enough for that. It's that the red light will go ahead. It's because it refracts differently. So even as the sun is going further and further lower, the red light will refract more and can go ahead to your eye, whereas the blue light and the green light that makes it up won't refract, and therefore
in that image, though. I mean, that's assuming the curved Earth to begin with.
I mean, it's another thing that, like, I guess we're explaining that, like, that can't. It's another effect that can be explained using a curved Earth. I mean, there's a phenomena that you have just observed, and using a curved Earth, and what we can observe about light, and we can go ahead and explain another effect.
You need to evidence that, though. You can't just assume it.
I mean, is this not?
This is
you gave an effect. Okay, you gave an effect, and we observed this effect, and then here there's a claim that I previously gave about the Earth being round, and that.
Yeah, but we don't have any of that.
Do you want me to show the light refract with different wavelengths? What?
To show us who measured the surface to be what you're claiming.
It's going to be very hard to measure over the entire surface of the Earth just by a conventional mean, the same way you'd look at a ball.
The entire thing, do a section of it.
Like how much of a section? Like, the Earth is very large.
How much is it supposed to curve over, say, 10 miles?
Eight times. Let's go a couple feet.
Nope.
No? How much is it?
What did they say? 67 feet, 66.6 feet.
Oh, because it's square. Okay, that sounds reasonable, but I'd.
So who's measured that?
How would you measure that? That seems like a very hard thing to measure.
Well, how do they know it's happening then?
I mean, there's I'm going to be listing effects that are similar to the effect that we just described previously, with
where did
redshift
6.6 feet come from then if it's not measured? Just assumed?
No. I mean, you could go ahead and you can measure. You can measure the radius of the Earth
feet.
by using.
I want that 66 feet measured.
That would be very difficult to measure in and of itself. So you have to use math to generate that number.
All right, so it can't be measured.
It in and of itself would be a hard thing to measure. It's not that it can't be measured; it's that it would be very difficult.
No lasers that go 10 miles. You can't see 10 miles.
You could have a laser that would go 10 miles, and then you'd have to.
All right, so show me one where the ground is dipping 66 feet away from it at the other end.
You'd have to go ahead and. Well, people have done this experiment with lasers on the surface of the water, as long as you just make sure that the temperatures are aligned.
Because we've seen people do it, but they're not measuring any curvature.
What do you mean they're not measuring any curvature? When they shine a laser over water and they go ahead and say
no curvature detected. They just hit the targets on the other side. No 66 feet of drop between the two.
So this is going to be us pulling up different videos of people doing this, isn't it?
Well, it won't be because you said no one's measured it for your side.
No, I'm saying it'd be very difficult to measure it. With the laser, with lasers you can. I don't know about the specific 10-mile number. I mean I'm gonna have to look it up because I don't.
How do you know there's 66 feet of drop then?
How would you know with the laser?
How would you know at all if you're saying no one's measured it?
I'm not saying no one's measured it. I'm saying it would be difficult to measure it, but someone might have.
Well, I'm saying no one's measured it. So if you're saying someone has, show us.
Okay, give me a second to look around.
Please do.
Also, Alfred, if you want to speak here, or if you have claims, I think what you were saying made sense before. I mean, this is going to be me Googling for a bit because I remember trying to remember a video a while back.
What do you want me to comment on?
I don't know. Anything here when I can't think of something off the spot of my head. Because I don't know, just to make this fairish, because I can't always think in the. I mean, there's
Hey,
other people
Labby,
asking me
look, let me just point. I just
Okay.
wanted to point something out, Labby. I think we're all enjoying having this conversation with you, even though we're disagreeing. It's still really awesome to have this chat with you, and we appreciate you like listening to our points and that sort of thing. So don't take it as like you're being attacked or anything. And if you say something that's not completely correct or whatever, if we say something that's not completely correct, don't take it too serious.
Water.
Yeah, you're all right, Larby.
Yeah.
You're the kind of person we enjoy having chats with. You know, you're not being insulting or passive aggressive or anything like that.
Yeah, you can witness that with me not being triggered, because when the Globers are just insulting, I get triggered and I just start debunking all the shit nonstop. I don't stop talking. But here I just listen. I'm not debating anything. I'm just having the discussion.
Yes.
Oh, this is a clip from what I was thinking of before with the light experiment over water, where he has to lift up the light above his head.
Yeah,
I'm not finding the.
We know that. We know this.
Oh, the Netflix one.
I sent you something in DMs, Larby, by the way.
Oh, okay. I have a notification there. Pending.
Did you see David Weiss put out a video? I forget which channel I put it out on, but it's been put out before. But there was like maybe National Geographic, Stephen Hawking's had a show, and they were trying to prove the Earth isn't flat, and they actually faked their footage. Good video I saw.
Or with the video I gave before, where he has to lift the light above his head. I mean, you said you're familiar with it. I mean, do you have like a source for the
yeah. Okay, so what happened there was they were supposed to use a laser, right? The collimator on the laser broke, right? So they because they put a lot of money into that show, right? They still wanted to do the experiment, so they ended up using a flashlight. It wasn't a proper experiment because we all know that beams on a flashlight diverge out. It's not a laser. And Netflix actually edited that sneakily, like, because it's like when he lifted up, he said, I can't see it or something. And then they cut it, right? He said, oh, interesting. And then Netflix cut it. But then he lifted it back down again. And he says, like, oh, I can see it again. But they didn't put that in the Netflix show. Even like people that hate Flat Earth, like Fight the Flat Earth, agrees that it was deceptive. Right, so that's definitely not something you should be using. That Flat Earth got debunked, and apparently everyone walked away from that experiment on the show saying, "Oh, well, that didn't prove anything." Like globe earthers and the Flat Earth.
And surely it can't be the case that the only guy who's measured curvature of the Earth is a flat earther. Surely.
So I'm gonna have to go ahead and try and look up a source for that because
I could even show you the clip of Fight the Flat Earth explaining that it was deceptive the way they did it. But at the end of the day, they didn't even use a laser, right? Because the laser broke.
I mean,
they just used a flashlight. Shining
why
a
would it act
flashlight
differently? Why would it act differently with a flashlight?
Okay, because a laser shoots a beam in a straight line, roughly straight line, right? A flashlight just diverges out. Crazy.
But even though a flashlight diverges more, the brightest spot with the flashlight is still directly where you pointed at. Like it wouldn't just tend
That wasn't what they
upwards.
did. They weren't like, oh, the brightest spot on the flashlight.
There's also another problem with light passing through reticles.
What's the problem with that? With light passing through?
Yeah, there's another weird effect. When light passes through reticles, it does weird stuff. So, yeah, I'd have to look it
It
up.
spreads
The
out
exact
more.
term. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's since light you can describe with wave equations, if you shrink the hole a lot more, then it's going to, yeah, you can get interference patterns with it. But if you have holes that are sufficiently large, then you don't. Compared to the wavelength of light, then you don't observe it.
That one's not even well documented because we've only got snippets of the actual footage that was taken from that observation or whatever you want to call it. There are plenty more out there which are a lot more thoroughly reviewable in terms of data and footage and actual use of a laser rather than a flashlight. But come on, is that the only one that you could find? No one else has even claimed to measure this drop over distance 60 odd feet in 10 miles. Just the
I mean, I'm sure there's more. I'm looking them up, like just going ahead and Googling and then like seeing like, is this something that I recognize where I want to go ahead and cite it like in this conversation right now?
Well, how about I show you something, Lobby?
Okay, that sounds good.
All right, cool. Have a look in the side chat.
Okay.
Okay, so here we've got an observer height of 8 foot off the water surface, and we've got a couple of oil rigs, right? And we got the horizon behind the oil platform.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you do the globe Earth mathematics, right, on how far away the horizon has to be, it's 3.46 miles from an 8 foot observer height. Following me?
Maybe, but is there like more of a source behind this, like
Absolutely.
GIF as well?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, this is just a small clip from a full video. I'll post the full video as well. It shows the location. It shows the full observation. It shows him, running up and setting up the count. It shows everything. It shows the validation of how far away the oil platforms are and everything. I'll post that in a moment. But I just wanted to just go over the point behind it.
And to answer Alfred's question in the text chat, 1 foot,
I don't
8 foot.
want the
The answer to
community
your
to know
question,
that.
Alfred, is it's been done multiple times at different heights. That's why you've heard different elevations from taking the image.
Yeah, because I each time I hear a different elevation and it's the same oil rig. So like,
So
that's why I
Alfred,
was asking that.
yeah, Matrix just explained that this is a completely different observation, right? This is taken late in the afternoon, at dusk almost, and this is from 8 feet. So he did it at different times. So yeah, this one's good to use because it's much clearer. We can see the lights on the oil platforms reflecting off the water and glistening around, and we can see multiple birds landing and taking off from the platform. Okay, it's also very, very clear because it's done when it's not as hot, right? So yeah, it's not like a contradiction. Some people are saying it's 1 foot, and some people are saying it's 3 foot or 8 foot or anything. This is a different one. This is 8 foot. So I'm going to post the original video. But in this one, the geometric horizon should be at 3.46 miles, but we can clearly see the horizon is well beyond the 10.1 mile oil platform.
The original video's in the side chat somewhere, or oh, there we go.
Yeah, I just posted it just now.
So what you see depends on atmospheric conditions. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. What you're going to see, because what a horizon is, isn't the geometric leading edge of a sphere Earth. A horizon is just an apparent location. right? It's going to fluctuate. If you take a time lapse, like the Skunk Bay time lapse, you'll see that the horizon and everything in the image is going to jump around like crazy. So what the globe needs is to validate a geometric horizon, right? Because let's do a hypothetical here. If you took away all of the atmospheric conditions, right, on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. It cannot move unless you change the observer height in that scenario. So what you guys aren't able to do is validate that a geometric horizon exists in the first place. Because what we observe in reality are horizons that are 10, 20, 30 times further than they should be. We can never find the geometric. You can try to reverse engineer it with refraction, but some of these observations, there are no refractions that go anywhere near for this type of discrepancy we're seeing on a continuous basis, basically.
I'd have to do a bit more
Tracking
looking,
lobby?
but you can also have it where if it's hot above the surface of the water, then there's a gradient where refraction with light can like go back up, like you can just slightly curve into the water and then go back up, which you can see.
What happened to
pavement? But I have to.
Eratosthenes? Uh-oh.
Yeah, absolutely, man. All sorts of different things can happen over water. You know, actually, that's something that's great for explaining your ships over the horizon effect, right? Sinking refraction. Refraction can make things appear above, below. All sorts of combinations of different effects can take place, right? What we need to try to validate is that geometric horizon exists in the first place. So even if you add like standard refraction into these equations, it's just going to extend the horizon distance by a little bit. It's not going to make it 10 times further away.
And it's not an excuse. You can say
it's
that,
not a good excuse either, yeah. But even if we grant you that poor excuse, it still doesn't help.
Yeah, because you can say that there is more effects in water, visual effects that we can see in water more than dry land. I see more mirages in the road more than I see mirages in the surface of water. When I'm just hitting the road, I see mirages multiple times in the day and multiple places just in a single day.
Yeah, well, with the road, it makes a special sense because with a lot of sense because the road gets very hot. But
So what doesn't make sense is that this horizon is supposed to be in front of the rigs, and it's actually behind them.
Correct.
For a geometric horizon, that doesn't make sense.
It's behind
them. It makes sense to me.
Well, we're not speaking to you, Matthew. We're speaking to Larby. Because Larby, you understand what we mean. There's supposed to be some obstruction of the bottoms of those rigs by that horizon. It's supposed to be in front of them.
it would be in front of them. Yeah, I understand the concept that you're
behind it.
saying. I don't. I'd have to go through and check the heights. But then even then, I'm saying you can
test
have
it
it where
yourself.
the light can be going and can due to refraction can go ahead and
it can't put objects that are actually physically obstructed by something and make them appear in front of that physical obstruction. There's no refraction ever been claimed that's supposed to do that.
I think the other thing you'd have to I should double check this too, but how high off the ground the surface that the man's standing on, because it goes ahead and says 8 feet, but that's so you'd only have to be measuring this from something 2 feet above the ground.
So
like
that
you'd have
video
to be,
is
or
8 feet,
the water.
and there is another one with just 1 feet. It's just from he put the tripod on water.
Yeah, you can test this yourself. This is a very easy test to do. Just you're testing your horizon distance and comparing it to the globe model, and you'll find that they don't match. And then,
well, why can't we use a method that isn't subject to refraction so that way we can get more clear results? For example, we could use ultra low frequency radio waves.
radio waves
basically
have been used.
measure the angle
They're not
to
obstructed either.
basically where we observe them from like 1,000 miles away. And then if it's underground, right, then we would assume that the Earth is a sphere. But if it's at the horizon, then we'd assume it's flat. Ultra low frequency radio waves can go through terrain features fine. So it's a good way of testing.
This is showing the effect I was talking about before with light bending with simulations to make it appear that way. Where you would it doesn't look like it's obstructing it, but you could look up higher and then it would bend down.
So what's his argument in that? Why is it saying they are misleading nonsense? So lasers are misleading nonsense, apparently. What's his justification?
Because
for
refraction
that?
with lights, where the lights would be curving downwards.
So what evidence does he show you that light is bending downwards in air due to refraction?
That he has a simulation with it that goes ahead and shows refraction.
About reality. Does he show you light bending downwards in air in reality?
If you want to see light bending downwards in air with reality, you would do the pavement tactic where you would go, or you'd go ahead and do it with pavement, where you could heat up light there and be like, oh, it's light bending when it hits the pavement.
Nothing looking at the pavement tells me that light is bending downwards in air.
That you go ahead and see big black mirages on it, so then you could go ahead and see the light is bending depending on the heat of
bending downwards. You'd have to show a laser bending downwards in air.
What do they use in scientific experiments? What do they use in scientific experiments for a laser to bend? What have they used? The only thing they can use.
If you want to show a laser bending where you're not doing it over several miles with a temperature gradient or something, you would just get a very rapid density change or something where you have water and you have air, and then you just shine the light into the...
You're claiming this is occurring in the everyday atmosphere. So you would have to show this is just occurring through the air, like these observations are taking.
Answer my question. What do scientists do to make quote unquote a laser bend? What is the only way? And they say that.
What do you mean? You can shine it into water if you want to go ahead and see it looking like it's bending. You can put it through a small slit and watch it diffract outwards.
No. What I'm asking him, what is the only way to make it bend? What is the only way, quote unquote, to make it turn?
I gave you multiple examples of it appearing in different spots. I don't know what answer you want
Why do they refract? Do they use mirrors? Come on. They use mirrors. They do that all the time. They've been doing this for years.
They use lenses, not mirrors.
Lenses, mirrors, you know that. So stop playing.
They can also use sugar water and other things. But hey, look, hold on a second. Labi, I just wanted to explain one thing to you quickly, right? Use common sense here. They're doing laser experiments, right, at all different lengths. So basically what they're doing is they're setting up the laser close to the surface of the water. They're setting up an archery style target on the other side of the body of water, right? So they're taking it over 10 miles, 15 miles, 14 miles, 17 miles, 21 miles, or 35 miles, all these different distances, right? And they're hitting the target every time. So what you're saying is that, it's because of refraction, it's perfectly bending over the curvature of the Earth to hit the target every time. Is that logical to you? Is that common sense?
No, it wouldn't be that it's perfectly bending over it every time. It's that you would have to look at it in each specific case, because you also see clips where, you can see a ship go over the horizon and only see its sail. And it's it wouldn't be a thing in every case. It would just be that you are giving cherry-picked examples due to not even you wanting to cherry pick, but due to people.
No, they're not cherry-picked, dude. There's countless amounts of laser experiments that we can share with you right now, not just over bodies of water, but over dry land, over frozen lakes, over salt lakes, in all different places around the world. And you're getting the same result each time. It's hitting the target.
I think the only real way to go about this would be that I either go ahead and look up several examples of this, and then go through myself and see if there's an explanation for that, using some math behind what the temperature gradient would be above the air and what you would expect, or you like link a bunch and then I just have to go ahead and like look on my
This is
own,
trying to
or
save the
Yeah.
you. Like that's
Someone,
just you
someone
trying
say,
to save the
well,
phenomenon,
I'm
right?
saying there's
it's
like
fair enough.
specific
It's fair
details
enough.
that you'd have to like
fair
give
enough.
here because
It's
there's
fair enough.
optical
You would
effects.
need
Because
to
in
do
both
that.
cases we're seeing optical effects. But even like if you go ahead and you see something like, oh, there's like a ship that goes down over the horizon, it's like, well, in that case, it's very clear that it's doing that. And like you could say, oh, that one's just optical effects, or I'm saying yours are optical effects.
Why are you
Fair enough.
giving? Why are you lending the globe? Sorry, so was someone else?
Just very quickly, I was just going to say it's a fair enough request that he wants to see more of them and that he should do them himself as best he can. But we do have a server full of examples that you can look into. So can someone send him the server link? Someone will send you a link, and you can see a lot more of these. Sorry, Q-Dub.
Absolutely, yeah, huge library. So, like, I thought this was this thing that we're told we see out on the horizon, right? Is a way we can know if there's a ball, and now you're trying to save that, right? Because it's not showing that it's a ball.
I mean, what I'm saying is that in both cases there are atmospheric effects, and you have to try and either minimize them to like some degree, or to isolate the variable in the experiment here. But like what is coming from this as well is like, do you have an explanation like for saying that ships, for the times that ships do appear to go down over the horizon? Like, I mean, do you have an explanation for the atmospheric effects there?
Sure.
They're playing hide and go seek.
I mean,
are examples of that of apparent bottom up disappearance or obstruction. Shorter distances, the curvature of the Earth would not be a variable. So we can show you examples of that.
Where it appears there's obstruction, but the curvature of the Earth is not a variable. That's what you said.
Yeah, well, it can't be because it's too short of a distance, right? You said it's before the horizon, so it's would indicate that it's not the only thing that can cause that to happen.
I mean, what else could cause it to happen besides like waves existing, like going above it? But like you'd also want to like get rid of that variable as well.
You can make it on a floor on a room like we have many tests, home tests of refraction where you can put an object in the floor and you can see that object that will be obstructed bottom up just in the same place, in the same position, without even changing the position of that object. And just imagine if you start moving that object behind. It's already started to be obstructed in the floor while you were able to see the bottom of that object. Now, with the camera at the same position, at the same elevation from the floor, it won't help you to see that because of that refraction. So that line of the horizon will just obscure that object. And if you move that object farther away, it will just continuously be obstructed bottom up till it disappears completely. I show you some examples of that those tests of refraction.
I mean, you'd like what with like a perfectly with like a flat floor and not like a curved floor.
Yeah, a flat floor, and you can see the bottom of the object. And when that effect will happen, you will start seeing that object being obstructed without moving the camera, without moving the object. Look, here an example.
Look, over on our,
what?
As a Cyclone, sorry, just quickly, as a Cyclone was saying, over on our home server, we've got a channel called Optics Vision Perspective. If you go into that, you'll find loads of probably loads of examples, and you scroll until you find a link to a YouTube channel called Sky Free, and you'll see there that they're going out and observing this sort of thing, like over and setting up environments where they're, you know, and see it occurring, like an RC boat on a very small lake, you know, so only like 1,000 feet or something like that, and there's and they do set up situations in their home where, and they manipulate the currents of air and temperatures and stuff. Just film like things in their living room or in their kitchen, like seemingly disappear bottom up.
I mean, yeah, I'd have to go through the specific case to see like what exactly you mean, but like, I mean, so we have it where we're saying that optical circumstances could possibly make your thing happen or my thing happen, like either or. So I mean, like, what really like stands for like this like the flat Earth being like specifically true though? Like, what about like, I don't know, like, have I not like given a case where like I have an explanation that seems to make sense, that has explanatory power? Like before, like
What
I was
about
saying, like
measurement
gravity
of the surface? Because I
told you before that for different reasons that is difficult to do over long distances, and you have to get
it's the only thing that's going to validate any explanation for other things. Only thing that has to be actually true. So if you're going to rely on your consequences of that, then that's going to be called affirming the consequent. A logical fallacy.
Or, I mean, you can take
so
the consequences.
Every
and
single
figure out the
example
cause.
of inference to a spherical Earth is based on a logical fallacy. But if we collect enough of them, it's going to be a singular proof that the Earth is a ball.
Okay, so how would you easily go about verifying that then? You would either do the laser experiments like we had here, where there's, due to optical like things, it's actually a bit more difficult, and you have to go ahead and do some math to calculate when like refraction is making it appear one way or not a different way. Or you could go ahead and just get a very wide eye view of what Earth looks like and go up in space. But I'm guessing that you don't find any of those pictures valid from the International Space Station or anything.
We just go ahead and measure the surface. Right? If it's not displaying any
how would you
convexity.
you're measuring over like you're measuring over miles.
So is there any, can you actually like measure like the surface of liquid at rest?
Well, I don't know what that means.
Can you show that the surface of liquid at rest is displaying convexity, like so that it's deviating from a horizontal plane of reference?
I mean, yeah, the two ways that you'd have to do that would be do like the laser experiment, and then go ahead and try and minimize different variables relating to temperature, and go ahead and do the math and see what works out. Or what you could go ahead and do,
you're not going to be able to do that.
Or go from a really wide view and go really far away and just look and see what does it look like. Because if there is curvature, then you should see that looks like a big ball, and then go on the space station.
Measures to be like what it measures to be.
Okay, well, how would you do that? Like, how would you go ahead and make that measurement then?
Testing the surface of liquid at rest.
Like what you like you want me to like get in a boat and like do something? Or how would I test that?
Any body of liquid at rest could be fish tank size.
Well, if it was like a fish tank, what you would do is you would just like take like a big meter stick and just like set a meter stick on top of it and be like, yeah, this looks pretty flat because it lines up with like the meter stick that like I know is pretty flat. But then when you have something like the size of an ocean, it's like, well, I don't have like a big meter stick that I know is flat. So what you either have to do is like go really far away at it.
But you've already measured it. You've already measured it flat. You've just measured it flat. Like so.
No, because what we're claiming is that like it's round, but when you the ocean is such a big object that when you zoom in, it looks very flat.
If you just measure the surface of liquid at rest, and that's obviously what liquid at rest is and is doing.
Is it possible that it looks like that because that's what it is?
That it looks okay. Well, yeah, like it looks. I could be like, oh, this liquid at rest this liquid that I'm looking at, like,
Well,
it looks like.
Is it possible that that's what it looks like because that's what it is?
If that was the only, okay, well, you're saying it's what it looks like is it looks like it doesn't curve very much, and what I'm saying is, it doesn't curve very much. Like in both cases, we're saying there's a small curvature.
Well, is it possible that it looks like there's none because there is none?
It looks like there's not very much if there is any, so maybe there's none. That would be a possibility if you went ahead and didn't factor in all these other ways of trying to analyze it.
So it's a possibility. So you need to try and figure out if it is or if it isn't.
Okay, so one way that you would go ahead and do that is you would go really, really far away from it and see what it looks like from a wide distance. So you would just hop on a rocket and then take a picture of what it looks like.
But it would have to be somewhere that you could actually do in reality.
Well, I mean, okay, I mean, do you think that this is where we're going to probably go to? Do you think that, like, or how do you think NASA, like, managed to, like, fake everything? Because I'm guessing you're saying that NASA probably faked everything.
They used the Amiga toaster, okay? Use the Amiga toaster.
I mean, you can make videos of anything nowadays, right?
Okay, but you would need to hire, like,
a lot of visual
you have to have a
artists.
ton of people in on this scheme.
Look how many they have. Look how many visual artists they employ.
No, but I mean, you'd have to have a bunch of visual artists, and then not have any of the visual artists go ahead and go ahead and say like, "Oh, I'm."
A day. It's pretty easy to pay a lot of people.
I mean, doesn't like if you, yeah, but you'd also like have to hire like a massive engineering team to go ahead and like come up with these designs for these rockets, and then actually go ahead and put someone in a rocket.
Listen to me.
Yes, $67 million a day. Yeah, you can hire engineers too. You can do whatever you like.
And that none of them would like leak and like just take a clear video of like what they're doing.
Well, what? They're just doing what they're told. Hey, design this type of machine. Okay, cool. There you go. Done. He doesn't know what's actually going on. He doesn't see it going anywhere. So anyway, you need to think about what you can do since we've got multiple possibilities on the table. You said go high. What, in a plane? Yeah, you don't see any curvature there either. So now what?
And even NASA itself says it is Photoshop, but it has to be. So they've even gone on record saying that one of their most important images that they created. So they admit it nearly every day that the stuff they create is just visualizations, animations, Photoshops. So why would you even ask such a question?
Well, you have to have, because of contrast, if you want a picture to look nice, you have to like adjust the contrast of your images. But it's like to differing. But that's also a completely different. Like if I'm going ahead and like saying that like they had an image that they took and it was of like a ball, and that you go ahead and like they literally like went on a rocket, go up in a space station, and have an image of a ball, and then someone's like, oh, we have to adjust like the minor like contrast of this image to make it like look
incorrect,
right,
my friend. That's entirely incorrect.
Chat, Dark Barbie. You got the video toaster. It's been around since 1987. They still use it, and there's even one in NASA where they're looking at NASA with a military woman in one of the clips. So the military knows all about it. I know. It's developed swarm standard and NSAP.
I don't know what you.
I posted the video toaster. The first one's a demo. It shows the globe, your exact globe. There's two: beginning, they mock use Copernicus, and the very end shows Kiki Stockenheimer. I know her. Okay. And the second one actually shows the video toaster at NASA and what they do. They explicitly say we take the data from here and send it around the world. Okay, that means they use no satellites. They use the Amiga toaster or the Amiga A4000, A2000, which is an older one, developed in 1979 white sheets, and then 1982 they reinitialized it and reintroduced it in 1985. So it's better than your PC, but still, it's over there. They still use it. The point is they rendered your globe a lot of science stuff, space and everything else. It's all fake. That's my point. And the proof is they're in NASA Hangar A&E, and it's a big joke.
I mean, I'd have to go ahead and watch this, but just because you can render something doesn't mean that
Because we render it and you get the proof right there. You get the proof right there. Right there. It's right there.
Amiga used
You don't want to do that. I met him. How do you think I got the video? It was put on YouTube. There's different ones, but If you don't like Fords and you like Chevys, but you find out the Ford's better, or you find the Chevy's better and you don't want to believe it because you have a Ford, we have to show it to you, you're still not going to believe it. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I have to look up the specific like under what this video was made, but
Doesn't matter when it was made, they still did it. And then there's another one pop. There's another one, Pop Mechanics, with an astronaut released who signed it in 2007. Oh wait, that was a Columbia astronaut because I met him. It was a Columbia astronaut. He signed out in 2007, but yet they were supposed to die in 2003. Yeah, he signed out. He sold his own Amiga 2000, one of his Amiga 2000 that he had. They signed out in 2007. Yeah, I knew him because I trained him under the flipping VNAV because they had to train. They said he was going to Houston, but because I was there at NSAP, they did a flip and VNAV train because I built Swarm Standard at NSAP. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can go through the video, but like, if there was big news about like people leaking about something being like a massive hoax, I mean, you'd expect there to be like
they're Masons. Don't you know what Masons are? They're Illuminati. They're Illuminati. Stop. Just don't provide another excuse, okay? They lied to you. Don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at any of them. They lied to you. They want to lie to keep secrets, control through fear. That's it.
I mean, like when the CIA has lied about operations in the past, like what did you see like come out about it? It's like it's become like there's documents released,
Yes,
like you see like expected knowledge.
This is something you can't verify, right? It's talking about stuff that you can't verify anyway.
It's a mind blower.
Even if there was nothing presented to you to indicate that it's like visually a hoax or anything like that, video manipulation or anything like that. Right?
I mean, I can't like specifically verify every process of it, but like I could go ahead and say what's a reasonable guess. Why can't I like go on like a NASA like rocket and then like look at their equipment and see how it's like transmitting data? Because
so what can we do? So what can we do?
So what can I do is like look at. Yeah, so what you can do is you can partially look at what they say and like see like, okay, is what they're saying making sense and having the observations make sense and think about that. Or you could do some variations of stuff on Earth and see if it lines up.
Which we've pointed out that they don't, right? So we've given examples where it doesn't make sense.
Where what doesn't make sense? I mean, you've given counterclaims of saying just think this instead, but like,
this is your standard. This is your standard that you just gave out.
What was my standard?
Yeah, we've shown the contradictions. Observable reality contradicts the model.
You've shown different examples of ships going over the horizon, or things not going over the horizon, and then I've showed things going over the horizon, and then you say it's visual effects, and then like I'm like, okay, so there's visual effects in both scenarios here, so that's your example. Your example is that there's this thing that we observe where there's visual.
There's no geometry of a curve there. That's what we're showing.
But I mean, how are you going ahead and showing there's no
Because the horizon is not geometric.
What does that mean?
It means it's not a curve.
Like, why doesn't the horizon appear as a curve, like when we just stand on the surface of the Earth? Like, is this like the vanishing point thing that's in the side chat? Like, I'm guessing you're referring to.
Right. We don't have to provide any other alternative, right? All we have to point out is that its claim to be isn't true.
How have you pointed out that my thing isn't true? You've just said an alternative explanation.
Not the physical limitation of your view due to Earth's surface no longer being visible because it's curving.
No, but it does work if you hold refraction.
Distance.
Where if as the light's going up.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You don't know how much. You don't know what to account for yet.
You account for the temperature gradient of the air.
But you don't know how it's what relationship that's going to have on you viewing the surface because you don't know what the surface is.
You would, if you knew the temperature gradient of the air, you could retrace how the light would travel, and then you could figure out what the surface pattern would be like.
But you don't know how to account. You don't know how to make that account for curvature because you don't know that the surface is curving and at what rate.
No, you wouldn't need to know. You could figure out the curvature of the Earth based on the temperature gradient of the air, because you would retrace back the path of the light.
Assuming that the air is curving around an Earth, it's encompassing a curved Earth.
No, you would just be assuming. You would just be assuming that the temperature gradient that you observe here relative to the surface of the water would be the temperature gradient over there. You could actually just go and measure the temperature gradient over the water. Which is like why there's like the simulation like that I was going ahead and showing before.
You need your other variable, dude.
What other variable?
You need the surface. You need the curved surface of the Earth to know how to apply that to the visuals of it.
No, you could take what if you know the temperature gradient and then you know what image you're looking at. You could be like, how would this trace back?
Are you telling me that by purely just how light's behaving in the air, you can measure the surface of the Earth? You can get a value for the size of the Earth?
You would have to do it over a fairly large area to figure out to look at curvature, but
Please run us through how that works. Please run us through how refraction alone of light passing through air can give us a value of the size of the Earth.
What you would do is let me think of quick. I think what you would do is just take the same circumstance that you had before with the dock on the water, and you would just take the temperature gradient of the air and just trace back how the light would travel and just see if it's consistent with what you say before. That's how you would come up with if the Earth is because if you take a round Earth and then you know the temperature gradient, and then you should be able to retrace that the image that you had made sense. Because you would know how the light should act, you know where the objects are, and then you could make what the image would look like. And otherwise, and if it didn't, it makes sense that if you can go one way, you obviously should be able to go the other way back, even if I can't exactly formulate how I would do that. Because it's an equation where you input if I input what I know the surface of the Earth curvature looks like, and then I input how I know light acts in
heat. You haven't figured that out yet.
No, I mean I haven't, because I'm being put on the spot of how what math I would do, taking an image and then taking this heat curve and then taking some equation with Snell's law. It would be a bit it would be difficult. But I mean, I don't know why you would imagine that couldn't be done.
I did turn it back on you because we are working off the principle that there is a claim, right? There's a claim on the table that the Earth's surface does curve at a certain rate because it is a spherical shaped object with certain dimension. specifically a radius of 3,959 miles, right?
Okay. So I mean,
so you're working off that, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm working off that being like what probably. Yeah, I'm saying that's like probably true because like I don't know, like it makes sense like based on multiple people have done lots of like experiments and then have went ahead and like made claims and like there's a whole like testing process with like science. Yeah, so I mean I am like to some degree, of course, I'm working backwards off that, but like I mean if you're trying to disprove that, like why couldn't you go ahead and then like do an experiment and like publish it in like some scientific journal and then like people are like, oh yeah, you're right, and then like we'll go ahead and not ever work off that basis again. Like I mean if this thing is like I'm working backwards from it and everyone's working backwards from it, it should be disprovable if it's such like a.
No, I know, and I'll tell you what. If you, without like, don't bring up flat Earth or anything. If you come across somebody that's like, is in that sort of field, right? And, like a surveyor or something, right? And you ask them about distance to the horizon, right, and refractive effects. Right? Ask them that, you know, typically what maximum you should be seeing. Under what conditions you would require in order to see a horizon that's in orders of magnitude further than the geometry of the surface of the Earth would allow for. Find that they'll say no, that's sort of those refractive conditions. Like giving them all that they're correct about way light behaves Earth, right? Through the atmosphere and giving you the surface of the Earth being curved and everything, right? He'll tell you, nah, that's not going to be true. That would be so rare of a case, right? Said a horizon, 1 foot observer height, 9 miles, 10 miles, like, nah, they'd be like that. That's a 1 in a million thing.
I mean, I'd have to go ahead and like look at what surveyors are saying,
you know,
but like surveyors usually
where the
survey
conditions
over
are like.
land as well and not over water.
Say again?
Survey. I'd have to go and look at specifically like what's being like said here, but like then again, surveyors survey over land and not over water, right?
They can do things across bodies of water as well. Yeah, they can. We've had globers do that, right? Like lighthouses across peninsulas and lakes and things like that, right? So yeah, so
quick. It's crazy how lakes also freeze
there's a
level.
standard that they use, right? It's called 7/6 R, R being the radius of the Earth. What it does is it just increases the radius value of the Earth slightly by you can say 7/6, right?
Well, what increases the radius of the Earth slightly?
The formula for refraction. So typically, if they're viewing the horizon, let's say, geometrically, right, and without consideration of refraction, is at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But you might see it slightly extended beyond that, like. So typical refractive effects that they'll give it is to just increase the radius value by 1/6 or something like that. It's very slight, and it extends the horizon to 1.32 miles. That's their standard. Now, if you're going to be talking about horizon observations in excess of like 10 miles, right, 9-10 miles, then that's like increasing the radius value to like 250,000 miles or something.
How about
pretty close to that?
So, if this is going ahead and asking like surveyors who like just generally like work with this stuff, and that like there's some rough rule of thumb for like the standard case, why wouldn't like the better way to go ahead and like figure this stuff out, like go ahead and be asked like physicists who go ahead and work with this stuff generally and like do calculations of like
that's where we get this information
stars.
from people like a man called Thomas Young from where is he based? What university? But anyway, we cite his material a lot. Yeah, we look and read his stuff and learn about refraction, what they claim, about refraction and mirages, and things like that, and the relationship of things with the horizon, how they appear to be with the horizon. All the claims that are made based on that geometric principle that the horizon is the result of not being able to see any more of the surface because it's the apex of your view, like before it's curving down and away from you and essentially obstructing itself from view. The surface is because it's spherical, right? That's the claim.
Mm-hmm.
It's the claim.
Yeah, I mean,
or am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, what you were saying as your example before was that you would go ahead and look towards a surveyor, because a surveyor would be the person who goes ahead and interacts with this stuff, like, very often and see, like, would this case be, like, exceptionally rare, or what do you normally do to, like, figure out your results? So I think that, yeah, what you would do is you'd go to, like, physicists, and not just, like, and be like, what do you normally do to, like, do your calculations with like how planets move and like let's observe that type of stuff, or like yeah, I mean you could go ahead and like do it like physicists, like how do you explain how like light moves and stuff, and you can try and like reformulate stuff yourself and be like this doesn't line up, or reformulate it yourself in some way. But like if physicists are making other like explanations about how stars go ahead and move and like how the earth looks and how the sun looks all together, like wouldn't you want to go to them and be like, so what do all of you like normally do? Since I'm assuming like all of you aren't like being paid by the government to like lie about like observing how the stars move and like having orbital like simulations or like calculating stuff like that. Like shouldn't you hold the same standard of being like, hey, do you ever like take into account like the earth like being round and like what you do in your normal work?
Absolutely don't, right? So like surveyors, like you were talking about map making in that earlier.
Yeah, but you go ahead and ask surveyors, but shouldn't you also go ahead and ask like planetary like physicists, do you ever think about how the earth is round when you're doing any of your work?
They measure earth flat. Yeah, they do. And then they use like math to turn their measurements into a ball, into a sphere. But what they do in the practical world is measure the earth to be flat, right? Or at least, at the very least, assume that it is and use it as such in order to get a measurement of something else like an elevation angle to a celestial object. It's the amount of degrees in the sky that an object appears to be above the horizon relative to horizontal and vertical, so 90 degrees.
Actually, we kind of hit it back and forth here. How about I just bring up one more topic that I thought of that's good, and then maybe call it quits for a bit, and I'll just see if I can like kick around some math with some examples you give, and at some point. But what do you say to like the Earth the moon appearing upside down, like from the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere? Or are you guys familiar with that point?
Yeah, I'd say it's just a matter of perspective, just like viewing something that appears to be a certain way in the sky from a different location. Of course, it's going to appear to be, its orientation is going to be different. It's as simple as that. But if somebody else wants to spearhead that or take that on, I don't care.
Brother, I just want to double down on that and say exactly agree with you. Like put a 6 on your ceiling, right? Walk across the room, it's a 9. Done.
Yeah, I mean that would. So wouldn't that follow that like with the with the diagram like I put in chat, like it appears upside down because you're going upside down to look at it, like on the other side of the Earth. So that's why it's different for the southern and northern hemispheres.
Yeah, you've crossed over the border. If you consider the equator to be the border, you've effectively crossed over that line, and now you've gone to the other side of the room.
How would a flat Earth have to
Larby, are you not even following your own example here? Because I mean, come on, man. It's really simple. You know, you've got this fake fictitious ball here to the right, and all you have to do is take the two men, put them at the bottom of the black box there, put the moon, say, equidistant above them, and you'll have the exact same thing. I mean, come on, man. You seem a whole lot smarter than to actually be bringing this forward.
I put the two men at the bottom, and what map of the Earth would you propose that can?
Okay, now you're gish galloping, trying to talk something else.
What were you saying?
Okay, stop. You brought up asking about two people looking up at the moon. If you can't visualize them on a mostly flat surface looking up at the moon, you really shouldn't even be talking about this topic. I mean, it's the most basic. Okay, my friend, it's the most basic common sense.
Okay, so there's two people looking up at the moon on a flat Earth. How do you expect it to look different? What do you expect it to look like?
Okay, you're going to see it upside down from the perspective of the person on the other side of the supposed equator. So your point with the two people standing, like I say, equidistant there, they're looking up from opposite directions. It's obviously like the Killian's example of 6 and 9. It's that simple. And it's common sense. It's not science. It's not anything else. It's simple observation and common sense.
So if you had it on a flat Earth like that, what would have to happen is that you wouldn't see it upside down. You would see a completely different side of the same object. Like if I have a ball and someone walks to the other side of the ball and looks at it, they're looking at the back of the ball.
Wrong. Again, you're not even using your basic common sense. I mean, how in the hell can you talk about a ball when you're talking that you've got the ball about eye level of a person? When you're talking that the moon is much higher from a higher vantage point. I mean, come on, man. This is surreal. It seems like you miss all the basic common sense things because so it sounds like to me that what you're really trying to do here is you're not actually here to learn, because if you were here to learn, your questions would be different as, hey, let me ask you this, how might this? But you have you've had this a bit.
What is wrong with the diagram I put in the chat? No, I actually don't get what you're saying. Look at the
Okay.
If I could just say right quick, because you're still on the idea that the moon is an object, right? There's an idea, and again, I'll say to you, remove the idea of the moon being an object floating in space, and let's just go with the idea that the moon is just an image. Now, if I have a poster on my ceiling, and the poster faces one way, when I walk across that room, when I cross over that median line, and I get to the other side of the room, I look up again at that poster, and that poster has, because perspective has changed, flipped over, so to speak. Right? And that's where, brother, from a standpoint of you understanding something, you can't effectively steel man the model if you don't understand it. That's just a straw man. And that's unfair to you being here. And this is what Barrington's trying to walk out with you, is your intellectual honesty within this conversation, so you can actually advance your understanding of stuff.
So what your claim is that I'm assuming that the moon is a physical object, and not like something like a rainbow where it appears differently, and that I should, that light rays are straight, and if I don't assume that, then it should just be. Or I guess for intellectual honesty here, I'm just saying that if you assume, for intellectual honesty, if you assume the Earth is round, it lines up my way, so my option has more explanatory power. But hypothetically, you could have these options that you said. So now go ahead with your option.
All we know is that everyone only sees the same face of the moon, right?
And I was
You
gonna
can only
say,
describe what you observe.
well, let me just say right quick, if you're gonna say that there's land in the sky, the first thing this room, everybody in this room is gonna say to you, prove it. Prove there's land in the sky. Prove that you can land something on something in the sky, but prove it that there's a surface to bring back and say, here's Earth. That's I brought from the sky. It's called the moon. Here you go. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, my claim to that would be that like, it's economically impractical to have everyone do that. So what happened is that when they did go to the moon, they had a few people go and they televised it, and then you have different clips of like of telescopes that could go ahead and like track stuff, and you would have signals being sent back that different countries verified. But I mean, for different reasons, you probably think that's fake. But I mean, that's what you would expect if that was true. That like they did go ahead and do these things, and would be very hard to verify yourself.
Timo, you're trying to get in, brother. I'm sorry I walked on you.
Or is there something else you guys want to say, or something about how you don't think I'm being intellectually honest here? Or just for...
It's the idea of like you're asking about certain things and wanting answers. But like for us to say 100% that the moon is a surface in the sky, we can't. It behaves like an image in the sky. So we can't do anything with that.
Yeah.
So your understanding of the moon has to be like remove an actual surface, a rock in the sky, take that away, and perhaps you can advance your understanding of what we're looking at.
So what you're saying is the moon is a light source.
I'd say it seems to be. You can read by it. I mean, don't you usually read by light sources? I'd read in the dark.
I don't know. I don't know if you can, but I can't read by the moon. It's far too dim.
On a nice full moon, you can definitely read. I can read a book in full moonlight. Yeah.
I mean, I guess that, yeah, like to be fair, like your explanation of like it's something optical. You don't think about it too physically.
Don't need
like,
one. Don't need an explanation. It's not required. Like it's just out of courtesy that you would even be given one. I mean, because it's not reliant. The geometry of the surface of the Earth is not reliant on what the thing in the sky seems to be or seems to do. That's not my argument, at least. If it's yours, then you go ahead and you back that up with support it with evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that it makes sense that if you do hold it's a physical object, which doesn't seem like too much of an assumption, considering what rainbows normally look like and other things that are illusions, where it's like light's just acting in like a very abstract way, and it looks like the moon has incredible detail. It would make sense that it's a physical object.
So if you want to go ahead and make assumptions about it, that's your prerogative. It's not mine. I'm not going to do that in order to try and decide something about the geometry of the surface that I live on.
I mean, okay. I mean, I think the assumption that I'm making there is like not too big of an assumption, but also like I don't know, that seems like a fairly I don't know. I don't know why that assumption would be a bad one to make about the surface that we like. I don't know. I think it makes sense that you have to look at larger objects to make assumptions about the surface that we live on, when the surface that we live on is a very large surface. But if I could just would go ahead with I guess my main argument there would be that if you assume the moon is a physical object, or it makes sense that it acts like a physical object, where someone at the top of the Earth or at the northern hemisphere goes ahead and sees it one way, because they're, in some sense, I guess you would say, if north is up, they're upright, and someone at the bottom sees it a different way, because at some sense, they're like at the same time. It's like they're if north is up, down right, and then someone at the equator
Right.
sees it
And
differently.
if that assumption was true, and we know that the Earth is flat, right, then there's got to be an explanation. But as yet, I don't beyond being able to say, look, we view it from different locations. Obviously, things are going to look different from different locations. I've got no other explanation, but I'm not really required to have one because we've established that the Earth is flat. So, I mean, like, you don't need to worry about like what the globe Earth says anymore.
Or what? I'm guessing I'm not
You've got
exactly following.
Larby,
What do you
you've
mean
got
by that?
you've got a highly educated side chat, right? Claiming that the moon's plasma. No, I'm not claiming that the moon's plasma, but this guy does.
Who's claiming the moon's plasma?
Yeah, bro.
As someone way more educated than any of us, right? Here in the side chat. So you can watch his interview. Okay, hold on. I'm just saying, I'm not claiming, I'm not saying he's right or wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying,
claims the moon is
it's
plasma.
fine if you want to speculate. Well, what are you claiming, bro? Your model claims that it rains sideways glass rain on exoplanets. It rains diamonds on Uranus, inside your flat universe that has gas balls inside a vacuum. All these things that are ridiculous, man. You want to laugh at this guy for claiming that the moon could possibly be plasma, right? And he you know, you got to look at the crazy shit that you're claiming. All we're claiming is what we can actually validate in reality. What everyone experiences. You're claiming the opposite of what everyone experiences is reality.
Dude, was it
like we all see a flat stationary Earth, right? That doesn't move. That's what everyone's base axiom in reality is. You're claiming the opposite. We're claiming we see the celestial bodies in the sky move east to right over our head, and perspective exists, right? You're claiming the opposite. You're claiming that you're spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound, and it's making it appear like the sun's setting. So,
I guess we kind of hit a stalemate-ish, but I would say there's a bit of extrapolation with what the observations versus like when you're saying you're moving at a certain speed. It's like whenever someone says a speed, they mean the speed relative to something. So when someone's on the Earth being like, "Oh, the Earth isn't moving," and they say speed, they're just by assumption thinking it's relative.
If you're at point A on the Earth, right? If the Earth is 3,959 miles in radius, and you're at point A, right, and it makes one rotation in 24 hours, you need to move at 1,039 miles per hour to make it back to that spot in one rotation. That is a fact.
Yeah, but you relative to the surface of the Earth.
Doesn't matter. That's the rim speed, right? No, it's called the rim speed.
Well, that's the rim speed relative to the core, but you're not at the core.
That is the speed, right? If you have a clock, right, and you're on the outer hand of a small clock, the rim speed is way different. If that clock was 24,900 miles or whatever the circumference of the Earth is, right? It's completely different. You've got to take that rim speed into consideration, because the speed that I told you is the speed that you are actually moving at to be able to make 1 RPM in that amount of time.
And it's called It's called also the edge of velocity.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the velocity at the very edge, it's when you're on the very edge, it's like, well, you're not feeling it relative to the ground since you're both moving at the same velocity. What you would end up be feeling is any sort of acceleration, like outwards, like a fake centrifugal force. That's what would really happen.
You are thinking in a linear
but there's already
velocity.
gravity counteracting that.
You are thinking in a linear velocity. You wouldn't feel that speed if you are in a linear velocity, like in a train, going linear, but not in a angular velocity, because on the surface of the Earth you are making a rotation around the circle. So it means that train, you will always have that feeling that you are thrown to that window that is next to you when that train is making a curve line, when it is going right or left, making a turn. You will always feel it when you are in the plane. When the plane is making a turn, you will feel that centrifugal force.
But
the constant circular motion equals constant outward acceleration.
Correct.
Or it's from no, it feels like a constant outward. It's a you need a constant centripetal acceleration to maintain constant inward motion. But it will if you didn't have that, then it would be like you were being thrown off. But a constant outward acceleration, like a fictitious centrifugal force of like what you would be feeling, would just be something that would counteract gravity in like the spherical model. So it would just be something where you feel less like you're being pulled down. So we have some explanation for us getting pulled down, and then we have some explanation for some counteracting of being pulled down, and they would just counter each other to some degree, and there would be
so it just works with Walt Disney World teacup and the merry-go-rounds, but it doesn't work with us on the globe. So
what do you mean it doesn't work with us on the globe?
Well, I'm saying that gravity supposedly holds us down, but the Walt Disney World teacup and the merry-go-round are fine examples of the globe. In other words, it pulls us out, and it can't hold us down on the Walt Disney World teacup. And then on the merry-go-round, when you spin real fast, you'd be thrown off. Same with Walt Disney World teacup. You got to hold it.
But you're spinning in a different direction there, because
no, you can spin in both directions. You can both spin in the same direction. No, it doesn't matter. But somehow, mysteriously, gravity can't hold you in.
Well, no, if the merry-go-round is spinning like clockwise, like on the surface of the Earth, then you're getting a force you're getting a centripetal force on the outside of the merry-go-round that's keeping you in, so it feels like you should be shooting out of the merry-go-round. So what's happening on the Earth as the Earth is spinning, you're getting a centripetal force that you need to keep you in, so you don't go shooting off the surface, which in this case is gravity, that's stopping you from shooting off the surface of the Earth.
You always coming out.
Wait, give me a second. I won't argue with you about gravity because you just assumed gravity, and I give you gravity, and I assume that cancel effect that you will have in the equator because of that spin in the edge of. You are at the edge of that rotating object, so it means that it will cancel at the equator only, because that centrifugal force, it has a relationship between the distance toward the axis of rotation, meaning if you go north or south, leaving that equator, that centrifugal force will diminish toward the zero in the center of the north and the center of the south, meaning that you will have just gravity pushing on you, and if it decancels, now there is nothing that will decancel the gravity. You will have the full potential of gravity pressing on your body. No, we don't have that.
So you have a slight. If you go to local gravity calculators, you can see that as you adjust the latitude, you get a different gravity very slightly. So it's built into our models here.
Well, it's not just that; it also decreases with altitude, and that's observable.
So why would it change with latitude though? It's because you have the force that's actually due to gravity that's being canceled with the centrifugal, fictitious centrifugal force that I was explaining before. And then you have it with latitude.
Fictional?
It's
fictional.
It feels like centrifugal, but really you need a centripetal force in an absolute reference frame to keep you going in that circle.
I need it, but it's fictional. You know how long that's going to last in court? Zero.
No, it's because you need a centripetal force to keep you on there. When you're saying there's if I'm saying there's a centrifugal force pulling you off the Earth, it's not really a force pulling you off the Earth, because otherwise you're just traveling in a straight line. If there was no gravity that was holding me there, I would just be traveling in a straight line and go shooting out into space.
Well, if the merry-go-round, you're gone again. You're gone. And the teacup, same thing. You're just sitting in the seat and you got to hold on. You're gone if you don't. So this is use centrifugal force.
Tell me, now the gravity is just decanceling that centrifugal force of the spin of the Earth only? Or is that gravity calculating the 4 rotations at the same times? Because the Earth is not just spinning around itself only. That's just 1,000 miles per hour. That's the slowest movement that the Earth is making. You have the 66,600,000 kilometers or miles per hour around the sun. Acceleration and deceleration when it's changing the orbit during the summer and the winter, because it has different paths. So the different length of the path around the sun. So there is an acceleration, deceleration there, and also the going with the sun around that galaxy. So what's that gravity that you will feel entirely when that centrifugal force is 0 on the north?
What was that number? 3 6s on that one?
Yeah, 3 6s.
Okay.
Like the tilt of the Earth, the angle of the tilt of the Earth. If you just subtract that 23 point, I forgot, you will have 66.6.
Well, the difference in that case is that we are following the same effect as the Earth, and whatever gravity is pulling us and pushing us there. So you won't feel any centrifugal force there, because here with the Earth, you have it where when you're on the surface, it's like, oh no, I'm going to go flying off relative to the surface of the Earth, because the Earth is one object that's held together. What?
Why you always claim that you won't have a centrifugal force when the Earth is orbiting the sun or hurrying around the galaxy?
Because the centrifugal, you will have a centrifugal force that the
you have two people around on the globe in the opposite directions to that globe. One which in the direction of the orbit, and the other person is in the opposite direction where the Earth is just hurrying, orbiting the sun and going, trying to run away from that guy, and they both do jump. A free fall from a plane, and they will just both fall to that Earth. The Earth is going toward him at 66,600 kilometers, and the other, it's running away from him. What's that gravity?
Wait, what?
You have an Earth orbiting a sun, and you have two objects. You just throw two objects.
Mm-hmm.
One in the direction of the orbit, and one in the opposite direction where the Earth is just hurrying in its orbit and running away from that object. And you leave them, they will both fall at the same speed. One of the objects, the Earth is going toward it, and the other, the Earth is running away from it. But still, they both fall at the same speed.
That's because they're both traveling with very near the same velocity of the Earth. If you place them with no velocity relative to, like, the sun, because here in this model you're assuming the sun to be your reference frame that's stationary, then the Earth would go smashing into the object that's in front of it very, very quickly. But if you place them with the same velocity at the Earth, where they're following the same orbit around, then they wouldn't smash into it.
Still, it's just a free fall. You are not throwing the object using a cannon or a gun. You are just releasing the object. So yeah, it will just go with that speed, but it's not a throw. There is no force there. Remember.
What are we on exactly?
Well, you're releasing it with what speed?
What are we discussing,
when you
guys?
release it,
Are we discussing gravity, or are we discussing Earth motion? I'm confused.
The Earth motion.
We're discussing denial, right?
Is there any evidence of Earth motion? Is there any evidence of that?
Relative to what?
The Earth is moving at all.
It would be, well, the thing is that I'm only claiming the Earth is moving relative to certain objects. So if you go and you see the moon moving in the sky,
evidence that it's moving? Is there any evidence that it's actually in motion?
yeah. So what I'm claiming is relative motion. So if I start running across the surface of the
Relative
Earth,
motion. So that's just
there
saying,
is no absolute motion.
So that's just saying that the seagull isn't moving in the air. I am.
You can define it that way,
That's
or you
all
can
that is.
define.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
you could do
exactly.
that.
So is there any evidence that the ground beneath you is actually in motion?
It's just that it's a definition. That might be useful for some reason. If I start running, I could say, relative to me, I'm not moving. The ground is moving, and you might not like that definition, and then we don't have to use it. But that's what we're using
there any
here.
evidence that is the case?
Yeah. So I'm running, and then I'm gonna say, because words are what you define them to be.
Just saying isn't evidence. You just saying isn't evidence. Is there?
I could ask you,
What
is there
about
evidence
an
there is
old
a vehicle in
grandfather
front
that
of
can
me?
hardly use his walker? He can't even do 0.1 mile an hour. He can't.
You're always confused with the linear velocity. Yeah, you can say that it is relative when you are in a linear velocity compared to objects that are not moving. You can say that, oh, they are the ones moving, not me, but the people outdoor of that moving object, they will say, oh, he is moving, not us. So that's just in linear. When you are making a turn, when you are in an angular velocity, you will always, it's not relative. It does nothing have to do with the relativity. You feel yourself thrown to the edge of that rotating object.
Yep. So that the evidence
No
for that would
relativity.
be the changing gravitational constant at different altitudes, which
And
you
there
could
is
go
no-
ahead and you could measure that at different. You would make a vacuum chamber at the equator, and then you could make a vacuum chamber at the pole to drop an object there.
We cannot make a vacuum chamber. NASA can't even make a vacuum chamber.
Yeah,
And
make
that
an
means, like,
absolute vacuum chamber, but you
like,
can make something very close to it.
No, you can't even make it near close. And NASA couldn't make it near close. They could not.
So even the NASA vacuum chamber, it has like 6 to 8 foot thick concrete walls, right, to stop it imploding. And
well, you can make smaller vacuum chambers. You know
You
that,
can't
right?
make a smaller vacuum chamber. Go ahead, Lobo. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, look, I was just saying in terms of like power of the vacuum. Right? Hold on a second.
You can just get a
Hold on a second,
barometer.
Alfred. Hold on a second, Alfred. Let me just make my point and then you can respond. Okay, so even NASA's vacuum chamber is 10 to the negative 6 torr, right? And it has to have 6 to 8 foot thick concrete walls to stop it imploding, right? And the 10 to the negative 17 torr, reinforced, and the 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum is millions of times stronger than that. Millions, right? So I just wanted to point that out. And Alfred, if you wanted to say something now, go for it.
Well, at least what I would say is that, like, you can even have it where if I drop like a heavy ball, like, or two like fairly heavy objects just compared, or like two objects that have large densities compared to air, they're going to fall at almost observably like the same rate, like the same acceleration.
That wouldn't matter. That wouldn't matter because remember the example with the bowling ball and the feather?
Yeah, okay. That's because the feather is very comparable to air. So then just get something that's like a bit different.
In a vacuum. In a vacuum.
Oh, yeah. So I'm saying because we can't have a perfect vacuum, you could just get something like very close. Like you could just get like a normal, like, set up some pump and get some vacuum chamber, or not even have a vacuum chamber and just get like a heavy ball.
It's supposed to have been done already with a bowling ball and a feather. It's supposed to have already been done.
The bowling ball and like feather example on the moon, or what are you referring? Because I'm referring to
they did claim to do that on the moon, but it's also been done. I think Brian Cox used NASA's chamber that DJ was talking about.
So I want to ask you a question. So if everything drops in a vacuum, correct? You're saying everything drops in a vacuum.
If it's by the Earth, if it's really close to the Earth.
Well, if everything drops, then how's the Earth moving in a vacuum? As they say, it's a vacuum. Space is a vacuum. Then if it drops, then it can't move because it's dropping.
Well, because what we mean by drop here is go towards the center of the Earth.
No,
So
it can't move. A vacuum, the definition of a vacuum means nothing can move. Therefore, Earth can't move.
the vacuum means that there isn't an atmosphere.
Bingo. In Earth, for it to move, needs an atmosphere. Therefore, it needs friction. Therefore, it needs something for it to move, like an environment to move against. Push. Equinox of reaction and resistance.
You don't because with friction you have to be right next to something in order to rub against it. But with with gravity here, even if you're just in the air and like I jump up, I will come back down, even though I don't think anyone would describe that as the friction of the air forcing me back onto the ground.
Well, you pushed against the ground.
Okay, so then what's bringing me back down? It's not friction.
Buoyancy and density.
Okay, it's so it could be this density explanation that you have, but then again, that's not I can hold gravity explanation, but I'm not touching something physically, like right next to me.
I'll tell you something. I'll give you an example, and you will understand how it is happening. So, do you know what happens if you try to heat air inside the balloon? So what does that air will do to the balloon? The balloon will inflate.
It will expand.
Yeah, it will expand. If you cool that air inside the balloon, what will happen to that balloon?
It will shrink.
Meaning that hot air
expands,
so it creates more pressure. Can we say that?
Yes.
More pressure.
If you don't change the volume, it like in a balloon, it wouldn't. Its end state would not create more pressure, but yes.
And in the balloon, it will inflate the balloon because there is more pressure, more force against the walls of that balloon, against the rubber, pulling the rubber more than it was. So, hot air, more pressure. Okay, nice. Cool air, less pressure. We agree with that. Cool air, less pressure. Nice. Now, if you put air inside the container and you cool the bottom of the container and you heat the top of the container, do you know what will happen inside?
Sorry, say it one more time. You put hot air in the top and you cool the bottom?
You put air inside the container. You put the container inside a bucket full of water and ice and a cube of ice, and you heat the top of the container.
The container would expand or like.
No, the container is made from metal. Do you know what will be the pressure inside the container?
Depending on the temperature differences, it could be a lot and have the container explode, or it could just bear a lot of pressure.
It will create a gradient of pressure. So the cool air, the bottom of the container will cool the air. So that air will sit on the bottom of the container, but it will just suddenly, completely opposite to the first example, it will create high pressure. You will have higher pressure in the bottom of the container. That's always the case. And you will have low pressure in the top of the container. You know why? That's because of the pressure, the force exerted by the gas molecules that have, I call them gas molecules. I assume that the model of the molecules just for the example. I don't buy that. But those gas molecules will get more kinetic energy, so they will apply more force on those gas molecules that doesn't have kinetic energy. So it will press on them and create more pressure in the bottom, low pressure in the top. Even if we agreed that hot gas will create high pressure before, now it will create the opposite because the force. That's what's happening now to the surface of water. That's why water is not boiling all the time, and we don't. It left us without any water because of that force exerted by those molecules that's pushing down on that water. that push water down when it gets heavier. When it falls at rain, that's the air. Like when you push on a tube and you get that toothpaste out from the tube, it's like that. That air will exert that force upon that material that is more dense than it and throw it toward the ground and exert force on it. Just apply that force, continuously apply that force, so it's making it sit on the ground. And if you take it out, gravity won't help you just make that water sit down. No, it will just vaporize and fly up.
So if you got, let's say you had a vacuum, though, where you got rid of a lot of the air.
You can't. This world that is created by that specific creator, he didn't give you that possibility. The code, that possibility to have void, it's not possible. You can't have a void.
But wouldn't you expect by that standard then that if I have a really heavy metal ball and I drop it like right now, and then I take a really heavy metal ball and I at least put it in like something like more of a vacuum, like shouldn't it fall like a lot more? Like if I like half the atmospheric pressure?
Less resistance around it, yeah, it will fall faster maybe.
But wouldn't it? But then why is it like almost nearly the same amount?
I'll give you just a simple example. That same ball, just throw it in water. It will sink to inside water slower than when you just release it in air. That's like when you just extract the majority of the of the gas inside that volume, that vacuum chamber, and you create that low pressure. You just made that environment just less dense than it was. Like with water and air, things will fall slower in water than in the air. Things will fall slower than in a normal environment. Air, just gas pressure, normal gas pressure, that 14 psi. It will fall slower than when you create lower pressure. Simple.
Yeah, but I guess, I mean, my point here would be that if it was truly the air that was all around you that was pushing you down, you would expect that having the pressure would have far more of an effect than, like, you like, based on that, like, you would expect it to probably, like, have the amount that, like, it's pushing you.
Just pushing you down, but pushing on you on all sides. Pushing on the object in all sides. Like, for example, the example they gave the other day to anti-globalists. Remember anti-globalists that pop it in the on the scale inside the vacuum chamber? I think he's not here. So if you put a scale inside the vacuum chamber, you will measure more weight if you pull the gas out.
Yeah, because it's pushing on the. I agree with that, but like, what's your end point you're trying to make? Like, it does push on all sides if you have a lot of pressure, but how does that negate that if I drop an object in a vacuum, like, it wouldn't fall to the ground?
Yeah, you're right. It weighs more. You take the air out.
It weighs more. Yeah, it weighs more because that scale, like if it was on inside water and you took out the water, now it is on air. So there is less pressure around it, so it will just exerts more weight on that scale.
Right, but there's no greater pressure, force being applied on top of your hand when you stretch your arm out. There is underneath your hand. That's an equal pressure.
I completely agree with that. But I guess like the whole reason that this came up.
So not just pressing down. Right?
Yeah. It's pushing on all equal sides.
Correct. That's why when you create a vacuum chamber with all sides of that vacuum chamber having a gauge of measurement of gas pressure, you will have the same gas pressure in on all those gauges. Do you know why? Because it's the same pressure in all the walls, equally on all the walls of that container. there is no downward preference.
Yeah, it's just pushing on all sides. But like the main argument for this, like I guess I don't know exactly where, like what the end goal of this like was, because like what I was saying before was that like if you drop a ball like in some sort of like vacuum, doesn't have to be an absolute vacuum, but like at the equator and at the pole, they would fall at different rates. And like the counterclaim was you can't make a vacuum that's like enough of a vacuum for that to be like a reasonable effect, right?
Excuse me? Wait, what? No, that's not true. Brian Cox did it in NASA's vacuum chamber with a bowling ball and a feather, and they both dropped at the same rate. The claim is that all masses fall at the same rate.
Yeah, they fall at the same rate at the same spot, but we were talking about centrifugal force. So if you dropped it at the pole, it would be different. But if you so if you drop a feather and a bowling ball at the same spot, it would fall at the same rate.
I have an important question, and it will be so funny. Just wait. Tell me, do you agree that you have different weight in the equator than when you go toward the north or the south?
Slightly, yes.
Yes, but there's local gravity variation.
Wait, just wait. It's not a yes. You're not updated. They were wrong. They told you something wrong. It's completely wrong. I show you that. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson just correcting that it's the science communicator from NASA just explaining that they were wrong. And they will explain that with that shape of the Earth, because the Earth is not a sphere, because you have an oblate spheroid where in the north and the south it's closer to the center than in the equator. So it will you'll have the same weight, the same fall rate, the same shape. So meaning that you just assume something that is not real.
But I don't think it's oblate enough to truly take account if you do it at sea level in both places, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, just
because this local gravity calculator that I used before does it for height at sea level, I believe.
Yeah, this video is so funny. Watch. They were wrong. Just because they are debunked about that topic. People use gold. Gold don't have different weight. We use gold in different countries. Doesn't have different weight because of that centrifugal force that is zero.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you right there. You weigh the same.
Yeah, because it does it here. Well, I mean, I'll look at what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, but I don't like.
Yeah.
I mean, I would trust articles over him. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't. He
I
just
want to add
says
in
stuff off the top of
something.
his head. Sorry, you can speak.
Yeah, you only get 10 to the negative 17 torr in like interplanetary space in the outer solar system. Like even in the inner solar system between planets, it's less of a vacuum than that. And even then, there's no parts of the universe which have no particles. The entire universe has a gas gradient. There's no such thing as a true vacuum, so to speak. It just goes on forever. It's a gradient.
Right. So when's it greater than 10 to the negative 17 torr? Where's that place?
Greater, like an even greater vacuum in intergalactic space, but it hasn't been directly observed.
Oh, what? Deep space is consistently.
Intergalactic space, yeah, it would be much less than that.
Oh, that's just theoretical nonsense, though, man. Even you would have to admit that.
Well, it's not nonsense, but it's based off of it's an educated guess.
Yeah, that's the only excuse he found.
Well, I mean,
nothing real.
I believe the Explorer, or not forget the name of them, but there's 2 satellites that have been outside the solar system, and I know it's less pressure outside.
More cool stories. That container must be way, way out there somewhere. It's so far away.
Yeah. And here on the Earth, where you have the most gravity, you can't create that pressure that you just assume in space. 1% of the volume, just high pressure, 14 psi, going gradiently inside that 1% of the volume, and the 99% is just a low pressurized environment. You can't reproduce that. It's just in your imagination only. It can happen only in your imagination.
It's like everything sounds like everything out there that we see, it all exists within Earth's atmosphere. Is there a place that is considered to be no longer Earth's atmosphere? Or not? Just keeps gradiating out into space. Okay, so then the whole universe is Earth's atmosphere. Nobody's left Earth's atmosphere. He's been to space.
Yeah, so, okay, I just looked it up. The pressure, or the amount of particles in interstellar space is actually greater than in the outer solar system, because the sun's heliosphere protects us, I guess, from certain types of particles.
How did you measure this?
Well, I didn't measure it, but there's 2 satellites outside of the solar system, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. And yeah.
And how do you know that?
Well, because they launched them and they sent data back to Earth.
And how do you know that?
Well, because there's like a rich treasure trove of documentation about the specific
treasure trove of documentation.
Yes, a rich treasure trove of documentation about exactly the
a rich
manner in
treasure
which they
trove
built
of
these
claims. How did you
things.
verify any of those claims?
Yes, they can be verified because, first of all, we have documents indicating how they built these, how their systems worked in outer space, and their specific ways of dealing with the issues in the outer solar system. For example,
How
bringing
did you verify that
RTGs
any
into
of
the
that
solar
was
panels.
true?
Okay, so explain why this isn't evidence. No,
Tell me
because
to
this is
explain
evidence.
something. How would I explain something for
No,
you?
no, because I provided evidence. You need to give
No, I
justification for
asked
why
how
it's
you
not
verified
evidence.
any of those claims were true. You
Well,
explained
I
something
have.
isn't doing that. No, you didn't. How did you
Yes,
do
I
that?
have. Okay, how did I verify? So first of all, you can go and you can check the design, right? There's blueprints online showing exactly like what it looked like, its specifications. And like if you know
Yeah,
the
there's
right
blueprints
people,
of
you
the
can
Death
go
Star
and see a
online. What does that
mock-up,
mean?
like a replica of the thing, and see what
There's
they built.
blueprints of the Death Star online. What does that prove?
Okay, so the Death Star is a fictional like thing from a TV show, right? The Voyager 1 and 2 probes are real things that were built by teams of engineers and scientists.
And how do you know that?
Okay. How do you know that there isn't a hat on top of your head?
Okay, so you don't know that.
No, because I do know it, and I know it better than I
You
know
do know
whether you
it.
have a hat on.
You know you believe the stories.
Okay. It's not belief, right? Because it's knowledge. This is a
You've never seen
scientific
it.
fact. You're just being skeptical for the sake of being skeptical for no
It is a
reason.
belief because you've never seen it. You've just heard stories about it.
Well, I haven't heard stories about it. You see, I've seen a lot of evidence and documentation and other things that would be impossible if it wasn't the case.
Oh, very good.
never
Other
seen
things would be
something other
impossible
than
if my
stories.
belief wasn't
Okay.
true.
So how do you know that Bugattis exist?
Why are you
Cyclone?
asking me a question?
No, provide evidence that Bugattis exist.
We can go
Is
and
that what you
verify
believe?
No,
them.
it's on the same level. Provide
You don't
evidence
believe
that the
Bugattis
Bugatti
exist?
car exists.
That's okay,
We can go and verify them. We can turn it on. We can.
Okay, how do I know it's not a
circulate it.
Toyota that's mocked up to look like a Bugatti? Provide actual
Okay, could you
evidence
show us
that
a
Bugatti
photograph of this
exists.
thing in space that you're talking about? You show us a photograph.
We can. we can take the blueprint of the Bugatti and compare it with a real Bugatti.
Okay,
Shit that you
and
can't do with that
so we can look at
thing in the
documentation
sky.
and compare it to the real thing that was built. That's right.
Yeah.
So when did you do that?
Shit that you never did.
Well, okay, did you ever do that for the Bugatti?
No, it wasn't my claim.
Okay, how do you know that Bugattis exist?
So you didn't
provide
do that.
evidence that
You didn't do
Bugattis
that,
exist.
right?
No,
Here we
have you
go.
ever seen a Bugatti? Have you ever
didn't do that? Did you?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Alfred, you need to chill out, man. Nobody here is making claims about Bugattis.
This is what he's reduced to. He just has
Yeah.
very long claims. And they claim this, and they claim this, and they claim this. Therefore, it must be true. Look how many documents there are. They must all be true.
Yeah, it's
Typical
just
cognitive dissonance.
false comparison as well. I mean, can't go and compare the documents to anything. He just has to choose whether he wants to trust documents or not. He can't validate the documents in any way. Unlike the Bugatti. We're not making
But
claims
there are
about
other
Bugattis.
things. Yeah, he's been coping for weeks now.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance, I sent him the definition. So he's trying desperately to defend his belief. And he can't. He's just coping.
It's so true. It's so true. Okay, what's your proof? Well, what proof do you have of Bugattis?
They told him about satellites.
You guys believe Bugattis exist?
I love it. What happened to that Larby guy? You still here, Larby?
I'm here reading about Earth's geoids now.
Sweet. What's that telling you?
It's telling me before about the explanation of how the Earth is bulged at the equator, but looking up why it's bulged to so much degree, but not to too much degree that there's still gravity difference.
So what evidence did they provide to you that it was bulging like that as a ball?
Okay.
He just
or did they just say it?
A lot of this is they said it, but there's pretty if I was to completely research every single claim to seeing exactly how they determined it,
that's generally
I can try and figure out
claims.
what is being claimed first, and then I can try and look at the evidence for it.
So that's the process. So you understand what the claim specifically is, and then you research what evidence has been provided for the claim, which is why I'm asking what evidence have they provided for this particular claim.
I'm still researching exactly what the specifics of the claim are. So
you've got a bulgy pear Earth apparently now. It's not a ball anymore. It's a pear.
Well, it's also with the claim of that is that it's the ball is or the pear is a very slight deviation from the ball, but I don't know. I just want to read
but it doesn't look like it's a ball, but it's a pear, but it doesn't look like it's a pear. It's sounding very complicated.
Well, I mean, you can describe things how you want, but it's I think the claim that's been consistently been being made here is that to what degree it's a ball in the sense that it has almost near constant curvature, but
except that they haven't ever evidenced any of it.
If I
there
drew
is no curvature.
Oh, hold on, let me just do this.
Was that the curvature that wasn't observed or measured?
If I send this image in the chat, you can describe it in a variety of ways. You can say I posted a circle here, or you could be oh no, it's a bit of a puffed up circle or something. But that doesn't discredit the fact that the image that I posted is what it is.
What does that tell us about the Earth, though?
That image doesn't tell us anything specific about the Earth, but I think that it goes to show that there should be some charitability of what exactly people are saying when they make certain
We should
claims.
give them charitability for saying it's pear-shaped based on this
paint circle.
No, I mean you should look at exactly what's being said when
We know
it's
what they're we know what
pear-shaped.
they're saying. That's why I'm asking you to realize that they're providing zero evidence for what they're saying.
Yeah,
I think I might just like
imagination.
At this point, I think I might just go read up on the geoid thing because now that's a bit interesting to me. But I've still went ahead and shown that like there is still a difference there, and that's
Well,
not
whatever
exactly
you go
what he
and
was
read,
saying.
keep your eye out for what is a claim and what is evidence. Yeah, because they're going to give you a whole load of claims with no evidence.
But if the foundation of what they're saying isn't true, right, or hasn't been verified, then everything they are saying they're doing with that information is either true or unverified, right?
I mean, sure, but with your stuff, there should also be verification for claims like the Earth is flat, and that should also go again like verification or like some logic in going to show like what type of evidence would be required to like disprove something, like to disprove that or to prove that like a bunch of people are like lying about like having certain evidence.
Lobby.
But
Do you know what
you're trying to like get a last word.
You know what a base axiom is?
Something that you believe
really
like
spazzed out,
and
huh?
build everything else off of, like it's just built into all your reasoning.
It's like the starting point, right?
Yes.
In regards to this particular topic, the starting point would be that we all experience a flat stationary.
I don't think that would be the starting point. I think the starting point would be you would have to have starting points that say
you experience the Earth without appealing to authority or NASA or anything like that. Okay, so your natural experience is you experience a flat stationary Earth, as in you've never seen the curvature of the Earth, you've never felt it moving according to your reality. Just say you were just born yesterday and you're out in the middle of the ocean on a boat, you're experiencing the Earth as a flat stationary plane, right?
That's not a base axiom though, but
it really is though, because have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth yourself?
No. If that was a base axiom, then you're saying that I could never ever see the curvature of the Earth because that's just my assumption of everything with all of my arguments.
No. It's just a starting point, right? So you've never seen the curvature of the Earth yourself, right?
I don't know because you have to.
Have you or haven't you?
I don't know. I haven't seen it in obviously clear detail with my very own eyes, but maybe I've observed phenomena that point towards. So
if you think you might have seen the curvature of the Earth, when and where would that have been?
I don't know. You have to do a like what I've given like examples like of before here is that we're observing like small like things over very large distances. And then you have to go ahead and like do some math.
You should be intellectually honest enough to admit that you experience the Earth as a flat stationary plane. It doesn't mean
I'm feeding into your words.
The funny thing, Larby. Now, if we jump from the Earth being flat, would you just also argue about the Earth being stationary? Because I feel that you agreed